A service of KIBMradio.com, the Internet's home for an all old-time radio.
Well, Mr. Race left home last night. He and Jane were pretending to quarrel over a mink coat just to show Jane's niece Betty and her newlywed husband Carl how ridiculous they were to separate over a coat. To carry out the argument, Mr. Race had to leave home, taking Carl with him. This episode takes place the next morning in two scenes: Mr. Race's office and then to the Ace's bungalow. But first to the office. Mr. Race is alone as Marge enters. Listen.
Marge, what brings you here?
What brings me here? You didn't think I was going through a whole day without finding out how things stand, did you?
Well, that's what I want to find out. How are things at the house?
Beautiful, just beautiful. You got to hand it to Jane. She's certainly putting it on thick.
She is, huh?
Well, I'll leave it to you. When she came to the breakfast table this morning, Betty and I were sitting there, and we said good morning, and she stood there and wrung a quart of water out of her handkerchief, so she cried all night.
No.
Yes.
Well, how about Betty? What did she say to that?
Well, Betty looks positively miserable. She's taken the blame for the whole thing, but Jane keeps telling her it's not her fault, that she's glad she found out what a beast you are.
No kidding.
Yes. I tried to calm her down, and then she winked at me.
Winked? Did Betty see her?
Oh, Betty was busy crying and whimpering that you'd come back. But Jane said she didn't care if you ever did. She kept saying, imagine him going out last night and not coming back. That's the latest he ever stayed out.
Yeah, that is pretty late at that, not coming home at all.
Yes. Well, where did you go? What happened?
Oh, well, when Carl and I ran out, as you know, he was a little bewildered by the sudden turn of affairs, and I think he was kind of trying to make me go back and patch things up. But I kept telling him that he was right about Betty. All women are alike and all that.
Poor kid. Well, where did you both finally wind up?
Oh, well, we painted the town red.
You what?
Yes, we dropped in at a drugstore and we both had a hot chocolate.
You did?
Yes, I didn't care what happened.
But not a hot chocolate, not straight.
Well, with whipped cream and a couple of wafers, if you want to know.
I can't stand it.
And by the time we finished, we were both feeling pretty good, I don't mind telling you. So we walked some more and talked some more. Carl did most of the talking.
Well, about what?
Oh, mostly trying to make me see the light. 8 years of married life and all that. I said it wasn't any different than his case, only he was luckier to find out about his wife after only a month or so.
What did you say to that?
Well, he said he guessed maybe I was right.
He did? Well, that isn't working out according to our plan.
Well, not yet, but I think it will when they realize what a horrible example Jane and I are.
Oh, I hope so. Where'd you sleep?
At the YMCA. He has a room there. I took one, too. I left him sleeping here this morning. I don't think he slept most of the night, worrying so much.
Well, I hope he isn't worrying so much about you and Jane as he should be about himself and Betty.
Well, he's worried about both, I think, although he keeps saying it's his fault that Jane and I had this argument in the first place.
That's just what Betty said.
Well, we're getting somewhere, aren't we? If we can make both of them realize how silly it is to break up a home over a mink coat.
I'll take credit for that inspiration. I was the one that thought of it, you remember?
Oh, yes, you certainly did, Marge. And I think that... Well, Carl, come in.
Well, good morning, Carl.
Marge, have you had any luck with him?
What?
He can't break up a home like this. He's got to go back.
Oh, yes, that's just what I've been telling you.
Nothing doing.
But, Mr. Ace, do you realize what you're doing?
I do.
8 years of married life just shot to nothing. And over what?
Over what? You know over what. You heard what she said last night. I gave her a choice. I said very plainly. I said choose between me and a mink coat. And what did she say? She said a mink coat is warmer, and she chose a coat, and you asked me over what?
8 years of married life, doesn't that count for anything?
What's 8 years got to do with it? 8 years or 8 weeks?
It has everything to do with it. There's all the difference in the world. You're used to each other. How can you let a little thing like a coat come between you?
Well, you're a fine one to talk. How did we get into this coat argument in the first place?
Yes, I know it's all my fault.
And Betty's.
Yes, I guess so.
There's no guess about it.
I'm in the same boat you're in, Carl.
No, you're not. My life is ruined. Don't ruin your life as I have.
Well, I will admit it is a little rather late in life to be disillusioned. You were at least lucky. You found out early what a woman you'd married. I can only thank you and Betty for helping me find out when I did.
We don't want any thanks.
You speaking for Betty, too?
Well, no, but I'm sure she feels as rotten as I do about this.
Well, you and Betty feeling rotten won't help matters.
And I'm sure Betty Vance does, too.
Oh, no, not her. I heard her last night.
But she was mad. People say things they don't mean.
Who says she didn't mean it?
Well, I'm sure she didn't, and I'll prove it to you.
Well, how?
I'm going to have a talk with her.
Oh, no, it's too late, Carl.
Oh, no, it's not, but if you let this go much longer, it will.
Hey, where are you going?
I'm going to have a talk with your wife. I'll straighten this out.
Well.
Did you get a load of him?
Yes, but he's not even thinking of making up with Betty.
Yeah, you will before it's over. I only hope Jane keeps up the pretense of... Say, I know what. I wonder if it's safe to call her up.
For what?
I want to tell her to start packing as if she's going away. Yeah, that's what I'll do. We've got to play this thing out to the finish now. And don't worry about those two. Before you know it, there'll be pie and honey. Here, Marge, you answer this. In case Betty answers, ask for Jane, then let me talk to her.
Oh, I see. All right.
Is she there?
No, not yet. Oh, yes. Hello? Is that you, Jane? Just a minute.
Yeah, give me. Hello, Jane. Look, don't say a word. Just let me do the talking. I guess Betty's there with you, isn't she? That's it. Don't say anything but yes. Carl was just here, and he's pretty much upset about this. He's on his way over to the house now to try to have you make up with me. You see? Now, here's what I want you to do. You say to Betty that you're going to start packing as if you're going away. You know, leaving me. We want to make it look as bad.
Yes. Yes. Oh. Yes. Yes.
Who was that, Aunt Jane?
Wrong number. Well, I guess I'll start packing.
Packing?
Yes, I've got to take some clothes if I'm going away.
Going away where?
Well, Betty, you don't think I'm going on living here as if everything's honky-tonky, do you?
Oh, Aunt Jane, don't go away.
Well, you certainly don't expect me to stay here in his house.
It's your house, too, Aunt Jane.
Oh, no, not anymore it isn't.
But you've lived here all these years. You've been together, you and Uncle Ace, for 8 years. You've worked to make this beautiful, comfortable home for him.
Yes, it is kind of nice here. Well, I guess I'll go and pack.
But, Aunt Jane, if you won't think of yourself, how about him? How he worked to give you this home, the 8 best years of his life.
Oh, were those his best?
You can't throw all this away. And all for what? Such a ridiculous thing, a coat.
Ridiculous? Well, how about you?
Well, in my case, it's different. Carl and I were just married. We realized early enough the mistake we've made. But after 8 years...
Well, I don't see any difference. If you ask me, I think all husbands are beasts, especially the married ones.
Aunt Jane, how can you talk like that about Uncle Abe?
Oh, yes, I suppose you're the only one that can talk like that about your husband. Well, my husband is just as bad as yours, if not less. They're all alike, and I don't care if I ever see him again.
Oh, Aunt Jane, you shouldn't say that.
Well, you said it about Carl.
What has Carl and I got to do with this?
Everything. If you two aren't going to make everything. If it hadn't been for you and Carl, I never would have found out about my husband. I certainly couldn't thank you for that.
Oh, don't blame me for all this.
Well, I got to pack.
Where you go, Aunt Jane?
I don't know. I don't care. Maybe China. Maybe home to Mother. Oh, maybe both. What difference does it make?
Oh, I can't stand it. You can't do this, Aunt Jane. Please think it over. There's still time.
Not so much time. I don't know what time the train leaves for China, but if I want to go home to Mother, there's a train at 12:30. And here it is after 10, and I haven't even started to pack yet. Oh, there's somebody at the door. I'll go, Betty.
Won't you change your mind, Aunt Jane? Don't leave him. If you and he could only...
Well, Carl, come in. Glad you came. I was just going.
Going? Going where?
Oh, I don't know. Maybe China.
China?
Maybe home to Mother.
Well, I hope you're satisfied. You see what you've done?
Maybe both.
I suppose I bought the main coat.
You've broken up a home.
I've broken it up.
I don't know. What difference does it
I wish
make?
I'd never met you. You've broken up this home.
Seems to run in your family, doesn't it, breaking up homes?
Well, I guess I'll go and pack.
Oh, no, you can't do this.
Oh, yes, I can. I'm not going to stay here another day. I know where I'm wanted, and it's not here. Oh, no, I wasn't born for nothing. And I can only thank you, too, for showing me the right thing to do. Because if you hadn't had that argument about the coat, I never would have done this.
There, you see?
Oh, make a wish. You two said that together. Join your little fingers and make a
Look,
wish.
Mrs. Ace, please, won't you stop to think this over? You're only doing this in haste. You'll be sorry, sure, if you leave him.
Well, he left me, didn't he? Turn around is fair. Well, I'm going in to pack. I guess I better hurry.
Aunt Jane, don't do it.
No, where are you? I want you to help me pack. I'm going to China or somewhere.
I can't stand it. I can't believe it. My aunt and uncle after all these years.
Well, crying won't do any good.
I can't help crying. It's breaking my heart.
But this is no time to cry. This is the time for action. We've got to do something.
What can we do? They're both so stubborn.
Well, now, here we are, two intelligent people. Are we going to let these two wreck their lives?
I'd give anything to save them from it.
Well, we can think of something, can't we? Oh, here, use this handkerchief.
Thanks.
We've got to do something and do it fast.
I'll do anything. But what can I do? I'd give anything if they'd get together.
Well, we can... Wait a minute. Anything?
What?
You say you'll give anything?
Of course.
How about that coat? The mean coat you wanted to sell to your aunt. It started all this trouble between them. Will you sacrifice that?
Oh, of course I will. Anything.
Good. Suppose you give it to your aunt. She wanted your uncle to buy it from you. That started the argument. If you gave it to her, he wouldn't have to buy it.
That's right. Sure, I'll give it to her. If he'll let her take it.
Well, make him let her.
Aunt Jane.
That's it. Stop it from packing.
Oh, I wasn't listening. I was just standing there.
Mrs. Ace, we've got the solution. Betty's going to give you the coat.
Give it to me.
Yes, then Miss Grace won't have to buy it, and you'll have the coat. It solves everything. Now, will you please start packing and let us put the proposition to your husband?
Well, if he'll let me take it.
He will, Aunt Jane. I know he will. Can we tell him you'll stay if he lets you have the coat?
Well, yes, but if he doesn't, you can tell him I don't care if I ever see him again.
Oh, you don't want us to tell him that, Aunt Jane.
That's exactly what I want you to tell him. I don't care if I ever see him again.
Oh, now, can't we add anything to that message?
No, nothing else. Wait a minute. I don't care if I ever see him again. That's 9 words, isn't it? Add, love. Yes, put love in to make up the 10th word.
Well, it looks as if the Aces scheme is working out all right, at least as far as bringing the Aces together again. How it affects Carl and Betty, we learn when next we meet the Easy Aces.
The Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation brings you Crime Photographer.
You know, Ethelbert, you and I have a good chance to be famous.
How's that, Casey?
Well, I figure if a man's known by the company he keeps,
Yeah?
then he ought to be known by the company that keeps him.
That makes sense.
And the company that keeps us is...
Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. This is Tony Marvin. Every week at this time, the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, and its more than 10,000 employees bring you another adventure of Casey, crime photographer, ace cameraman who covers the crime news of a great city. Written by Alonzo Dean Cole, our adventure for tonight, Photo of the Dead. 9 o'clock in the evening, the big, untidy photographer's room of the Morning Express. The door opens, and Ann Williams.
Gosh, it's hot, Casey. Let's go over to the Blue Note.
Oh, Annie, I'd like to get out of this joint for a while, but Dad Phelan phoned about half an hour ago and said he wanted to see me. He's making a special trip down here.
Dad Phelan?
Sure, you met him. He runs a little stationery and cigar store uptown.
Yes, of course. He lost his wife last year.
That's
We went
right.
to her funeral.
Yeah, Aunt Maggie, her name was.
Well, what does he want to see you about?
Well, he said he wanted my advice about something. What? He didn't say. Well, there he is now. Hi, Dad.
Oh, Casey, my boy.
Hey, it's good to see you.
It's
Dad.
always good to see you.
You remember Annie Williams, don't
Oh,
you?
of course. How are you, Miss Williams?
Just fine, Mr. Phelan.
Now, sit down, Dad.
Thanks. I've got something to tell you, boy.
Oh, what's on your mind?
Casey, I've heard from Maggie.
Huh?
She's come back to me from the dead.
Oh, Mr. Phelan.
I've heard her voice, and she sent me her picture from the other world.
Her picture?
Boy, you know that after Maggie died, well, we'd been together for nearly 50 years, and I didn't know what to do with myself.
I know.
So I started to read books that told how the dead sometimes are able to communicate with the living.
Books on psychic phenomena?
Yes, Miss Williams. There's a bookshop on 12th Street, Jameson's, that has a lot of those books.
Yeah, I passed it.
Yeah, very nice lady runs it. I went in there a lot. We got acquainted, and One day she told me about a man. Man with remarkable powers.
So you went to him.
Yeah. And last Thursday night, a week ago, boy, Maggie spoke to me while I was there.
What did this man charge you?
He wouldn't take a penny.
Huh?
Here, Casey. Look at this picture. You see what had happened? Above my right shoulder.
Oh, there's a ghostly face of a woman, Casey.
Yeah.
And it's Maggie's face. You recognize it, boy.
Yes.
Casey, this picture couldn't have been made by a trick, could it? Maggie was really with me last night, wasn't she?
Yes, sure she was with you, Dad.
The photo's not a fake? You know.
No, it's not a fake.
So glad to hear you say that.
Casey.
Now, hold it, Annie. Say, Dad, what's the name of this man who took this shot?
Well, it's kind of a funny name. Feda Narsi. He's an East Indian fella.
He's one of those swamis, huh?
He's a fine man.
Oh, I'm sure of that. Where does he live?
Well, he has a big house on Rankin Avenue, 142. Why?
Well, I just wondered. Oh, excuse me, Dad.
Yeah.
Hello, Casey speaking. Yeah. Okay, Burke, I'll be right up. That was City Desk calling, Dad. I'm sorry, I've got to rush upstairs.
Go right ahead, boy. I'll be going. Anyway, you've told me what I wanted to know, and you've made me very happy.
Well, I'm very glad.
Good night, Miss Williams.
Good night, Mr. Phelan.
Good night to you, boy. And a million thanks.
Good night, Dad.
Casey, that photograph can't be on the level.
Of course it isn't. It's a crude double exposure. That ghost face was taken from an old picture of Aunt Maggie that this Feda Narsi fella got hold of somewhere.
Well, why didn't you tell the old man that?
Oh, Annie, how could I? Dad wants to believe that this thing's on the level. He's happy tonight for the first time since his wife died. But, Annie, after I finish whatever assignment Burke has for me upstairs, I'm going to pay an unsocial call on Swami Feda Narsi. Oh, hey, Burke, what do you mean? You're sending me out of town tonight?
That's what I said, Casey. I just had our Detroit correspondent on the phone. He tells me a honey of a murder broke out there. You may be gone 2 weeks, maybe a month.
And I'm not going?
Casey's on this job alone, Williams. You stay here. Now take this to the cashier and get your expense money, Casey. Your train leaves in 45 minutes.
Burke, I ought to see a guy tonight. Here.
You can't. Get going, Casey. I want pictures from Detroit tomorrow.
Okay. Well, Dad Phelan's been looking after himself for over 70 years. I guess he can do it without my help a few weeks longer.
Hello.
Miss Williams?
Yes.
This is long distance. I have your call through to Detroit.
Oh, thank you.
Go ahead, please.
Hello?
Hello, Casey.
Annie, gee, it's great to hear your voice. Anyway, what's up?
Look, something's happened that we think you ought to know about.
What?
I'm at police headquarters with Captain Logan. A few hours ago, your friend, Dad Phelan, was found dead.
Dad Phelan?
Yes, Casey. And Captain Logan thinks that Swami Feda Narsi was responsible for his death.
Come on, Logan, let's have the dope on it.
Al Phelan didn't open his store this morning, Casey. A cop on the beat got worried, broke in, and found your friend dead in the back room.
He just died in his sleep, huh?
Yeah. I talked to Miss Williams after she phoned you, Casey, and we pieced the thing together. Beside the old man's body was that spirit photograph of him and his wife. And in his pocket, we found a bank book that had apparently represented his life savings. Balance was only $21, but until 4 days after Miss Williams says he called on you with the express, the balance had been $6,021.
The fake Swami got the $6,000.
Yeah. The shock of losing his life savings and learning that the Swami was a fake was too much for him.
The Swami gave him the usual routine.
Yeah, racketeers of his type are all alike. After the victim is convinced he's in contact with the dead, he gets a spook message telling him to hand over some money, usually for an investment the ghost recommends. The dough was passed over in cash, and we cops can't do a thing.
Logan, that Swami killed that old man just as surely as though he'd stuck a gun in his head and pulled the trigger.
I know it, but he's not a murderer in the eyes of the law. We can't even prove him a thief.
You question him?
Naturally. He denied everything.
Well, Logan, I'll talk to Swami Feda Narsi.
It won't get you anywhere.
Well, I'll see you later.
Now, what are you going to do?
Well, from what you say, there's only one thing I can do. Beat that guy to a pulp.
Good afternoon.
Are you Fata Narzi?
No, sir.
Oh, just a servant, eh?
Yes,
Well, I want to see your boss.
What is your name?
Casey.
You have appointment with the master?
No.
Fata Narzi receive no visitor except by appointment.
Well, he received me, big guy. Get out of my way.
Wait. Nobody pass Lukey.
Lukey.
Yes, master.
I will see the gentleman for a moment. What is it you wish, Mr. Casey?
So, you...
I am Fata Narzi. What do you wish?
Hasn't your crystal ball told you?
As the police have made some baseless insinuations that cannot be proven, I imagine you are about to do something equally foolish.
Yeah. I'm going to knock that grin off your face and your teeth along with it.
Yes, sir.
Take your hands off of me. Let me go, will you?
Lukey, my devoted servant is a Senegalese. They are noted for their skill in fighting. Lukey, teach Mr. Casey that it will be very unwise for him to trouble us again.
It will be a pleasure, sir.
Splendid, Lukey. Now pick Mr. Casey up from where he's fallen and throw him out the door.
Our story will continue in just a moment. Here's a bargain, a real bargain. A big 9.5-inch pie plate made of beautiful Fire King oven glass, guaranteed for 2 years against oven breakage. Its highly polished surface is as smooth as a mirror, comes clean almost instantly. It's as attractive on your table as it is sturdy and practical in your kitchen. And here's the most important point of all. This new kind of Fire King pie plate practically assures results every time. Its pale blue glass absorbs oven heat so evenly that your pies bake all the way through. The crust is light and flaky with no danger of scorching. Now, to get this new pie plate, it's not necessary to sit down and write a letter. Simply go to your favorite 5 and 10 cent store or any other store selling household glass and ask for the special Fire King oven glass pie plate being offered over the air at 25 cents, or slightly more in distant cities. Remember the name, Fire King oven glass. This new Fire King oven glass pie plate is a product of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass.
You're certainly a pretty picture, Casey. 2 black eyes, a lump on your jaw.
You don't have to give me a bruise-by-bruise description of how I look, Ethelbert. I know how I
Ethelbert,
look.
that big Senegalese prize fighter might have killed him.
Oh.
I know how you feel, pal, but you've gone at this thing all wrong. Rough stuff will get you nowhere.
That's great. You got any suggestions?
No. Captain Logan says there's nothing he can do, huh?
What can the cops do unless they can prove that Nazi got Mr. Phelan's money and got it under false pretense?
Must be some way to get evidence.
Why doesn't Logan detail one of his dicks to pose as a sucker and pass this Narzi a couple of marked bills?
Well, that's been tried several times, but Nazi's too wise. Casey, I might be able to get the goods on Fata Narzi.
But you?
Yeah. No one would ever take me for a cop. I could go to Nazi and tell him I'd lost a sister, for instance, and I'd let him believe that I had some money, and he'd work his racket on me, and then I'd pass him marked bills, and we'd have him.
Sure, it'd be a cinch, Casey.
Oh, yeah. It'd be a complete bust,
Oh,
that's
now
what it'd
why?
be. You think anybody gets into Narzi's joint unless he knows who they are and all about them, Annie? You see, it's part of his racket to have the lowdown on people who come to him.
Oh, you mean he'd look me up and find out I'm Ann Williams, who works for the Morning Express?
Yeah, he sure would. Say, wait a minute. I've got an idea.
What?
Burke was telling me some of his recent family history a few days before I went to Detroit. He can give us the gimmick we need behind this thing.
Burke?
Your city editor?
Yeah. Boy, and will he do it when he sees it as the build-up for an exclusive feature story. Annie, come on. We're talking to Burke right now.
All right, Casey. It's a natural. Williams, you'll check into an uptown hotel here tomorrow night as Marilyn Phillips of Portland, Oregon.
Which is the real name and home address of your wife's first cousin, right?
Yes, as Casey remembered my telling him, Marilyn lost her mother several months ago.
Where's Miss Phillips now, though, Bert?
Traveling in Mexico, so that'll be all right. She's about your size and coloring, Williams. I'll have my wife tell you enough about Marilyn Phillips tonight so that you can borrow her identity without any chance of a slip-up. When this Fada Narcy checks her, he'll think you're the real McCoy.
Well, how will I get to Nazi? I can't just walk up to his front
You
door.
get to him the same way Dad Phelan did. You go to Jameson's occult bookshop and become a steady customer. The old dame who runs the place is probably a shill for Nazi.
Oh, I get it. I pose as a grief-stricken daughter with money, and let her and him do the rest.
That's the play. After you check into the hotel as Marilyn Phillips, you're not to come near this office, near your apartment, or with anyone you know till this job's finished.
Wait a minute now, Burke. You mean...
I mean especially that she can't go anywhere near you, Casey. That'd give the whole show away.
Oh, I didn't think of that.
I'll see that you receive plenty of expense money, Williams. You'll report to me by phone. That's all.
She can talk to me by phone, too.
Well, what does she want to talk to you for?
Yes. Why should I?
Well, thought I might be able to help or something.
Burke will attend to everything.
Sure, Casey. I'll attend to everything.
Oh, that's just swell.
City desk, Burke speaking.
It's me, Burke. I'm getting acquainted with Mrs. Jameson, but she hasn't suggested I see our man yet.
You've only been on the job 10 days. This will take time. Stick with it.
Casey, what on earth has happened to Miss Williams? It's almost 3 weeks since I seen her in here. And
Miss Williams is away, Ethelbert. And who cares?
Hey, you don't have to bite my head off.
You've been coming in here for over a month now, Miss Phillips. I feel that I know you well enough to offer a suggestion that may soften your great sorrow.
Well, the only thing that can help me, Mrs. Jameson, is if I could see my mother again, or...
Well, perhaps you can. I know a remarkable man, Miss Phillips. A man of almost miraculous powers. His name is Phada Narcy.
Sit down, Miss Phillips.
Thank you.
I see things in the crystal ball. I see a lady there whom you loved very dearly.
My mother?
Yes. Her name was Alice.
The woman who sent me here must have told you that.
Be not hasty in your judgment, Miss Phillips. You were born October 4th, 1922. Your home was 47 Vista Road, Portland, Oregon. Your middle name is Celestine. Your mother's maiden name was McClintock. She's very close to you now, Miss Phillips. Very close.
Can you make me see her, Swami? Or hear her voice?
Later, perhaps. Come to me on Thursday next. In the meantime, I will pray that the one you love beyond the veil will speak to you and give you comfort. Go now. I'm very weary.
Yes, Swami. How much do I owe you?
Owe me? Oh, my dear child, I make no charge for my services, ever. My mission in life is to serve mankind.
Oh, he merely gave you the old build-up today.
Yes, Burke. Of course, someone in Portland sent him the information about Marilyn Phillips and her mother.
Sure, Burge and his racket have contacts all over. Call me again after you see him Thursday. Goodbye.
Wait a minute, Burke.
Huh?
How's Casey?
In very bad humor. Goodbye.
Sit very still, Miss Phillips. The psychic force is strong in me tonight. I feel the spirit presence of one who has passed beyond.
You, think, Swami, that my mother...
I cannot tell. I am sinking into trance. Hold my hands tightly. Look closely at the crystal, and soon you may hear the voice of the dead.
It's so dark in here.
Trance. I'm sinking into...
Swami, what? That knocking. Something's knocking on the table, Swami, and it isn't you. Oh, that music. Where's it coming from? I'm afraid, Swami. I'm afraid.
Have no fear, my daughter.
That voice.
It is your mother's, darling.
Mother?
I'm with you, Marilyn, here. This good man has helped me make the journey from the land beyond to bring you comfort.
Can't see you, Mother.
I have more to tell you, my dear. Now the force is growing weak. Trust this good man. Trust Veda Narsi, and I will come to you again through him. Come again, and I will have more to tell you.
Oh.
Swami Nasi. Swami Nasi.
Was it a success, Miss Phillips?
Oh, you don't know what happened?
I was in trance. I never know.
My mother talked to me. She said that she had more to tell me.
We shall assist her then. Come to me next Wednesday. Hold my hands tightly, Miss Phillips.
Yes, Swami.
I am sinking into trance. Sinking into...
Those knocks. And that music again. Mother?
Yes, my darling.
Come closer and let me really see you.
That is beyond my power, dear. I have but little time. I'm so worried about you, my child.
Worried about me?
I left you so little money when I passed behind the veil. You must have more, much more, and you shall have it. I will point the way. Tomorrow, take your money from the bank.
Take my money from the bank?
Give it to this good man, Philo Narsi. He will invest it for you. Invest it so it will be doubled, tripled in amount. When that is done, your mother will be happy.
You will tell Philo Narsi how to invest my money, Mother?
I shall guide his every action. And I know all things, dear. Through him, I will make you rich. Promise, darling.
Yes, Mother, yes. I'll bring Swami Narsi the money tomorrow.
You made me very happy. I must leave you now, darling. I must go.
Oh, then the ghost voice faded out, huh?
Yes, Bert. And when Narsi snapped out of his trance, I told him I'd bring him $10,000 that Mother left me at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning.
I'll send you the money by messenger. Call me when you get it, and we'll check on the final plan.
Okay, Bert.
Goodbye. Well, Casey, tomorrow night will be the payout.
Yeah?
Cops will be posted around the house before Williams goes in. When she comes out, the cops will take it as a signal, close in, get the Swami with those marked bills in his possession, and that's that.
There's also going to be a witness when that money is passed.
Who?
Me.
Why, you're the last guy in the world who could get into that house.
I've been casing that joint, Burke. There's a big window in Narsi's chamber with a strong trellis leading up to it. The window is painted black inside, but if Anne can get it open just a few inches...
You can see and hear what's going on.
And I can take a picture of Anne giving that rat the dough. I'll use an infrared bulb that shows no glare.
It'll make a swell shot for the paper.
And for evidence in court. Will you tell Anne to get that window open?
I certainly will. Leave it to Williams. She'll get it open somehow.
I've brought the money, Swami.
Oh, yes, the money.
You'll return it to me, and much more besides, as Mother said.
Miss Phillips, through spirit guidance, I have made many fortunes for other people. I am not interested in money myself.
Oh, there's $10,000 here. All I have.
Well, I will accept and invest it as a sacred trust.
Here.
Thank you. What was that?
I didn't hear anything.
We'll see. This window. So, Mr. Casey.
Hello, Nazi.
Step off that trellis and into this room with your camera. As you see, I have a gun.
Yes, I see.
Now close the window. Okay. I am always alert for frame-ups.
Yes, the guy in your racket has to be.
You will give me the film you just exposed?
What good will it do you? I saw you take the dough.
Your testimony and that of Miss Phillips will be utterly valueless if the money cannot be found in my possession. It's quite obvious that I have been given marked bills, but they're easily destroyed.
Casey, if he destroys the papers $10,000, I'll have to pay it back. I'll be in debt the rest of my life.
He won't destroy it.
Don't move, Mr. Casey. I shoot. Now take the film from your camera and toss it into the copper bowl on this table.
Okay.
I place your marked money in the bowl with it. Now strike a match, Mr. Casey, and burn them.
That gun makes you the boss.
Oh, Casey, when we tell Burke you burned the papers and
It
money...
is very probable that you will not be believed. There will be a large suspicion that you kept it for yourself.
That doesn't bother me so much as the idea that you might beat this rap, Nazi.
I shall beat it. Now strike a match and burn that evidence.
Okay. Money and the film in this bowl beside your crystal ball. Right at you, Nazi.
Knock the gun out of his hand.
Get it, Annie, quick.
Looky.
That big prize fighter.
Come here, Looky, help.
That's the guy I want to see again.
Take this gun. You'll need it.
No, I won't.
Looky.
I'm here, Master.
You weren't expecting that crystal ball in your face, were you? Now, that'll hold you. Now, Swami Nazi, would you like to gaze into your crystal ball? Or can you guess what's going to happen?
Don't hit me. Don't hit me.
This is for Dad Phelan. Things for Annie. This one's for me. And now, Annie, you can bring in the cops.
We'll join the crowd at the Blue Note in just a moment. No wonder the new Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottle is sweeping America. Think of all the extras it brings you at no extra cost. Extra number 1.
It requires no deposit, no bother with pennies.
Extra number 2.
You don't have to return it. No trouble with empties.
Extra number 3.
It's light as a feather, easy to carry, unnatural for picnics.
Extra number 4.
It's sturdy and compact. Saves space in the icebox.
Extra number 5.
It's easy to open, safe to drink from.
Extra number 6.
It's at home on any table.
Extra number 7.
And, brother, what flavor, that true brewery flavor that only glass can bring you.
Yes, here's the bottle that makes beer and ale easy to enjoy. The Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottle. For flavor that's brewery bright, demand beer in bottles. For safety and convenience, demand your favorite brand in the new Anchor Glass one-way, no-deposit bottle. Product of Anchor Hocking. The most famous name in glass.
Cops got the whole gang of them, huh, Casey?
Yes, Ethelbert.
Including Mrs. Jameson, the dame who also impersonated Narzi's spook.
That's swell, Miss Williams. And it's swell to see you around here again. I've missed you since you've been away on that case.
Oh, thanks, Ethelbert.
Yeah, that's right. We've all... say, Annie, it's kind of a nice night. How about you and me taking a walk?
Why?
Well, just because it's kind of a nice night.
So long, Ethelbert.
So long, Ethelbert.
So long, so long. As my sister Edna says, quote, absence makes the brain grow dumber. And a walk on a nice night may be dangerous business for an unmarried bachelor. Unquote.
Crime Photographer, starring Stotts Cotsworth as Casey, is brought to you each Thursday by the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation, makers of Fire King oven glass. Anchor glass containers, Anchor caps and closures. All products of Anchor Hocking, the most famous name in glass. Photographer is directed by John Dietz. The original music is by Archie Blyer, and the program features Miss Jan Miner as Anne and John Gibson as Ethelbert. Herman Chittison is the Blue Note pianist. This is Tony Marvin saying goodnight for the Anchor Hocking Glass Corporation of Lancaster, Ohio, with offices in all principal cities of the United States and Canada. Thursday night on CBS is the biggest show in town. So stay tuned for exciting dramatizations on Reader's Digest Radio Edition, which follows immediately over most of these stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Call, Main and Venice Boulevard. Main and Venice.
5621, starting mileage 11,930. 11930.
1 to 56, mileage 11,930. 6:08 p.m. Detective Unit 56 in service on the night watch.
This is Don Reed, police recorder. You're riding in a detective unit. Radio buried in glove compartment. Both of us in civilian clothes. No identification as a police car. Driving? Sergeant Ron Perkins. This is Detective Unit 56. Now, while you're with us tonight...
5621.
56, go ahead.
56, will you notify Madlock and Southwick in burglary? And when they're clear and ready to pick up that burglary suspect, we'll roll with them. We'll be on the air until then.
5610-4, we'll notify. 56, car 42 is on an inlater call. We're unable to contact them. 3918 Burley Lane, will you follow up?
56, roger.
We'll roll on that inlater call, and we're standing by on a burglary deal. So we could be pretty busy tonight. But as I was saying, while you're with us, remember, the people you meet are not actors. You see, this is it. This is real. This is Night Watch.
Night Watch, the actual on-the-scene report of your police force in action. Every voice, every sound is authentic. Wherever Detective Unit 56 is called, you follow as the official police recorder transcribes the investigations. Night Watch is presented by CBS to the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California. W.N. Hildebrand, Chief. We transfer you now to Detective Unit 56, operating somewhere in the field, and to police recorder Don Reed.
Following up now on that inlater call. Radio car across the street. In front, a respirator truck from the fire department. Fireman from the rescue squad on the radio.
Fire rescue dispatch report. This case on Hannum is a polio case, a 5-year-old child. We're going to stand by the Rancho Los Alamos is notified, and the ambulance has been dispatched on this case. We'll notify you by phone.
Let's move into the house. Uniformed Officer Al George in the doorway here.
Yes, sir. It's a little girl about 5, and it hit her in the lungs. And the rescue squad is respirator working on her.
Is that her mother over there with her?
Yeah, we have an iron lung rolling from the general hospital, and they should be here before long.
Okay, let's go in and stand by. Into the front room. A youngster lying on blanket on the table. Blonde, tiny. Fireman on either side. One applying oxygen mask. Other handling equipment. Mother standing over child, outwardly calm. Anxiety written on her face. Doctor standing by.
Breathe with it. Breathe with it. Breathe with it. That's my girl.
In reality, we're using the inhalator, not the respirator, since the child is breathing partially on her own. Actually, this mask over the face just gives her a helping hand.
I know it's hard, sweetheart. I know it's hard. That ambulance should be here any minute now, baby. Yeah, they'll make a big siren noise. She does it, baby.
It's getting down pretty low.
Changing oxygen cylinders. Mask off temporarily.
I'm going up another chance, Bill.
Nothing back, sweetheart.
Trying to
Open wide.
get the new one on.
Open wide, baby.
Step take the airways, Bill. Push that mask, Bill.
There we are. Mask on again.
Yeah, turn it up. Yeah, Bill. Yeah, turn it up to high. She seems to be responding to this oxygen. You see the color coming back?
Yeah, much better.
Yeah, she's responding to it. Come on, honey, now, a real deep breath here. As much of this as you can.
Let's hope that's the iron lung.
That's not the ambulance. Is that the ambulance yet?
Checking out the window. Ambulance with iron lung. Wheeling in the stretcher. We'll move the portable inhalator out to the ambulance and put the child in the iron lung.
Are you ready to move her?
Are they all set?
Right on the blanket here.
Okay.
All right.
Moving out the door. Motor of the iron lung working. Child being placed in the lung. Mother sitting alongside. Notice that mother, how calm she was, Perk? Yeah, probably that control saved the youngster's life.
Unit 40 clear. 5-6 code 1. Unit 5. Are you on the air?
5-6. Roger, go ahead.
1 to 5-6. Will you 1019 to the burglary detail?
5-6, check. We'll be in the station about 10 minutes.
What you have just heard was real. That iron lung, that child, that happened on the night watch. Your dimes and dollars are needed in the fight against infantile paralysis. $64 million to be exact. A dime today is a newspaper, a candy bar, or enough electricity to keep an iron lung breathing for 4 hours. Give to the March of Dimes today. And now we switch you back to Detective Unit 5-6. somewhere in the field and to the official police recorder, Don Reed.
It's almost midnight, and we're en route to pick up a burglary suspect. It's been almost an hour's run out to this outlying district. We've been delayed because of a heavy fog that's lying up next to the mountains. We're on the right street now, so it's just be a matter of seconds. In the back seat, Madlock and Southwick from burglary. Adjusting equipment. Must be the one on the right.
I'm going to go back with just a little bit.
Numbers on the curb checks. We'll drive by a couple of houses, and we'll walk back in the dark.
You want to take the front? We can now cover the rear.
Suspect's house. Small bungalow, rear of lot. Fog's thick. Cut down the visibility. Detective Southwick, Perkins, covering the rear. We'll go to the front. Young woman, probably wife of suspect, standing behind door, whispering.
Yes, okay. I'd like to come in and look around.
Is anything important?
Very important.
What is it?
I'd like to talk to your husband about it.
I'll be here tomorrow for sure, I know, because he promised to put me out. I'm sure you'll
Wife, nervous, whispering. Husband not home. Perkins, Southwick around the building.
One inside him.
Where'd you find him?
Come out the rear window. If you didn't think you were hot, how come you tried to beat it out of the window when we identified ourselves as police officers?
Well, I thought it was a traffic ticket. I thought, I didn't want to go to court. I wanted to find out what it was about.
That's the way to do it, boy. It's a pretty silly thing to do. I need to tell the officer's not here. I'm standing in the back
Well,
of
I
the gun.
told her to. Well, I thought it was for a traffic ticket. Well, I thought it was about.
He'd have turned one way and ran. That would have been it.
Well, what is it?
Well, as of now, you're under arrest on suspicion of burglary.
Burglary? Where?
Are you one of the boys that had tried to pass the check down at the bank the other day?
No.
Your car was identified.
Well, it wasn't me.
Well, you're going to have to go with us back to Culver City. Then you're on your own. I'll take him, Wade. Why don't you guys shake his car down out there in the driveway?
Flashlights out. In the front, back seat. Checking the glove compartment. What do you know? A gun.
What gun? Another one of those. Well, it's a good little thing to have now, isn't it? A mean-looking weapon. I wish we could find just one of those checks, though. No. It was $2,600 worth. Only about $500-600 in cash.
Under seat. Crowbar. Burglary tools.
Everything will go right with it. Keep that. I think we'll keep that. Might be able to come up with a little evidence where he forced the door. Get the gun?
Well, gun, tools, prisoner in custody. Yeah, it's going to be a long ride back. Next up, police headquarters. We're in the Detective Bureau. In custody, a burglary suspect. Our evidence. The suspect, along with his car, has been identified when he attempted to cash checks taken from a service station that was broken into. Southwick, Madlock, burglary detail. Handle any questioning.
So we bought a house here in French.
Where do you have a bank account?
I don't have them. I'm not allowed to have one.
Does your wife have a bank account?
She can't have one either. We're both on parole.
Both on parole. What for?
Forgery.
Do you want to tell us anything, or do you want us to lay it before you?
Well, I want you to tell me what it's supposed to be in here for.
We had a burglary in our town. We had $2,600 in checks, $600 in cash taken. Somebody attempted to cash one of the checks. Then went out and got into your car. 4 different witnesses saw him.
You pull a burglary? I didn't pull no burglary.
You know who did?
No. You take a lie detector examination? A what?
A lie detector examination? Do you object to taking one?
I don't know.
What?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah.
Tell them the truth, you got nothing to worry about.
Right.
Tell them a lie, well, you're going to have plenty to worry about, believe me. You've got plenty to worry about already.
I've had that told to me before, too. I've been hauling before for questioning.
Well, if you have anything else to say, why, you know where you stand, kiddo. Suspect agreed to a lie detector test. Being returned to the detention room. Let's move across the hall where the equipment is kept. Officer Chuck Sarlo works the lab. Lie detector's new to the department. Chuck, I guess Wick told you they were bringing in that burglary suspect. Well, I've seen a couple of these work. But this guy is a real cocksure of himself. How are you going to work this deal with him?
Don, I have a number of questions here, which some are non-crucial, some are crucial. And we will ask him the non-crucial questions first to establish his norm. And after we find out his norm, we will ask him the so-called $64 questions. Now, to name some of the non-crucial questions, questions that we know the answer to. Are you married? And we know he's married because his wife called and he admitted he's married. And do you own a 52 Mercury, blue in color? And I talked to the suspect. He agrees that he owns a 52 Mercury, blue in color. And were you ever arrested for forgery? Well, he's agreed that he has been arrested for forgery, and we know he has, and he's also spent some time in jail for forgery. And are you wearing a white T-shirt? Are you now wearing a white T-shirt? And having just talked to him, I observed that he was wearing a white T-shirt. Now, these questions may seem foolish to the naive person. However, they're not. And the questions are merely to indicate what his norm is, what he would normally answer to truthful questions. And the history of lie detection, for instance, the Chinese found years ago that if you they questioned a number of suspects by giving them a mouthful of rice, they would have them chew this rice for 5 minutes. And each suspect, at the end of 5 minutes, was allowed to spit the rice on top of a table and examined for its moisture content. And the guilty suspect, internal secretions were less, and he was, of course, found guilty. They knew then, for instance, thousands of years ago, that there were physiological changes which occur in the human body when people lie. And this machine is even more sensitive, and also there's an involuntary motion frequently of the hands or the feet, or a loss of direct contact by the eyes. Incidentally, this is not a lie response, it's an emotional response, which is a physiological change, and in particular recorded in the individual when he lied, measures an electrical dermal response, which is when you perspire slightly more when you lie.
Chuck, if you're ready, we've got the suspect out here.
I'm ready whenever you are.
Ready?
Yeah.
Okay, let's bring him in. Suspect leaning outside the door. Strolling in the house. Casually, hands in pockets. Witnesses, Madlock, Southwick from burglary. Lieutenant Conlon, Sergeant Perkins. Suspect calm, unperturbed.
Take this test. No. Sorry with me. As long as I don't have no needles or anything stuck in you.
You're not going to have any needles stuck in you. There's no
pain. There's no physical torture. There's nothing to this. You won't be shocked. There'll be no electricity put into your hand. There'll be certain attachments that have to be placed on.
Except for the intricate mechanism behind this, it appears similar to the attachment used by a doctor taking blood pressure.
I'm going to ask you these non-crucial questions first. To determine your norm on this indicator, I know you're nervous, anybody would be who's taking this test, and this machine will make allowances for your nervous system. And first question, did you eat today?
Yes.
And are you... Now, are you married?
Yes.
Do you own a 52 Merc, blue in color?
Yes.
Normal questions. Machine regulated. Meter ready.
These are all questions that we know the answer to. You understand that, right? Were you ever arrested for forgery?
Yes.
60 for his normal reaction.
Now, are you now wearing a white T-shirt?
Yes.
Normal.
Okay. And have you served time for forgery?
Yes.
Normal.
And are you now on probation?
No, parole.
Parole.
Officer Sarlo writing this down.
Okay, now just relax. Now, all subsequent questions will be regarding the crime itself. And only the suspect who is guilty or has knowledge of the crime will actually show on the machine. Now, did you ever case, you know what I mean by case this gas station prior to committing this safe burglary job?
No.
Okay.
Needle jumped about 110.
Did you enter the gas station through the rear door and then through the window?
No.
Just not in question. What's the answer now?
No.
No. Did you pile tires around the safe in order to hide your activity there?
No.
Do you recognize the top of the safe? This is the top of the safe here now. Do you recognize it?
No.
Showing him the picture.
You make those marks shown on the top of the safe.
All the crucial questions answered thus far in the lie column.
Make those marks shown on the top of the safe.
No.
Did you break open the safe at this gas station yourself?
No.
Did any of your friends break it open?
No.
You know who did break open the safe at this gas station?
No.
I have to look at this machine when I answer that question. Mr. Rochford.
Suspect will watch his own reaction this time.
Do you know anyone who did break open the safe?
No.
Speak up.
No.
You don't know anyone who broke open the safe?
No.
Did you break it open?
No.
Reaction. Twice normal. Expression the same.
Did you ever try to cash any checks that were stolen from this safe job?
No.
Have you been contacted by friends who were in camp with you or jail for the purpose of participating in other criminal jobs?
I was at one time. That was when I first got out. They're in San Quentin now.
Truth again.
Does your wife have any knowledge about the burglary or about the checks?
No.
Do you have any checks hidden at your house?
No.
All the no answers bouncing on the wrong side.
Slow down a little bit. Relax a little bit. I'll ask you that question again. Do you have any checks hidden at your house anyplace?
No.
Same reaction.
You ever hold up anybody with that gun in the front of your car?
No. I've only had the gun a week.
What did you buy the gun for?
For target practice. It's been used only in the backyard and in the house.
That's showing a true
Let me ask you
reaction.
2 more questions here to sum up. And that way, find whether or not you've told the truth regarding all previous questions and answers, and give you a chance to relax and think about it before you answer these questions. First question is, have you told the detectives the complete truth regarding this burglary?
Yes.
Back to the other side again.
Have you told the complete truth here to me on a test?
Yes.
You know, fella, in court, this lie detector test won't prove you're guilty. But you know you're guilty, and we know you're guilty. When we get through showing you to the people that saw you in that bank, I've got a hunch the DA will go along with it, too. I'll take him back and book him on suspicion of burglary, Lieutenant, if you're through with him. Yeah. Okay, you're on your way out. Let's go.
What you have just heard is real. Recorded as it actually happened on The Night Watch. We switch you now to headquarters and the office of the Chief of Police, W.N. Hildebrand.
Tonight's first case, in which our units assisted the fire department on an interletter call, shows just one of the many types of activities encountered by your police department that the public doesn't normally associate with police work. Incidentally, the youngster was placed in an iron lung and is now well on her way to recovery. Now for tonight's burglary investigation. In real life, things many times fail to go according to plan. Although the officers were convinced this suspect was guilty of the burglary, and the lie detector test backed up this opinion, still, they were unable to gather enough court evidence to hold this suspect on the charge. Consequently, he was released 2 days later. But the investigating officers were not about to give up. They were sure if he could be kept under observation, it would be just a matter of time until he went back to the crime of burglary. Officers of his local community were alerted and supplied with the complete data and MO, method of operation, of the suspect. 3 days of stakeouts, and he was caught dead to rights in the act of another burglary. This time he did not escape. Tonight, as you have followed Detective Unit 5-6, I am sure you have observed no department can operate independently. It must have full cooperation of the citizens as well as the other police departments throughout the area. If we have pointed this out tonight, then we have a meaning for Night Watch.
Thank you, Chief Hildebrand. You have been following Detective Unit 5-6 on its tour of duty on The Night Watch. Every voice, every sound has been real. Night Watch is brought to you through the cooperation of the Police Department of Culver City, California, with technical advice by Sergeant Ron Perkins, and is described in the field by the official police recorder, Don Reed. Night Watch is produced for CBS Radio by Sterling Tracy and Jim Hadlock.
For a moment and listen to me.
I could try.
Thank you.
You see, Vance, you never know the things you can do until you try. What am I to listen to?
At the moment, a bit of thinking aloud. Markham phoned and asked me to wait for him in my office.
Right.
Why?
I don't know. It can't be a murder case, or the eminent district attorney would have asked you to meet him at the scene of the crime. Say, who's doing this thinking aloud, you or me?
Both of us. Markham said he was going to bring someone with him. Now, who could that be, and why?
Well, it could be anyone, and for almost any reason.
Ellen.
I know. Go back to my typing.
I'd like to make a wager with you. I'll bet I come closer to guessing the purpose of the district attorney's visit than you will.
Vance, If I bet against your guessing or your reasoning, you'd have the only full-time secretary with no pay on record.
Oh, there, you two.
Oh, hello, Mr. Markham.
Come in, Doris.
Welcome, Markham. And an extra special welcome to your lovely companion.
Miss Danell, may I present Philo Vance and Ellen Deering?
How do you do? How do you do?
How do you do? Come into my private office, Markham.
Thanks, we will. Come along, Miss Danell.
Mm-hmm.
Go right in, Miss Danell.
Thank you.
Markham.
Thanks.
Oh, Miss Deering.
Yes, Mr. Vance.
You should have made that wager. I've never been further off base in my life.
Now he tells me.
Well, I'm delighted to see you, Markham. And I hope I know why you're here.
Well, I'm not sure myself whether I should have come, Vance. This isn't exactly in your line.
I'm a private investigator. What's the trouble? Isn't this private?
Yes, it most certainly is. Vance, Doris Danell is the star of the play at the King's Theater.
Let me tell him, Mr. Markham, please. Mr. Vance, I received this note this afternoon. It worried me. I brought it to the district attorney's office because I thought that was the thing to do. Here it is. Will you read it, please?
You read it to me, Miss Danell. What does it say besides threatening you with death?
But you haven't seen it yet. How did you know?
You're upset, Miss Danell. Nothing else would account for it. What else does it say?
It says, if you play your role in the theater tomorrow night, you will be dead before morning. And that's all, Mr. Vance.
That's enough, I'd say. So the note threatens you if you go on tomorrow night, not tonight. Might be the work of a crank, but I don't think we can afford to take that chance.
I can't, I'll tell you that.
Do something for me, Miss Danell. If you receive any further communication, please mention it to no one. Now, that's important. I imagine you're not going on tomorrow night.
Mighty good imagining, Mr. Vance. I definitely am not. I don't mind taking chances, but when I do, I just as soon it costs me money if I lose. Not my life.
Got bills to pay? Pay 'em. Got things to buy? Buy 'em. Want cash to do it? Then call Beneficial Finance and get that big okay.
Get that big okay at Beneficial. Get that big okay for cash today. Just pick up your phone and make a call for cash. The Beneficial way into Swire's way. The right way too. When you want cash, here's the thing to do. Get that big okay at Beneficial. Get that big okay.
You pick the terms, you pick the payments.
Get that big okay.
Beneficial Finance Company.
Yes, who is it?
It's Betty Wheeler, Miss Danell. May I come in?
Sure, come on.
You wanted to see me.
Badly. Betty, how long have you been my understudy?
About 3 months, I'd say.
And you've never had a chance to go on?
No.
Well, you've got one now. Here, throw this towel in the laundry bag. The one hanging on the door. Catch.
Is this your laundry bag?
It isn't anything Santa Claus is waiting to pick up. Just the laundryman. And he won't be here for 2 days. Well, what about tomorrow night? Do you want to go on for me?
Do I? Playing the lead on Broadway opposite Jack Aldridge. Oh, I can hardly believe it. But may I ask one favor?
Sure, kid. What?
May I use your room?
Why not?
I've never used the star's dressing room.
The joint's yours for tomorrow night. Take it with all the trimmings. Yes?
Decent, Doris?
Sure. Come on in, Peters. As if there was a way of keeping a company manager out of the dressing room.
Hi, Doris. Hello, Betty. What's going on here?
Hello,
Convention?
Mr. Peters. Have you heard I'm going on for Miss Danell tomorrow night?
Huh? What's the matter, Doris? Don't you feel good?
I feel fine, but I'd like to stay that way. I got a note threatening my life if I work tomorrow night.
What?
Maybe it's a gag, but I'm not taking any chances.
Just one performance?
That's all the note said. Peters, Betty here is your star for one night.
Well, this show is getting jinxed. I'm sure of it. First it's robbery, and now it's this threat.
What's this robbery routine? Somebody steal a bow?
Stealing a bow? Somebody stole the receipts from the office 2 nights ago. Over $4,000. And the cops are going crazy because they can't find any evidence of anybody breaking in.
Inside job, huh?
That's the way it looks. But that doesn't help this threat business any. Doris, you wouldn't...
No, I wouldn't.
That's what I thought.
Mr. Peters, are you in there?
That sounds like our director. Yeah, come on in, Hartley.
Good evening, Mr. Mayo. Miss Wheeler.
Good evening, Mr. Hartley.
Peters, they told me you were in here.
That was very nice of them.
And you found my dressing room without trouble. Well, the director of our show has a sense of direction. Hey, I'm starting to feel better already.
Miss A&L, can't we go somewhere and talk? There are so many things I want to ask you.
Well, there's one thing I want to tell you. Don't get used to the way Jack Aldridge makes love to you on stage. He's mine. On stage, and what's more important, off.
Oh, of course, Miss A&L. I know that.
Well, what are you standing there like that for, Hartley? You're supposed to have come in here to see me. What about?
I did not want to interrupt the young ladies. I find their conversation very interesting.
I'll have a record of it made for you. Now, what do you want with me?
Please come outside, Peters, so we can talk.
Tell me in here.
I think it would be better for you if you came outside.
Okay, come on, I'm ready. Well, Hartley, what is it? It's on your mind.
Money, Peters. I need some money.
10 till payday?
Let's not fool Peters. I don't want any of that vaudeville money. I need dough. 1,000, maybe 1,500.
Who doesn't?
You are going to give it to me.
Am I? How do you know?
It isn't how I know, it's what I know. Shall I go into details?
Jack, I think I'm being a sap for believing that threatening note I got was on the level.
Maybe you're right, Doris. I just don't know. Nothing happened at tonight's performance.
It wasn't supposed to be tonight that anything happened. I worked a little with Betty Wheeler, and tomorrow night, maybe the understudy gets her big chance. Told her she could, but now I'm not so sure.
I'll miss you, honey, if you don't make it.
You might miss me permanently if I work tomorrow night. But I'm not sure yet that I won't go on. Something tells me maybe I ought to. Well, here's my apartment. And you've got to make the long walk to the next one all by yourself. Think you can make it?
I can make it this once. You're not nervous?
No, not a bit. If anybody bites me, I'll scream for you, and you can come and bite them back, okay?
Sure is. 2 more weeks and no more good nights, right?
Right. Just 2 weeks till the wedding.
Night, darling. Oh, you want an extra good morning kiss for the one we missed tonight.
Well, I'm kind of going to want you to pay that little debt, honey. Good night. What's the matter with this lock? Oh, it's not the lock, it's me. There. I'm so tired. Oh. Who can that be at this hour? Hello?
Miss Danielle, you got my note?
Yes. Who is this?
Never mind. You're going to be a smart girl and not go on tomorrow night, ain't you, Miss Danielle?
I don't know.
You better know. You better know for sure, too. On account of I wasn't kidding, sister. I meant it. You walk on stage tomorrow night, and you'll be carried out of your apartment the next day.
Hey, everybody. 20 minutes to rehearsal time. 20 minutes. On stage in 20 minutes. That's what we did for your understudy, Doris. Called a special rehearsal.
Where is Betty, Peters?
In your dressing room.
Oh.
She said she had an okay from you to use it.
That she did. Jack around?
I don't know. I haven't seen him.
Well, here's my room.
I saw Betty come in about a half hour ago. Wait, I'll knock. Hey, she couldn't have gone out, or I'd have seen her. Betty! Betty! Miss Wheeler!
Hey, Wheeler, open up! Peters, I never locked that door in my life.
Something's wrong here, Doris. Hey, somebody! Miller, Hartley, come on over here. Something's the matter in Doris's dressing room.
Doris.
Well, it isn't me, Jack. It's Betty Wheeler. She was using my room.
Oh, thank goodness. What's going on, Peters? I don't know. Wait a minute. I got a key to this dressing room.
Well, Betty took mine yesterday.
Miss Wheeler is in there. I saw her go in.
Thanks, Hartley. You're a big help. Yeah, here's the key.
Jack, darling, stay close to me. I think I'm getting scared.
Come on.
Betty. Good Lord.
Let me...
Get back, everybody! Everybody keep away from this room until the police get here. Betty Wheeler has been murdered.
This is her dressing room, Vance. Nothing has been touched, but the body has been removed.
So this is it, eh, Markham? No possible lead on the killer?
Nothing Sergeant Heath could find, Vance. You know about the robbery here a few nights ago?
When the night's receipts were taken?
Yes.
I know about it. Heath believes that was an inside job, doesn't he?
From what I understand, it had to be. No one broke in, and the receipts were missing, over $4,000.
That kind of money will be hard to trace. All small denomination bills. It would also make a pretty sizable package. I don't suppose that matters. What does matter most now is this murder.
Vance, do you think there's a connection between the murder and the robbery?
Possibly. Let me see. Doris Dennell received a note threatening her if she went on stage for tonight's performance. And then her understudy, Betty Wheeler, was murdered in Miss Dennell's dressing room.
What's that?
Sounds like a fire warning.
Fire! Everybody get out! There's a fire in the theater!
Everybody, Markham, includes us, I suppose.
Doesn't anything ever upset you or your routine, Vance?
Certainly. I was about to leave, wasn't I?
Neither of you gentlemen need leave. There is no fire.
I beg your pardon?
I'm Oscar Hartley, Mr. Vance. There is no fire.
Well, that's an absurd complication. Fire alarm, but no fire. Thank you very much, Mr. Hartley. Apparently you know Mr. Vance. I'm Markham, District Attorney.
Oh, how do you do?
Somebody set off the fire alarm, but there's no fire. Vance, what's going on here?
I haven't the slightest idea. Let's lock this dressing room, Markham. No one's been in here since the murder.
No, it's under guard until the police are able to go through it properly. But are we leaving, Vance?
Yes. We're of the theater now, Markham. And tradition, it seems, insists that the show must go on. Well, so must we.
Tonight, picture yourself in your easy chair, just taking it easy. And alongside, hot buttered popcorn. Nice. Popcorn is easy to make with a West Bend corn popper that's easy to buy at your Pennzoil station. Here's how. Drive in and buy 8 gallons of power-packed Pennzoil premium gasoline for faster starts in cold mornings and better performance anytime. You'll get Pennzoil premium at the price of regular. And to call attention to this savings, your Pennzoil dealer also offers you a $7.95 West Bend corn popper for just $4.95. It's a double savings. Pennzoil Premium and a West Bend corn popper. And to get you started, a bag of popcorn is included free. So stop today. Enjoy Pennzoil Performance and enjoy hot buttered popcorn tonight.
This is District Attorney Markham. The Backstage murder case began when Doris Dennell, stage star, received a note threatening her life if she played her role the following night. The threat came after the theater office had been robbed of $4,000 in small bills. Vance appeared at the theater after Betty Wheeler, Miss Dennell's understudy, had been murdered, and met Peters, company manager, and Oscar Hartley, director of the show. He has yet to meet Jack Aldridge, Miss Dennell's fiancé and leading man. I have just had a report that Peters, the company manager, is in his office with Doris Dennell. It's just about the time.
Look,
I don't want to hear any more about it, Doris. You're going on tonight. You've got to.
I can't, Peters. I just can't.
Can't? Why? Because of what happened to Betty?
Not only that. I can't tell you why. Mr. Vance told me not to.
What is all this? What's going on here?
Oh, all right, I'll tell you. I got a phone call last night. It warned me not to go on. Mr. Vance told me if I received another threat, I was to mention it to no one, and I haven't till now.
You told nobody?
Nobody but you, Peters, not even Jack.
Doris, you've got to go on. I'll fill Backstage with policemen if necessary, but you've got to go on.
Oh.
I can't refund the money for tonight's performance, and I'll have to if you don't work. We're in a financial jam as it is. What with that money being stolen?
I know, and I'm sorry, but I
Doris,
simply...
I know how you feel, and I'm sorry, too. But please, do this for me, for yourself, for the rest of the company. You've got to do it.
Hey, D.A., maybe I ought to take this murder room apart piece by piece. Maybe then I'd get a clue to who killed that Betty Wheeler.
Well, if you think that'll help, go ahead, Sergeant Heath.
Maybe that won't be necessary, Heath. Hello, Markham.
Oh, hello, Vance. Heath and I were just sitting here in the dressing room trying to reason out this Wheeler murder.
That's not a bad way of solving a murder, Markham. Heath, what's the status of this room? What's been done to it since the murder?
Nothing yet. Fingerprint man went over it, found nothing. I'm thinking of taking it apart.
Not a bad idea. What's this on the back of the door?
You mean the laundry bag?
No, I mean this tacked-up notice. Don't forget to turn out lights. Laundry will be picked up every Friday. That's tomorrow. Please leave key with doorman. Well, there's certainly nothing unusual about that. It's on every theater door in the country.
You know, Vance, I was thinking the murder of this Wheeler girl had something to do with a robbery in this theater.
I think it's the other way around, but I agree.
Well, you know something, Vance? If I could just find out who stole those receipts or where the money is, I'd be on the right track. I'm sure of that.
Oh, I know where the money is.
What?
You do, Vance? And who stole it?
I don't know who stole it or who murdered Miss Wheeler. But I repeat, I do know where the money is.
Well, where is the dough, Vance?
Right there in that laundry bag.
But you can't know that, Vance. You were only in this room once before, and then only for a few minutes, and I was with you all the time. I didn't see you look in that bag.
I haven't looked yet, but I see the sergeant is about to. Go ahead, Heath. Dump all that stuff on the floor.
Just what I'm doing. Holy mackerel. This packet. Is that the money, Vance?
Probably.
Hey, it is money. Lots of it.
Over $4,000, if I'm not mistaken.
Vance, any time you say anything from now on, I'll bet you're not mistaken. How would you know it was there?
Reasoning, Markham. The theater robbery we suspected was an inside job. In view of what followed, it seemed reasonable to me that the thief hid the money in this dressing room.
Why would he do that?
My guess is that he was almost caught. There's a night watchman at this theater. Maybe the thief saw him and knew he couldn't explain the package. Miss Daynell told me her dressing room was never locked. Everybody in the show must have known that.
So the thief, to avoid being seen, ducked into this dressing room.
That's right. He dropped the money in the laundry bag here, thinking he could pick it up the next day. But he couldn't get in here because Miss Daynell was using her dressing room.
And when she wasn't, there was somebody around. Her maid, her fiancé, actors, or somebody. So he couldn't get in here to take out the money.
He knew the laundry was to be removed tomorrow. And tonight was the last chance he had to get into this dressing room and get back the money he'd stolen.
Go ahead, Markham. You're doing fine.
Thank you. First, he threatened Miss Daynell. But he found that didn't work because Miss Wheeler was using this room.
That's right, Markham. And when he learned Miss Wheeler intended to use this dressing room tonight, he tried to get in here this afternoon. Only Miss Wheeler caught him. He had to kill her. But he still had no chance to get the money out. Later, he tried to get us out of the room with that fake fire. But that didn't work either.
Yes, that certainly sounds reasonable, Vance.
It's what happened, Markham, I'm sure. Let's not say anything about finding this money as a first step.
Toward finding the killer?
That's right. And, Markham, what a big step that's liable to be. I've questioned Jack Aldridge and Mr. Peters, Mr. Hartley, and I didn't want you to think I was slighting you in any way.
I know you had talked to them. I overheard you.
You did? How?
By the exceedingly simple process of putting my ear to the door. I just wanted to see how far Peters would go in indicting me. You see, he and I did not get on very well.
So I learned. But still, you direct every show he's connected with.
I'm a genius.
It's not the way I heard it. Apparently, you have a hold of some kind on Peters.
Very definitely. You see, many years ago, Mr. Peters happened to take some money out of a theater safe. The producer caught him. Peters was allowed to put the money back when he swore it was his first offense and would never happen again, so nobody was hurt, nor any the wiser.
Except you.
Oh, I had to know. You see, I was the producer.
It's an hour before curtain time, Vance. Aren't you going to the theater to watch Doris Daynell if you decide she is to go on?
Probably. And you're going with me, Miss Deering.
Well, good. You think I might have time to hop off home and don some gayer raiment?
Yes, if you like. I thought I'd...
Vance, you've got to come to the theater now.
Sit down, Aldrich. Relax. What's the trouble?
Doris received another threat. A phone call last night. The murderer insists that she doesn't go on and that there be no performance tonight.
No cause for your excitement, Aldrich.
No cause for excitement. After what's happening in our theater, I love that girl, Vance, and all this is making a wreck of her. She says she'll go on if you tell her to, but you can't take a chance with her life. I'm sure the murderer intends to strike again.
That sounds like a line out of a play. But very well, Aldrich, I'll go. I'm sorry, Ellen. You won't have to bother about changing your dress. I'm going to see a murderer about changing his mind.
I'm so glad you're here, Vance. When you're around, I feel much safer.
That's hardly a tribute to my romantic people, but I like it, Miss Daynell. I'm just taking a little inventory. How many phone calls did you receive?
Just one. The one in my room. Oh, Vance, I told Mr. Peters about the call. I had to. I was trying to tell him why I couldn't go on tonight.
You're going on, Doris, and you're going to be great.
But the man who murdered Betty and who threatened me, Vance, what about him?
Him? Oh, I know who he is, Miss Daynell. He probably thinks he's very clever. I'm going to let him make his second mistake.
Second? What was the first?
Thinking he was very clever. Sergeant Heath.
Right here, Vance. Can't see you very well in the dark, though.
Just keep your eyes straight ahead, Heath. There'll be a light showing any minute now.
Huh? A light?
A match or a flashlight. Match, probably. It doesn't attract as much attention and suits the purpose. You're sure everybody connected with this show thinks we haven't examined the late Miss Wheeler's dressing room?
Sure, I'm sure. I practically announced it to two cops so that everybody could hear. Did a good job. Vance, on the corridor, a light to match.
That's what I expected.
Do I grab whoever's carrying it?
That's right.
I'd sure love to know who it is.
There goes the match in the dressing room, plus the man that's carrying it. Go get him, Heath, and get a look at him yourself. I promise you a great surprise.
When you want cash to clean up bills, buy things, make home improvements, you name it, just call Beneficial Finance. You pick the terms, you pick the payments. So call Beneficial and get that big okay. Beneficial Finance Company.
How long will you be getting dressed?
Not long. What's the hurry? Won't they hold up the show till we get there? Well, Vance, how do I look?
As interesting as an unsolved murder.
As soon as I find out if I like that, I'll thank you. And speaking of unsolved murders, let's talk about one you solved. The Backstage murder case. I understand from Mr. Markham that you had everything in the case all figured as you went along. How'd you know?
Trade secret.
That's trade secrets. I'll tell you why I like going out with you, and you tell me how you knew the murderer.
Deal. You know all about the robbery of the theater safe and its association with the murder of Betty Wheeler?
Yes, of course.
Your turn.
Well, I like going out with you because I never know what you're going to do or say next. Your turn. Just a second. Seems to me that I understood Doris Daynell got a phone call from the murderer several nights ago, just a few seconds after she'd said goodnight to a fiancé. Now, how could the murderer have been Jack Aldrich?
Very easily. He needed only a few seconds to go into his apartment and call Doris to threaten her. Well, I'm waiting, Ellen.
Oh, let's see. I like going out with you because you're so different. Now, another question. How did you know it was Aldrich?
Good question. When he came breaking into our office last evening, he seemed terribly distressed about the phone call his fiancée had received.
Mm-hmm.
He wasn't supposed to know anything about that phone call. Doris didn't tell him. Peters, whom she told, didn't tell him.
So?
So the only way he could have known about it is if he made the call.
So he made it. Now it's my turn to say something nice to you, isn't it?
Mm-hmm.
Well, let's see now.
Well, is it that difficult?
No, I've got it. I like going out with you on account of most of all, I like going out with you.
A little repetitious, but very flattering repetition. Well, that's about all there was. Of course, while I knew his identity, I couldn't prove it. So I set the stage for Aldrich to steal back the money he had hidden in Doris Daynell's laundry bag. He tried to, and Sergeant Heath took care of him.
I'm glad.
That Sergeant Heath took care of Aldrich?
That and the fact that you were right again, and that we're going out, and that you're you, and that I'm me, and most of all, I'm...
What?
Glad.
Yes?
That this is the end of the Backstage murder case.
Calling all detectives. Antique Egyptian jewels, broken pottery, and a fabric design. Those are the exhibits on this page from my casebook. The casebook of Jerry Browning, private detective. In my years as a private detective, I, Jerry Browning, have seen people try to steal everything from a railroad to some broken hunks of pottery. I stood alongside Clifford Beamish, curator of the Wentworth Museum, watched while a couple of attendants swept up the fragments of a glass display case. Up to an hour ago, that case had held a tablet inscribed with Egyptian hieroglyphics.
Mr. Browning, this is the second theft in a week. Last Thursday, the Egyptian Hyksos jewels disappeared, and now we've lost the Ankh Mem tablet writings.
Well, what do the missing items look like, and what were they worth? Beamish handed me a catalog.
You'll find complete descriptions here. As to value, the Hyksos jewels are appraised at $4,000. The Ankh Mem tablet at only $700.
I leafed through the catalog. Where could a thief unload stuff like that, Mr. Beamish? Beamish shrugged.
The jewels are semi-precious, valuable only for their antiquity. The tablet is worthless, except to a scholar.
Those items are unsaleable. We left the gallery and walked on into Beamish's office. There was a tall, weedy-looking youth sitting at a desk. Beamish introduced him as Gordon Wentworth, grandson of the museum's founder. Wentworth brightened when he heard I was a detective. Have you any theory about the theft? I said no, it was too soon for theories. Wentworth looked disappointed and wandered off. A couple of minutes later, while Beamish was writing out a retainer check for me, Beamish and I dashed out. We found a crowd around still another shattered display case. I saw Wentworth bend over the case, then straighten up again. Browning, our primitive pottery shards are missing. The thief has struck again. While I was being hired to investigate thefts at a museum, another display case was smashed and some pottery fragments stolen. I wanted to have the entire gallery roped off and all visitors in it searched. Neither Beamish nor Wentworth would permit it. Back in the curator's office, gentlemen, I think we're up against a vandal of some kind. The museum needs police protection. Both Wentworth and Beamish looked terrified. Rather than have that sort of publicity, they were prepared to accept the losses. And since the Wentworth Museum was a privately endowed institution, they were well within their rights. I walked out of there muttering to myself about people who hire a detective and then won't take his advice. About all I could do was hang around the place and hope to catch the thief red-handed on his next attempt. Except that there was no next attempt. After the business of the pottery shards, the theft simply stopped. By then, I'd been around the museum long enough to recognize most of the regular visitors. There were two of them who stood out from the rest. The first was a man who sat hours at a time on a portable canvas stool and copied picture graphs, figures, and hieroglyphics in the Egyptian gallery.
I am Henri Dubois. It is I who create the exclusive Dubois fabric prints, and it is this room I thank for my inspiration, no?
I agreed that the gallery was very inspiring. Dubois was deft and fast. His skillful fingers could easily have made off with the vanished exhibits, and the camp stool he lugged around could conceal jewels in its folds, or a tablet, or even broken pottery pieces. My number 2 suspect also hung around the Egypt room. His name was Khalik, a gentleman from Memphis, Egypt.
I come from a district close on the ruins of the ancient Memphian civilization. For me to visit here is like spending a happy afternoon with my venerable ancestors.
I remembered movies in which small, swarthy men like Khalik would go to any lengths to restore missing treasures to the tombs of their ancestors. I shook myself. The Egyptian gallery was giving me the creeps. I went on outside and lit a nice, modern cigarette. After a while, I made up my mind about what I needed to do. Beamish and Wentworth were in the curator's office. I gave it to them flatly. Gentlemen, with the restrictions you place on me, there isn't anything I can do except quit the case. They both looked a little relieved. Beamish mumbled that he expected no refund from me, and Wentworth shook my hand.
Enjoyed meeting you, Browning. I'll look you up when I get back.
Fine. Where are you going? Wentworth was casual about it.
Little digging in Egypt.
Beamish wasn't satisfied to let it go at that.
Gordon is too modest. He's a fine archaeologist. If it weren't for his expeditions and brilliant discoveries, the museum would languish. But thanks to Gordon and his finds, we never lack for financial support.
Wentworth looked embarrassed.
Being an archaeologist is just a job, Mr. Browning, like being a detective.
I grinned at them, said I hoped the missing stuff would turn up somehow, sometime, and walked out. But I didn't leave the museum. Instead, I went on down to the basement, prowled around until I found a wooden crate marked Wentworth Expedition, Cairo, Egypt. This was obviously the equipment Gordon Wentworth intended to take along with him. I picked up an iron bar and... I was so absorbed in forcing a slat off the crate that I didn't hear the footsteps behind me until it was almost too late. I started to turn and took the blackjack blow on my shoulder instead of my head. After that,
I had no more trouble with Mr. Wentworth. Picked him up, carried him upstairs, dumped him into a chair in front of the astonished Beamish. Here's your thief, Mr. Beamish, Gordon Wentworth. That case downstairs is loaded with Egyptian stuff that he meant to take along with him, and salt in his digging. You'll find your missing jewels and tablet and pottery shards in there, along with uncatalogued stuff that he lifted, to prove what a fine archaeologist he is. Well, Wentworth confessed after he came to that he'd been stealing from his own museum to maintain financial support for it, and incidentally for his own job. The thing never was made public. Wentworth resigned from the Board of Trustees and as archaeologist for the museum, which changed its name to the Orient Museum. As for my two suspects, Khalik the Egyptian gave the reorganized museum $1 million for a really big-time expedition, while Dubois created a print he called Orient Romance and made the museum the most popular place in town. Like I said, the more nearly worthless a theft appears to be, the easier it is to find the one person to whom it can have any possible value. Listen next time to Calling All Detectives, mystery drama, mystery quiz, and a chance for you to match wits with yours truly, Jerry Browning, private detective.
Get this and get it straight. Crime is a sucker's road, and those who travel it wind up in the gut of the prison of the grave. This time each carried a torch and each was burned by it. The heel, the hero worshiper, and the hard-bitten blonde. And all because of a woman already 2 days dead.
From the pen of Raymond Chandler, outstanding author of crime fiction, comes his most famous character in The Adventures of Philip Marlowe. In just a moment, tonight's story. But first, a message from the Ford Dealers of America.
Tonight, more than 110,000 enthusiastic motorists own new 1950 Fords. Here's what Donald L. Gibson, a pilot from Kansas City, says about his 50 Ford.
As a pilot, I'm naturally interested in engines, and that's why I bought a 50 Ford. That V8 really ticks along. And ticks is just the right word, because it's as smooth and quiet as the Swiss movement in a good watch. And it's not just the Ford engine that's fine. The ride is just like flying in smooth air, and the car handles like a dream. Anyone who's thinking of buying a new car should certainly take a check ride in the 50 Ford.
We Ford dealers are swamped with comments like that. But don't take anyone's word for this new 50 Ford. Prove it for yourself. Look up your nearest Ford dealer in the classified phone directory. Or perhaps you know him personally. He'll arrange a test drive in the 50 Ford. Test drive it for comfort, for power, for safety, and for the quietness which is its mark of quality. Yes, before you buy any car at any price, test drive the 50 Ford at your Ford dealers tomorrow.
Now, with Gerald Moore, starred as Philip Marlowe, we bring you tonight's exciting story, The Torch Carriers.
The 8 hours that had just slipped away had been a noisy assortment of big people with little troubles I hadn't wanted to help, and little people with big troubles I hadn't been able to help. So by the time it was all over and I was heading for home, a cozy, quiet cocktail lounge at the Wilshire Gardens Hotel seemed like a good idea. When I was there, up at the bar with one down and one to go, the strain that had been with me all day began to ease up. But even as I relaxed, the tension between the couple sitting at my left became more and more apparent. I looked down the bar. The girl was young, pretty, and obviously afraid of the little man with her, who had only asthma where a voice should have been.
Now, have I made myself clear?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Now, look, sister, Larry Sower doesn't go for people snooping after him, nothing. And neither do I. It gives me work to do that's sometimes rough on a party.
Brave boy. All right, little man, you've had your busy day.
Hey, take your hands off me.
As soon as you relax.
Okay, get your mitts on.
Now, gentlemen, please, no fighting. I can lose my license for it. Now, you leave at once.
Wait a minute, Baldy.
You heard him, Buster.
Okay. I said what I come to say anyhow.
Walter, stop playing.
You all right, miss?
Yes, thank you.
Are you sure? Would you like another drink?
No, thank you. I think I'll go back to my villa.
Oh, you're staying here at the Wilshire Garden?
Yes. Villa 12. It's just around the corner.
Maybe I better see you as far as the door. Little pal of yours might still be around.
Well, thank you.
It's all right. Come on.
This is really very nice of you, Mr.
Marlowe, Philip Marlowe. What about you?
What? Oh, Claire Osborne.
Well, now, look, Claire, I'm not trying to pry into your business, but in a way, people like Larry Salter are my business.
Larry Salter? How did you know about him?
Your little pal in the bar wasn't whispering.
Oh.
I'm a private detective, Claire, and I see a lot of people get in over their heads. Hate to see it happen to you. You know, these people play rough, usually for keeps. Maybe you better tell me about it, huh?
Well, this is my place.
Oh.
Mr. Marlowe, I'll be frank with you. A month ago, I got into a jam. It was an investment I'd made, some stock, a sure thing, I was told.
And they usually are.
Anyhow, the certificates weren't quite gilt-edged, and they took a dive, a deep one. And to protect myself, I needed more money, so I took a bracelet. I had a diamond one and got a loan on it.
From Larry Salter?
Yes, from Salter. A friend, a person I thought was a friend, recommended him to me.
So you cashed your bracelet, covered your investment, got your money back, and now you want the bracelet again, correct?
Yes, but Salter isn't around. He's hiding.
How do you know?
Well, I went to the club he runs up on the strip. I overheard it there.
Oh.
2 men spoke of him as being on an extended vacation for his health. Well, of course, I didn't believe that, so I went around the back, found the door open, and got into Salter's private office.
Maybe that in itself is a wonderful way to get into trouble deep.
Yes, I know, but I just had to find out where Salter could be located so I could pay him and get my bracelet back.
Huh.
Here, look, this paper.
Mm-hmm.
It was folded under Salter's memo pad. On one side it says, Madge, Gladstone 274. The last number's missing, torn off. And on the back, meet at 1010. Can this help us any?
Well, it might. But first, Claire, a couple of questions that might help even more. Who was that ersatz little Caesar who slapped you in there?
One of the men I overheard talking at Salter's club. He must have seen me and then followed me here.
That figures. Now, look, honey. You're scrambling awful hard for a $1,000 bracelet. What's the rest of it?
The rest of it? Well, you're out of your...
Honey.
Oh, what's use?
That's better.
I might just as well tell you. The bracelet isn't mine, Mr. Marlowe. It belongs to my aunt. I live with her in San Diego.
Oh, you borrowed it while she was away, maybe, huh?
Yes. Oh, please, I've learned my lesson. I only want to get that bracelet back now, Mr. Marlowe. Please, will you help me? I'll pay you anything.
Never mind that now.
Oh, please, I must know where Larry Salter is.
Okay, Claire. We'll try to find out, but on one condition, huh?
Which is what?
That you go inside, lock all doors and windows, sit next to the phone, and until you hear from me again, do absolutely nothing on your own. Agreed?
Oh, yes. Agreed, Mr. Marlowe. Thank you very much.
Maybe it was because the sweet young kid had the kind of voice you could still hear long after she was gone. You know, one of those lingering sounds, like the echo of a train whistle hanging on crisp early morning air. But when I was at a payphone, I stopped wondering and started dialing numbers prefixed Gladstone and followed by 274 and then in order 1, 2, 3 and so on until after no answer once, wisecrackers twice, and a babysitter who thought I was a masher from a high school, I finally scored at number 5. The answer took me to a dame named Madge Gilbert at a place called the Beekman Plaza. It wasn't the kind of place you'd go for Mother, and Madge Gilbert wasn't the kind of girl Mother would put up with. However, she must have been nice to look at once. And from the smile, pleasant to know.
Okay, Mr. Busy Guy, now that we're together, what is it?
Well, for one thing, the name's Kirby, and you can drop the fancy handle.
Uh-huh. And for another thing, Kirby?
I want to find Larry Salter, but quick.
Why?
Got a proposition for him.
He won't be interested. Sit down.
How can you tell? You don't know what it is.
No, but I do know what at the moment Larry is.
Yeah?
And in 3 letters, my friend, the word is sad. He lost his lady love. Drink?
No, thanks. What do you mean his lady love? I heard that you and Larry...
Never mind what you heard. All that used to be. The pre-Janice trial period.
The sad comes from Janice finding a better deal, maybe, huh?
No. She was killed. Automobile accident. Night before last.
Salter with her?
No, again. She was alone and drunk. And that's probably the way Larry is right now. A blind fool. Fill it up, will you?
Sure. Look, baby, Believe me, it won't put out the torch you're carrying.
Shut up. Sorry I brought the whole thing up. Now, what was that proposition you mentioned?
For Larry exclusively. Where is he?
The foundry on Cushing?
Where?
The foundry in East Los Angeles. Hey, wait a minute, Kirby. You seem kind of lost for a friend of Larry's.
Well, I'm just fuzzy on locations, that's all.
How about numbers? The address down there, what is it? Come on, fast.
1010. Unless it's been changed recently.
It hasn't. Okay, busy guy, you're still all right.
Thanks. And if you play it real close, I think you'll be, too. See you, Madge. Cushing Avenue in East Los Angeles is industrial, literally wrong side of the tracks and about as non-Hollywood as an honest day's work. And all the way there, I kept blessing the dumb luck that had made me answer 1010 for the address before I'd even had time to think. When I pulled up and parked away from the place, I hoped that luck would continue. Because ahead was the foundry, or what remained of it, and in no sense did it look like friendly territory. I found a metal staircase climbing from what had once been a loading ramp up to the yard foreman's office, where a single staring, unshielded light inside said that somebody was home. And when I'd quietly gone up those stairs, I saw through a glass door who that somebody was. Larry Salter, alone next to a telephone and pitching darts at a smiling face on a calendar across the wall that read January 1928. And I knocked with the barrel of my .38 on the dirty glass door. He told me to come in without looking up.
Make yourself at home, neighbor. Be with you in a minute. Aha! I did it. Her front tooth have been trying for that all night.
So glad you made it. Now, it won't be on your mind while we talk.
About what?
Bracelets.
Bracelets? Neighbor, this is an iron foundry. What you want is a jewelry shop.
Let's save each other a lot of time and level, huh? I'm a private detective named Marlowe, Salter, and at the moment working for Claire Osborne, who now has the price of a bracelet. Wants it back in a hurry. Do we do business?
No, we don't. And it's not because I don't like you, neighbor. But because, one, I never heard of any Claire Osborne. And two, bracelets are stuff for second-story men, which I am not. And three, you ought to get yourself a pair of sneakers, stupid. You've been followed all the way through the yard, up the stairs, and into this room.
An old gag, Salter.
No gag. So while you still can, you better put that gun away, because my boy Cover takes a strange delight in messing people up. Real bad.
You're bracketed, chum. You better drop it fast.
Yep.
That's better. Now, Marlowe, without any double talk about babes and bracelets, let's have it. You're one of Freeman Best's boys, aren't you? You think I had something to do with him getting knocked off in that ditch? You're here to square things away. That's it, isn't it?
No, I ain't gonna get your hands off me.
Okay, I won't touch you again. But that's more than I can say for Cover.
Yeah, lots more.
It was a toss-up whether Cover's gun on the side of my head or the side of my head on the floor had done the damage. But either way, it didn't seem to matter. Because I couldn't make it back any further than Larry Salter's voice. It sounded like it was coming from the bottom of the well. Even though I could see him talking into the telephone.
Okay, my place later. It's 8100 North Lucerne in Hollywood.
But then, I couldn't even see that anymore. Villa 12, please.
Yes, sir. One moment, please.
Hello?
Marlowe, Claire. Listen, I'm over in East Los Angeles.
Mr. Marlowe, did you find him? Do you know where Larry Salter is?
Yeah, I think so. 8100 North Lucerne. It's up in Hollywood near you. Now, listen, Claire, about the bracelet.
There is no bracelet.
What?
There was no trouble on the stock market and no loan made.
Why do you want to know where Solar is? What do you want from him?
His life. Goodbye, Mr. Marlowe.
Wait a minute, Claire. Claire, listen to me. Oh, my head. Oh.
I wouldn't try it,
What?
chum.
Hey, Culver, listen,
Shut up. You don't have to go no place until Larry Salter comes back and says so. Now relax, chum.
In just a moment, the second act of Philip Marlowe. But first, a brief message from the Ford Dealers of America.
Over 100,000 motorists are experiencing the engineering leadership built into the 50 Ford. As owners, they already know that it's the one fine car in the low-priced field, and it's personal experience that counts in buying a car. That's why the Ford Dealers of America are issuing this special invitation to test drive this new 50 Ford for yourself. In the classified phone directory, you'll find the name of your nearest Ford dealer. Perhaps you know him personally. He'll be delighted to arrange a test drive tomorrow. So get behind the wheel and test drive it for the comfort of its midship ride and its unmatched roominess. Test drive it for the power and quietness of the only V8 in the low-priced field, the kind of engine found in America's costliest cars, yet priced lower than 10 different six-cylinder cars. Test drive it for the safety of its own king-size brakes, largest in the low-priced field. Before you buy any car at any price, you'll find it to your advantage to test drive the 50 Ford at your Ford dealers tomorrow.
Now, with our star, Gerald Moore, we return to the second act of Philip Marlowe and tonight's story, The Torch Carriers.
I turned to the poker-faced Cobra and the 45, both staring at me from across 6 dusty feet of concrete floor that made the ancient East L.A. foundry seem colder and even more lonely.
You don't stay put so good, do you, sweetheart?
You're kind of heavy-handed with that gun, aren't you, Cobra?
You want to try again, sweetheart?
I'll pass. Standing here staring at each other is apt to get dull, don't you think?
That's entirely up to you, sweetheart. You bleed pretty.
You'd like that, wouldn't you, kid? Look, just so I don't get plugged by mistake, you better let me sit down before I fall down, huh?
Help yourself. Over there on that box, though, we keep me between you and the door. That's right. You're a good boy.
You got no idea. Hey, come on. How long do we play like this?
I'll tell you better when Orville the Squeak gets back.
What's Orville the Squeak?
She runs errands for Larry, like finding out what's phony about a certain young babe and her bracelets that don't exist.
So that's where the bird with the whiskey soprano fits. That's the way the punk operates, huh? Well, that way, Koval, we'll both die of old age before... Well, you hear that? Somebody moved downstairs. Maybe this is visitor's night in the old foundry.
Don't get your hopes up, sweetheart. Those live here. They're rats. They eat small dogs. And one thing more, Marlowe.
What's that for, punk?
Dropping your hands out of your lap where I couldn't see them. Don't try it again.
I'll put it on your bill. You know, Cobra, you're holding me here on Larry Salter's orders, and yet I'm the only one who knows what schedule I happened to him tonight.
Maybe you better tell me.
Sure. Only first I want to know something. What about the late Mr. Freeman Best?
Freeman was scum. Low, stinking scum. Nobody misses him. I mean nobody. And Larry didn't kill him, that's out.
But he was connected, wasn't he? And there was a girl named Janet Strow. How does she figure?
You better let that one set, sweetheart, for your own sake. Now let's have your end and fast. What's supposed to happen... Did you hear it?
Yeah, what? Don't tell me a tough boy like you gets jumpy.
Skip it. All right, give. Come on, wise boy. Jabber.
Look, Culver, won't do you any good. Anyway, I'm the only one who
Shut up. There was something.
Maybe your rats are big enough to wear shoes. Huh?
Shut up, I said. And sit right there or I'll blow you in two, and I mean it. Orville? Orville? Hey, Squeak. Is that you? Who's out there? Answer me!
As Culver edged out of the room, I felt along the side of the box I'd been sitting on for a jagged chunk of metal slag I'd spotted earlier. It was about the size of a baseball and heavy. I picked it up, then moved across to the opposite wall near the door.
You, get out of here. The boss is through with you. Now beat it.
I stepped out and saw Cobra standing at the head of the stairs, his back to me. I threw the lump of iron slag with everything I had. Caught him like a hammer between the shoulder blades. His head flew back, his fingers clawed at the air, and he pitched face first down the stairs. I caught a glimpse of a woman ducking out of sight behind the foundry furnace. It was Madge Gilbert.
You killed him, didn't you? Cobra's dead?
I don't know, and I don't care. What are you doing in this boarded-up rat trap?
There's nobody else here? Just us and Cobra?
Creepy number they call Oval. The squeakers do any minute.
That nasty little louse gives me the willies.
You made your bed, baby, but let's not get lost. What are you after in here?
Oh, I've been thinking plenty about that torch you're talking about. I decided if you carry the same old one long enough, you're bound to get burned.
Finally felt the heat, huh?
Yeah, plenty. So I came here looking for you. Or Larry.
Couldn't make up your mind.
Certainly. I wanted to tell Larry I was through with him.
He'd have beat you to it, but you found me, so?
Okay. But if Larry or the squeak come back after what I'm going to tell you, you got to help me get out of here. Larry'd kill me.
Okay, kid, let's have it.
You wanted to know about Janice Trout.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll tell you. She was beautiful. I'd be the first to admit it. A brunette like every woman wishes she was. And Larry fell for her. She took him away from me just like I'd been dead 10 years. Only she was rotten. Never once a clean thought in her twisted, dirty old brain.
So says the jealous lover.
Jealous? Sure, I was jealous at first. And just hurt and disgusted. She was double-crossing Larry every time he turned around, but there was nothing I could do. I tried to tell him...
So far, it's strictly stock, Madge.
Yeah. All but this. One time I made it stick. She borrowed Larry's car to take that slimy Freeman Best out for a ride in it. With extra laughs because it was Larry's car, mind you. And Freeman Best, in case you haven't heard...
I've heard.
Well, I got a lead that they were going to wind up at the Bridge Cafe. I made Larry take me out there to prove what I'd been telling him about Janice was true.
You proved it?
Sure. We waited for him at the bridge. They showed up all right, doing 90. She couldn't make the curve, and they hit the bridge railing. He killed them both.
Wait a minute. You're stretching, baby. Freeman Best's body was found 30 miles south.
Sure it was, because Larry couldn't bear the idea of Janice Trout being found with Freeman Best. He tried to protect her and keep everybody from finding out what a tramp she really was. He pulled Freeman's body out of the wreck and hauled it clear down to Long Beach and dumped it. I watched him do it.
And all this business is just to keep that secret about Janice Trout, huh?
Sure. Gee, can you imagine a love like that going to waste, huh? Why, even with her dead, even now, he won't as much as speak to me. I'm not so bad. I've tried and I've waited. But he won't drop it. So it's all yours, Kirby, and take it. I hope you put it right where it hurts him the most.
No dice, baby. Kirby was a stall. I'm Marlowe, private detective.
What? Gee, how cheap did I sell out anyway?
That depends. The only axe I'm grinding is for a girl named Claire Osborne. Ever hear of her?
No.
That's funny. For some reason, she hates Salter even more than you.
It's horrible. It's horrible.
You stay where you are.
I'm scared of him, Mom.
I'll pull his fangs. Just don't get absent-minded about which side you're on.
Hello, Orville.
Where's Larry?
I don't know. I've been waiting for him.
Where's Cover, then? I got something important.
Cover? Oh, why, he went out for a few minutes.
Yeah? I don't like this, sister. You in here all by yourself. Something's wrong. What is it? Come on, what's the matter?
Marlowe!
Hold it, Orville.
What? You. Why the gun?
Yes. What do you know about Claire Osborne?
I don't think I know the party.
Sure you do. A cute little brunette named Claire Osborne. I want the straight dope on her, and I want it now, not later.
Hey, go over. Hey, go
Answer
over.
my questions, you creep.
You won't get anything out of me. Larry will take care of both.
You jerk. Well, maybe there's something on that'll give me an answer without talking back.
Look, he always wrote things down in a little notebook. It's inside his jacket.
Yeah, you're right. Here it is. Let's see. Oh, sure, this is it. Claire Osborne arrived from San Diego last night by plane. Registered at Wilshire Gardens as Claire Osborne, but according to driver's license, her real name is... For Pete's sake, no wonder. I'll see you, kid. It took me 20 minutes to get from East L.A. over to Lucerne and another 5 to find the bleak white bungalow that belonged to Larry Salter. Its front windows were dark when I drove past it, parked on a side street, and walked back. But in the rear, one window showed a light. The screen door was open, so I eased myself into the service porch where I could see Salter sitting at a kitchen table. A look on his face of hurt defiance, like a small boy accused of something he hadn't done. I couldn't see who was facing him, but there was no mistaking the voice.
I love my sister.
It was Claire.
All my life, Janice was everything to me. And now she's dead, and you killed her. That's true, isn't it?
I've already told you once, kid, you're making a mistake.
Oh, no, I'm not. You're going to pay for my sister's death. No court will ever call it murder, but that's what it was. You did it just as surely as if you'd strangled her with your own hands. And now I'm going to get even for Janice.
Claire.
But, Marlowe, you crazy fool. Why did you come here?
Give me that gun, Claire.
I know you stay out of this. You can't stop me. Nobody can. Even if you shoot me, Marlowe, I'll kill him.
Now, listen to me. Before you start pulling that trigger, you better know all the facts. Everything Salter here has done since your sister's death has been to shield and protect what little she herself left of a good reputation. She turned bad, Claire.
You're lying.
No. What reason have I got to lie? I'm telling you this because it's true and I can prove it.
I don't believe you. You're trying to trick me.
It was your big sister who tricked you years ago. She was no good. She's that double-crossing dirty cheat who wouldn't shoot square for 5 minutes.
Stop it.
No, there's more. The night she died, she was two-timing Larry. But even in spite of that, he risked his neck to move the body of the other guy just so she wouldn't be found with the kind of cheap trash she'd been running around with. And do you know why? Because Larry Salter there loved your sister, loved her every bit as much as you did.
Loved her?
Yeah.
I know. No, this can't be true.
Yes, it's true, kid. All of it. I loved her, all right. It's just too bad that Janice went like she did.
Oh, Marlowe.
Okay, baby. The hard part's over. Come on. Give me the gun. You don't want to shoot anybody. Not now. Feel better now, Claire?
Yes, I'll be all right when I get used to a few new ideas.
Yeah.
What's going to happen to me now?
Well, that's pretty much up to you.
How do you mean?
The world spins like mad, honey. You have to keep up or get lost.
Like I was tonight.
Mm-hmm.
I was lost, Marlowe, terribly. Everything I had any faith in was gone.
Yeah, I know. That's because you had blind faith, Claire. You know, that's okay for kids, but you're a big girl now.
Oh, yes, I get it. From now on, it's me, on my own 2 feet, and my eyes wide open.
Well, take it easy, baby. It's fun to close them once in a while. After I dropped Claire off at her hotel, I remembered the drink I'd started out to get and left half finished on the bar. But it was too late now to stop anywhere, so I drove home and poured myself a nightcap in my own apartment. I carried it over to the window and looked out across the city at the endless miles of winking lights, each one a torch. Yeah, everybody carries a torch for something. Some for a love they can never have, an ideal that's out of reach, and some just for memory. Funny thing. So many dark corners get their only light from a torch that somebody carries.
Philip Marlowe will be back in just a moment. But first, here's a message from the Ford dealers of America.
More than 110,000 delighted motorists are already driving the new 50 Ford. Here's what Jack Farrell, hotel manager, says.
I did a lot of shopping around and chose Ford for styling. And I'm certainly glad because I found there's plenty of car beneath its beautiful body. There's plenty of power under the hood, too. And it's as comfortable as a high-priced car. I could go on for hours about the quietness, the economy, and the comfort of my car, but it all adds up to this. The 50 Ford's a mighty fine car to own.
We Ford dealers are not surprised that new owners rave about their 50 Fords. We've studied this new Ford from stem to stern. We know every detail of its 50 ways new for 50. But until you get behind the wheel, you won't be able to believe how good it is. That's the reason we want you to test drive the 50 Ford. The classified phone directory will give you the name of the nearest Ford dealer. Or perhaps you know him personally. Why don't you phone him tomorrow? Before you buy any car at any price, you owe it to yourself to test drive the 50 Ford.
Be sure and be with us again next week when Philip Marlowe says...
This time, everything that happened from the orange-haired man with a map past the oak with a pitchfork to the body at the covered bridge was wrong. Dead wrong.
The Adventures of Philip Marlowe, bringing you Raymond Chandler's most famous character, star Gerald Moore, are produced and directed by Norman MacDonald and are written for radio by Robert Mitchell and Gene Levitt. Featured in the cast were Sammy Hill, John Daner, Vivi Janis, Harry Bartell, Wilms Herbert, and Edgar Barrier. The special music is composed and conducted by Richard O'Ront. This is Roy Rowan speaking. Stay tuned now for Gangbusters, which follows immediately on most of these same CBS stations. This is CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Pepsi-Cola, P-E-P-S-I. That's your smartest cola buy. Pepsi-Cola presents Counterspy.
Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy. Washington calling David Harding, Counterspy.
Harding, Counterspy. Calling Washington.
United States Counterspy, especially appointed to investigate and combat the enemies of our country, both at home and abroad. Tonight, the case of a high-class hijacker. Another Counterspy report to the American people. Brought to you each Tuesday and Thursday by Pepsi-Cola.
Pepsi-Cola, hit the spot, 2 full glasses, that's a lot.
That's right, you heard what they said. 2 full glasses of sparkling Pepsi from one big 12-ounce bottle. You're getting an extra glassful. And what a delicious glassful. The most refreshing, delightful cola that ever tickled your taste. You can't top Pepsi's tangy flavor. And that big, big bottle saves you money, goes twice as far. Pepsi's America's big, big favorite, and America's biggest cola value. So why take less when Pepsi is best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember.
Why take less when Pepsi's best?
And now, to Counterspy. It is approaching midnight. On a dirt road at right angles to a paved, steeply graded highway in Tennessee, a dark blue sedan is parked. 2 men sit in the front seat, waiting. Suddenly, the silence of the night is broken by the roar of a trailer truck climbing the steep highway. The thin man in the sedan flicks away his cigarette.
Okay, Fatso, let's go.
the idea, you guys? Hijacker.
That's right. Keep your hands on the wheel and sit tight.
Corny, you know I ain't that fast.
Two of you, huh?
Yeah, my pal's kind of slow on his feet.
Always running, always running.
Get the complaints, pal. Okay, driver, outside and climb down.
What are you going to do with me?
Turn around, Junior.
Yeah, but...
Turn around. Okay, Fatso.
Did that neat, didn't I, Corny?
Drag him to the side of the road.
Always I get the heavy work.
Good for you, Fatso. Helps you reduce. Well, we can take these masks off now. He's in dreamland.
Glad to get it off. Suffocate a guy.
Fatso, you take the car. I'll follow in the truck.
Oh, Corny, let me take the truck. It's a long walk to the car, all uphill.
All of 50 feet. Scram, Fatso. Start walking.
Oh, always I got to walk.
Washington, from Counterspy Field Office, Central City. Truck operating in interstate commerce hijacked last night on Route 201, 20 miles north of Central City. Local authorities request Counterspy investigation on the basis of interstate federal nature of crime.
Joyce, the door. More guests arriving.
I'll get it, Mr. Midland.
Oh, never mind, Joyce. This is out of office hours. I'll play receptionist.
All right.
You see that our other guests have enough to drink.
Of course.
Hello, Mr. Midland. Hello, Cornelius. You're early. Yeah, it went like clockwork. Good. Go into the library. I'll get Joyce and we'll finish the paperwork.
Right.
Joyce. Oh, Joyce.
Yes, Mr. Midland.
I'm sorry, but a little business has come up.
Right away, Mr. Midland. You see, folks, that's what happens to a secretary when she attends the boss's party.
It won't take long, Joyce, in the library.
Yes, Mr. Midland.
Hello, Joyce.
Hello, Carney. I'll get my notebook, Mr. Midland.
Yes. A good haul, Corny?
Yeah, sure. Soap, detergents, toothpaste, candy, regular items. I had Fatso make up a list.
Let me have it, Corny. I'll copy it.
Joyce, check off any items that we don't buy from regular sources. We'll make out purchase orders tomorrow at the office.
Right.
Now, Corny, I'm opening up 2 new drugstores in our chain next week.
2? That'll make a total of 14 stores.
We're getting big. That means we've got to knock off more trucks to keep up with the demand in our stores.
Okay by me, Mr. Midland. The more trucks I knock off, the more dough I get.
That's right. Now...
Oh, Fort.
What's the matter, Joyce?
Oh, Fatso's handwriting. I can't read it.
Well, just try.
It's no use. I'll have to go out to the hideout myself and check this load.
All right.
I'll drive you out.
Tomorrow will do. But from here on in, Mr. Midland, I think we should check these trucks ourselves.
Always the efficient secretary, eh, Joyce?
I believe in doing a thing right.
Then we'll do it right. Corny, on the next load, we'll be out there to check.
What is the next load?
A tobacco shipment via the Valley Trucking Company 2 nights from now. You and Fatso knock it off, and then Joyce and I will check it off.
Attention, Counterspy Headquarters, Washington, from Counterspy Field Office, Central City. Valley Trucking Company, interstate concern, reports hijacking of $40,000 tobacco load. This is the second interstate hijacking out of 14 all told in this area during the last month. Local police urge Counterspy intervention in this case. Counterspy Photo Laboratory, Haley speaking.
Haley, this is Harding. What's the situation on those new mini cameras?
They're coming in fast, Mr. Harding, and they're beauties. Small, compact, and they turn out crystal clear prints and enlargement.
Wonderful. Well, get up here with one of those cameras right away. We've got a headache we may be able to use them on.
Statistical Department, Harding speaking. Send the modus operandi files on all hijackings for the last 2 years to my office as soon as you can. Chemical Division, this is Harding. Our data on black light and fluorescent pigments. Get it all together and bring it into my office. I'm going to have a problem for you technicians to solve.
Mr. Peters' office, Miss Trumbull speaking.
Miss Trumbull, where's Peters? I've been buzzing his private office. No answer.
Well, he went down to barber shop, Mr. Harding. I can get him for you.
Do it. Tell him I want to see him right away.
Hello, Chief. What's up? Why the rush?
Sit down, Peters. We're going to work on those hijackings in the Midwest.
Oh?
They knocked off a second truck interstate, so we're assuming jurisdiction now instead of just advising the local authorities.
Good. Those records you got on your desk from the modus operandi file?
Yes. Now, all told, there are 14 hijackings that fit the same pattern. Hijackers masked, trucks stopped on hills where they can't pick up speed, drivers slugged.
All in the same general area?
Well, more or less, they've been concentrated in these 3 Midwest states. Trailer trucks, 10 of them with built-in alarm systems.
Going to be tough to crack?
Well, maybe not. Now, I've got 2 jobs for you right away.
Shoot.
Well, first,
What's the matter there?
Well, what's the matter with you?
Me?
Well, there's something... You look lopsided. What's the matter with your hair?
Oh, that. Well, you wanted me to come up here right away. I was in the middle of a haircut.
Well, it didn't have to be that right away.
Okay, Dave.
Now, first, get down to the photo lab. Haley's got that slick new mini camera down there. He'll explain the operation to you.
Check.
And go see the companies that make these truck alarm systems. We want to attach cameras to their alarms.
Will do.
Now, next, see Carl Palmer in the Materials Division. He's compiling a list of patent medicines and drugs that were hijacked.
Fine.
Now, you make contact with the manufacturers of those products. You see, they're required to keep a chemical analysis of each batch of their product as manufactured.
You want me to get the analysis of the hijacked batch if I can?
That's right. Report to me when you've obtained results.
Here, or will you be on your way to the Midwest?
Well, here, most likely, Dr. Boswell in the chemical lab is trying to turn out a permanent type of breadcrumb for us. The Hansel and Gretel fairy story, remember? A trail of breadcrumbs? We're going to see if we can get the hijackers to leave us the same kind of trail.
I don't get it.
Well, you don't have to at the moment. Just get started on that stuff I gave you.
Right away, Dave.
Well, not too right away. Take 10 minutes to finish that haircut. Then get going.
Hello, Cornelius.
Oh, Mr. Midland. You come to check the load yourself, like you said, huh?
Yes. Everything go all right?
Yeah, Mr. Midland. Perhaps I'll tell you.
Just double-checking. Pull the truck over to the empty van. We'll unload this one right away.
Okay.
Joyce. We'll check this stuff. It all goes to our Central City warehouse. Make out the bill of lading accordingly.
Yes, Mr. Midland.
Hiya, Joyce.
Hello, Carney.
Now, where's that big...
That's so. Probably fell asleep in the car.
No, I didn't. Not me. A long walk from the driveway. Always a long walk. Hello, Mr. Midland.
Hello, Fatso. We brought 3 men to help with the unloading. They're playing cards in the old farmhouse.
I'll open the truck and put them to work, Mr. Midland.
Do some yourself, Fatso. Good for that front porch of yours.
Now, don't you worry about my front porch, Corny. I'll take care of it. Always I do the work. Oh.
Always he complains, always.
Corny, in the next few days, I want you to put on 4 more men. We're expanding our operations. They'll work in the northern part of the state around Norport.
4 more, Mr. Midland?
Yes, I want to buy as little as possible from legitimate wholesalers. Getting our product this way is much more profitable.
Okay. I'll dig up some real good boys.
Now, Joyce, you'd better...
What's that?
Holy mackerel.
That fool, he's broken the auto alarm system. Come on.
What happened? What did I do?
You fat moron. Joyce, the keys, have you got them?
Here, Mr. Midland. The alarm box. They're on the side of the truck.
Yes, I see it. That's so, you subhuman idiot. All your brains are in your stomach.
No, I didn't do nothing. Just broke open the lock.
Didn't you see the shield on the tailgate? Get closer so you can read it.
No.
Mr. Midland, easy on him,
I
please.
ought to kill him.
Easy, Mr. Midland. Hey, Muttonhead, read what it says on the shield.
Huh? This truck protected by CKY auto alarm. The alarm system is not under the control of the driver. What's it mean?
It means that we're lucky I had the foresight to anticipate this. If I hadn't picked a hideout here in the hills, half the cops in creation would have been down on us by now.
Always, it's my fault, always. I'm sorry. Well, nobody told me.
What have you got a brain for? You can read, you prove that.
Okay, so I did wrong. Well, how come you can shut it off, Mr. Midland, when it says not even the driver can?
Because I have keys to the alarm system. Here, Corny, you take them. 3 keys. One for each alarm system used on trucks in this area.
Okay, Mr. Midland.
Have duplicates made for the new men that you hire. I want things set up so that we're knocking off a truck a day.
Back to Counterspy in just a moment. But first...
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lot more value, lot more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
More and more, among fellows and girls, among mothers and dads, you hear that sane and sensible question, why take less when Pepsi's best? No budget, no allowance, ever had a better friend than tangy, sparkling Pepsi-Cola. Because one big 12-ounce Pepsi bottle gives you 2 delicious drinks. That's twice as much tangy taste, twice as much delicious Pepsi to go just twice as far. That's why more and more families say, why take less when Pepsi's best? Yes, families like yours and mine. Families all over America. They're all saying, why take less when Pepsi's best?
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. Tastes terrific when you're hot. More and better than the rest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Today, tomorrow, always. Get America's biggest cola value. Take home a carton of 6 big Pepsi bottles. Insist on Pepsi at the store. And say Pepsi at the fountain. Say Pepsi at the stand. Say Pepsi. Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember.
Why take less when Pepsi's best?
Now, back to Counterspy. Following David Harding's instructions, Harry Peters is calling on a leading manufacturer of automatic alarm systems.
Well, Mr. Denton, your auto alarms are certainly loud enough.
Oh, yes, Mr. Peters. That's why I think the hijackers drive these trucks to some backwoods section and break them open. Our sirens can be heard a couple of miles away once they're tampered with.
Well, the hijackers might have a key to your alarm system.
Well, that's a possibility.
A good one, too. That's why we want these mini cameras installed on the trucks separate from your system.
Yes, sir.
3 of them in each truck. Now, our photo lab has worked out a way to do it. When the truck doors are opened, each camera will take a picture. That way, we'll get 3 actual photos of the crooks breaking in.
Well, we'll be glad to inform you, Mr. Peters.
Pretty soon, these cameras will be standard equipment for all counterspies. But right now, we'll just want them installed in whatever trucks in that Midwest area use your alarms.
I see. Well, that's about 40 or 50. But there are other companies in this general area with similar systems.
Yes, I know. I'm going to contact them, too.
Good.
Now, Mr. Danton, when your mechanics install these cameras, please tell them only this.
Yes?
They're just an additional feature of your regular alarm system.
Oh, naturally. Mighty nice-looking job, these cameras. My boy would love to have one for himself.
Well, later on, Mr. Harding told me he wants them to be available to everyone. I'll let you know. Meantime, be cautious about it.
We'll be discreet, Mr. Peters.
Good. And let's hope the counterspies will be successful. Goodbye, Mr. Denton. And, Mr. Frost, you do have a chemical analysis of the lot of your cough remedy that was hijacked.
Better than that, Mr. Peters. We keep a spectroscope card of every lot.
Color breakdown?
That's right, Mr. Peters. We take a sample of every batch we make. Then we throw a light on it, project it through a prism that breaks it down into its component colors, and photograph those colors for our records.
We want to make copies of that color card, Mr. Frost.
You're welcome to. If you can match it exactly with a sample, that sample will be from the lot that was stolen.
That's what we hope to do, Mr. Frost. Thank you.
Dr. Boswell. Boswell.
Yes? Oh, Mr. Harding. Wait till I turn this off.
How's it coming, Dr. Boswell?
Well, as you see, I've been working with this standard truck engine mounted on blocks. Mr. Harding, the problem's licked.
Good. Show me.
Well, here's the oil. I've impregnated it with a green fluorescent pigment.
It looks like ordinary oil.
Well, look at it under our black light lamp.
Well, a nice, bright green dot.
Yes, you equip our patrol cars with a black light headlamp, and it'll pick up this spot on a road at 40 feet.
Well, now, have you worked out a way of dropping the oil for a trail?
Yes, sir. You see, just back of the oil crankcase, this can?
Yes, I see.
Well, it has a hole in it and a shutter arrangement like a camera. The shutter is driven by a small electric motor and continually revolves inside the can.
Mm-hmm.
Well, now, this switch here, which can be fastened to the truck dashboard, controls the outlet in the can. The moment the driver switches it on, oil starts dripping.
Good. Good enough. Boswell will have 100 of these made up right away, will you?
All right, sir.
Mr. Harding, Mr. Peters is on the phone. Mr. Harding, Mr. Peters is on the phone.
Excuse me, Doctor. Mrs. Harding, put Mr. Peters on this line, please. Peters?
Yes, Dave.
How's it going?
Okay. I've arranged for the installation of the cameras, and I've got a color card on Dobbs' cough remedy, one of the hijacked items.
Oh, that's better than I expected. We'll have copies of it made and forwarded to all our field offices in those Midwestern states.
I've already done that, Chief.
Good. Also, send a TWX to our field offices. Have them buy samples of the remedy from every retail outlet in their area.
Right.
Then they're to make color cards of the samples to check with the card on the stolen lot.
Will do.
You meet me in Central City. We'll work out of our field office there, since it's the biggest city in the area.
Harding, Central City Field Office, forwarded from Washington. Spectroscope analysis, Dobbs cough remedy reveals Midland Drug Store's only outlet handling the stolen batch here in Danville. Will continue report.
There it is again, Dave. Midland Drug Company.
9 times in 2 weeks.
And not another company in this whole area has had a single bottle of that batch of cough remedy.
Peters, call Joe Lincoln in our tax department. We'll set up some excuse to examine the Midland Drug Company's books.
Okay,
Wait a minute, hold it. Counterspy Field Office, Harding speaking. Oh? 3/4 of an hour overdue. You have a map of the route he was taking? Good. I'll be over at your office. I'll pick it up in 10 minutes. Goodbye.
Hijacking, Dave?
That was the traffic manager of the Valley Trucking Company. One of their trucks is 3/4 of an hour overdue in Danville.
I'll get out a police alarm on it right away.
Well, now, if the truck's located, tell them to call us in patrol car number 23.
Right.
That's equipped with a black light headlamp. Now, we'll follow the truck's route, and I hope the driver had time enough and sense enough to turn on that oil switch. See anything yet, Peters?
No, not yet, Dave.
How far have we come?
About 35 miles from the city.
Well, hey, that hill up ahead.
Yeah.
Look, Peters. A pool of green on the road up ahead.
I see it.
Come on. Peters, this is it.
The hijackers must have let the motor idle after the driver turned on the oil switch.
Search the side of the road. See if we can find the driver.
Right.
Dave, here he is, out cold.
Is he all right?
I felt his pulse, just unconscious.
Well, radio the state police to pick him up right away. Then we'll pick up the trail of these oil drops and hope they lead to a real pickup. Not too fast, Peters. We followed the trail about 15 miles. They must be turning off the road pretty soon.
All right, Chief.
Wait, hold it. Stop.
What is it?
No more oil spots on the highway.
We passed a dirt road on our right just a few yards back.
Back up. They must have turned in there.
The road's getting worse, Dave. We may be getting close.
Better stop the car, Peters. I'll take the black light hand lamp and go ahead on foot. Now, I'll wave you ahead as long as I can follow the trail of oil drops. fluorescent oil spots end right at that barn.
Then they doubled back where they drove the truck out again.
Wonderful hideout. An abandoned farm really in the backwoods.
There's a light in only one room in the old farmhouse.
Well, gun's ready, Peters. We may need it.
Washing dishes. Always they leave the dirty work to Fatso. Always. Someday I'm going to tell that corny someday. Eat like pigs. The dish is so dirty. And they call me Fatso.
What? All right, big boy. Take it easy and keep holding that dish.
He said keep holding it.
Who are you guys?
United States Counterspy.
Huh?
You're under arrest for hijacking.
Counterspies? How'd you find this place?
We might tell you if you tell us some of the things we want to know.
I don't do no talking.
Maybe not here.
Well, a ride may loosen your tongue. Get going.
Well, now, look. Let me get rid of this apron, huh? I'd look awful silly being arrested in an apron.
Okay, put down that dish. Get your jacket on.
At least that's one dish I won't have to clean.
There's a lot of dishes to clean in prison. And you could use the exercise.
Always cracks about my front porch. Even the cops even.
Skip the lamentations. Start moving. You've got a lot of questions to answer. All right, now, Fatso.
Car radio, Chief.
Yeah, I'll take it, Peters. Keep driving.
Garland, Counterspy Car 23, Mr. Harding. Garland, Counterspy Car 23, Mr. Harding.
Harding speaking, Haley. Go ahead.
I'm at the Valley transportation truck that was hijacked. The local police found it abandoned here in Milton, a suburb of Central City.
Nice going, Haley. The cameras, have you checked them?
Yes, sir. I brought a portable development outfit along when we got the flash about the truck.
What results?
Plenty. There are 7 people in the photos. 3 men unloading the truck, a girl checking the load, a human blimp eating a candy bar, and 2 other men.
Any identification?
You haven't heard it all, Mr. Harding. The local police have checked the miniature photos, and they swear that one of the men is Mr. Midland.
Midland?
Head of the Midland Drug Company.
Okay, Haley. Get a squad of men together and head for the Midland Drug Warehouse in Central City.
Okay, Mr. Harding.
We'll meet you there. Just keep it under observation. Don't move until we arrive.
Right, sir.
Step on it, Peters. I'll have a little chat with Fatso back here. After what he's heard, I'm sure he feels a lot more like talking. Don't you, Fatso?
The last of the load's been put away in the warehouse.
Any items that we don't order through our regular channel?
Nope, all standard products.
How much was the load worth, Joyce?
Approximately $10,000, Corny.
5% of that is $500.
Not bad for a night's work, eh, Cornelius?
Yeah, I'm happy, Mr. Midland.
Good. As we get bigger, there'll be more money in it for you.
I hope so.
Put out the warehouse lights, Joyce. We may as well leave.
Right, Mr. Midland.
We all leave together, Mr. Midland?
Why not? Just an industrious boss and his equally industrious employees working overtime.
All right, Mr. Midland. All lights out.
Let's go.
Hello, Mr. Midland.
What? I'm sorry, I don't...
Know me? You will, Mr. Midland, you will. I'd like you and your companions to come with me.
Who do you think you are, guy?
His name is David Harding.
Harding?
Counterspy.
Oh, my...
I don't understand.
It's no use, Midland. We've got the whole picture of your hijacking set up. In nice, clear pictures.
Oh, no. Corny, get him, Peter.
All right, Dave, I've got him.
But I don't understand. I had it all figured. My setup, my big organization.
There's one thing you didn't figure, Midland. The counter spies have a bigger organization. Okay, Peters, let's take them along.
When your friends drop in, be generous, but be thrifty, too. Serve plenty of delicious Pepsi-Cola. Pepsi's big 12-ounce bottle gives you not just one sparkling glassful, but 2. get a carton of 6, and serve 12 delicious drinks. Yes, Pepsi is America's biggest cola value. You get twice the tangy taste, twice the refreshment, twice the Pepsi. So why take less when Pepsi is best? Whenever you reach for refreshment, remember,
Pepsi-Cola hits the spot. 2 full glasses, that's a lot. Lots more value, lots more zest. Why take less when Pepsi's best?
tune in every Tuesday and Thursday, same time, same station to Counterspy. Listen next Tuesday for the exciting Counterspy case of the photographed furrier.
When international complications were threatened because of stolen furs, your counterspies had to use a camera and a special cameraman. Now this setup ran into an unusual obstacle that spelled murder will be exposed next Tuesday. Be sure to be tuned in for
Case of the Photographed Furrier on Counterspy. Tonight's Counterspy program originated in New York, was directed by Mark B. Loeb, dramatized by Palmer Thompson, and featured Don McLaughlin and Mandel Kramer with music by Jesse Crawford. Bob Shepard speaking. Counterspy is a Phillips H. Lord production for Pepsi-Cola. Enjoy some Pepsi, ice cold tonight.
Post-war Old Dutch cleanser, famous for chasing dirt, presents Nick Carter, famous for chasing crime. Every week at this time, 2 great names are joined as new post-war Old Dutch cleanser brings you one of the most resourceful and daring characters in all detective fiction, Nick Carter, Master Detective.
Nick, I tell you, the kid did kill that cop. In all my years on the force, I never saw a more open and shut case.
I was afraid it was going to be like this, Matty. That's why I didn't want to give his mother any hope.
Oh, it's a shame. He's everything she has in the world.
That's the trouble, Patsy. Every time you catch a crook, some innocent person has to suffer.
Well, I'm sorry for his mother, sure. But I'm sorry for the dead man's widow, too. And I'm not going to rest till I see that cop-killing little punk on his way to the electric chair.
Now for the case of the wandering corpse. Today's adventure starring Lon Clark as Nick Carter. Lefty Adams was always a bright boy, the type who learned quickly. At 12, he learned to steal bicycles, and that sent him to the state reformatory, where he learned a lot more about crime from older boys. Now, at 17, Lefty is convinced that only suckers work for a living. It's 3 o'clock in the morning on the lower east side of the city. A lone customer from Milligan's Bar and Grill is making his uncertain way homeward. As he passes a dark doorway, a figure quickly steps in behind him, locks his arm around his neck, and pulls him back into the shadow.
Just keep quiet, Mac, and you ain't going to get hurt. I said keep quiet, didn't I? Hey, that's quite a roll you got there. Thanks. Now, look, chum, I ought to conk you one, but I'm soft-hearted, see? I'm lambing out of here, but I got a rod, and if you let out one yipe, I'm coming back. You gonna be good? Yeah. Okay. So long, sucker. Help! The dirty rat, I might have known.
Hey, you!
The cops. He ain't gonna get me.
Stop or I'll shoot!
I ain't got far to go now if I can only...
They say my boy Lefty shot that policeman, Mr. Carter. They say he's a murderer.
Try to stop crying, Mrs. Adams. Nick will help you if he possibly can. Won't you, Nick?
I'd certainly like to, Patsy, if I could, but...
I got no money, but I'll work. It takes 20 years.
It isn't the money, Mrs. Adams. The fact that Lefty ran away.
Oh, why wouldn't he run away with every cop in town looking for him, ready to shoot him on sight?
Oh, no, they wouldn't do
and
that.
he's hurt, too.
That's what the papers say. Maybe he's dying.
But why did you come to me?
You knew Lefty when he used to go to your downtown boys' club.
Yes, I did.
Well, then you know he's a good boy.
No, Mrs. Adams, I don't. I don't think he's a really bad boy, but he was always a little defiant and suspicious.
Well, that's no crime.
I know. I did what I could for him in the short time he was a member of the club, but he didn't stay long enough for me to straighten him out.
Well, he never meant any harm. It was them older boys he got mixed up with afterwards.
Yeah, that's usually the way.
Lefty has a pretty bad record, Mrs. Adams.
Nick, why don't you at least investigate?
I'll be glad to, but if I start, I'll have to go through with it, whether he's innocent or not.
Well, that's all I want, Mr. Carter, because I know he didn't do it.
And, of course, if I find where he's hiding, I'll have to turn him over to the police.
Well, if that's the only way. All right, then, go ahead.
Nick, I tell you the kid's guilty. In all my years on the force, I never saw a more open and shut case.
Look, Matty, will you tell me again just exactly what happened?
It's a simple case, Nick. Officer O'Malley caught this Lefty Adams rolling a drunk. The kid ran, and O'Malley warned him to stop, but he didn't. So O'Malley fired and hit him, too. Then the kid turned and shot O'Malley with that homemade gun we found near the body.
A homemade gun, Sergeant?
Yeah, Patsy. A lot of these young hoodlums make their own out of scrap metal and stuff.
Oh.
And 3 people have identified the gun that killed O'Malley as his.
Any fingerprints?
Sure. All belonging to Lefty Adams.
Oh, Nick, that's almost positive proof.
Well, that's pretty strong evidence.
And that's only part of it, Nick. The drunk got a good look at Lefty when the kid ran under a streetlight, and he's identified his picture.
But he didn't actually see Lefty fire the shot, did he?
Well, Patsy, considering the shape he was in, he ain't sure of anything except that the kid was Lefty Adams.
Oh.
Matter of fact, he remembers hearing only one shot, and we know there were 2.
You mean because there was an empty cartridge in O'Malley's revolver?
Sure. And we know the kid was wounded because there was blood on the pavement a half a block from O'Malley's body. We've sent out warnings to all doctors to watch for a 17-year-old boy with a bullet wound, probably in his left arm.
But what makes you think he was hit in his left arm?
Because, Patsy, the fingerprints on his gun are from his right hand.
Uh-huh.
And Lefty is a southpaw.
Oh.
I see what you mean. Left arm must have been injured, or have held the gun in his left hand.
That's the way I figure.
Oh, I was afraid it was going to be like this. That's why I didn't want to give Lefty's mother any hope.
Oh, it's a shame. She has so much faith in him.
That's the trouble, Patsy. Every time you catch a crook, some innocent person has to suffer.
Well, I'm sorry for his mother, sure, but I'm sorry for O'Malley's widow, too. And I'm not going to rest till I see that cop-killing little punk on his way to the electric chair. Well, here's O'Malley's stuff, Nick. His uniform, gun, nightstick, everything he had on him.
Mind if I look it over?
No, go right ahead.
Sergeant.
Yeah, Patsy.
Didn't you say that Officer O'Malley had been dead for about an hour when he was found?
Yeah. When the drunk heard the shooting, he went for help. But he was so loopy, it took him a long time to find another officer. Then he got lost trying to find the place again.
I see. Didn't anybody in the neighborhood hear the shots?
Well, you see, nobody uses that street much at night. There's a factory along one side of the block, and the other side is all little stores and things. Only one person lives in the whole block.
Oh? Who's that?
An old lady who lives in the back of a second-hand store she runs. She heard the shot but didn't pay any attention.
Hey, Matty.
Yeah?
Didn't it rain shortly after midnight last night?
Yeah, for a while.
I should think the street would have been wet.
It was, sort of. Why?
There's dust in the back of O'Malley's uniform.
Oh, he must have ducked in the doorway to get out of the rain and leaned against a dirty wall.
Yeah, it could be.
Well, he didn't get it when he fell because he was lying on his face, Nick.
And there's something else about this coat.
What?
O'Malley was shot in the left side of the chest. There's also a blood stain on the right shoulder of the coat.
Say, that's right.
Wonder how that got there.
Search me.
Do you think that second blood stain means anything, Nick?
Well, I don't suppose so, but for the sake of the boy's mother, I'm not going to give up until I know the reasons for everything.
Well?
Come on, Patsy, let's go down to Meacham Street and give the scene of the crime the once-over. Here's the second-hand store Matty was talking about. Let's go in for a minute.
All right.
Just a minute. I'll be right out.
Okay, we'll wait.
I'm in the back room. I'll be with you as soon as I get down off this ladder.
Take your time.
Oh, gee, I love secondhand stores, Nick. Look, everything from jewelry to automobile tires.
Phew. Painting walls is no job for a fat woman. Well, what can I do for you?
My name's Carter, and this is Miss Bowen.
Well, pleased to meet you, I'm sure.
Hello.
I want to ask some questions about the shooting that took place near here last night. You heard the shots, didn't you?
Yep. They woke me up. The window was open wide because of the fresh paint smell in my room.
How many shots were there?
Why, 2 was all I heard.
You sure there were only 2, not just 1?
Well, there was 2, all right. Of course, I didn't know it was guns. I thought it was some car backfiring.
Well, what time was it? Did you notice?
Well, when the police was here, they told me it was about 3. But I didn't look at the clock when I heard the shot, so, well, I wouldn't know myself.
Did you hear anything else?
Yeah. Yeah, I heard somebody run down the street right after that.
Uh-huh. Well, thanks very much. Sorry we had to interrupt your painting.
Oh, that's all right. Don't mind a bit.
All right, come on, Patsy. We have to make another stop in this neighborhood.
Where's that, Nick?
Well, this won't be pleasant. But we better stop in and tell Mrs. Adams what we learned from Mattie.
This is the right block, Nick. Must be only a few houses farther on.
Patsy, get back in the doorway, quick.
What's the matter?
Mrs. Adams. She just came out of that house down the street.
So what?
Something odd about the way she's acting. Looking over her shoulder as if she were afraid of being followed.
Let me see. Hey, you're right. She acts scared to death.
And look at those bundles she's carrying.
One of them must be clothes. She's also got something in a paper sack.
That might be food.
Nick, she's getting into a cab.
Oh, I see. A woman like Mrs. Adams can't afford a cab except for something very important. Come on.
Yep.
Taxi. All right, Patsy. Hurry up. Get in.
Right.
Where to, Bud? Follow that cab up ahead. There's a 10 spot in it for you if you don't lose it.
Oh, mister, you can say goodbye to that sawbuck right now.
But, Nick...
I may be wrong, Patsy, but it looks to me as though Lefty may have got in touch with his mother and that she's taking him food and clothing.
Oh, but, Nick, it would be awful to use that poor woman as a means of finding her boy and turning him over to the police.
I know it, Patsy, but I said I was going to follow through on this case, even if what I find sends Lefty to the chair.
Hey, mister, they're stopping.
Yeah, I see him. Hold back for a minute.
Okay, you're the boss.
She's getting out and going into that old house, Nick.
All right, driver. Let us out at the same house.
Right.
Maybe I shouldn't feel this way, Nick, but I hope Lefty isn't there. I'd rather the police caught him than us.
There's nothing to be sentimental about, Patsy.
I know.
Here's your 10 spot, driver, and wait for us.
Sure.
Come on, Patsy. Let's see where Lefty's mother goes. Here's the room she went into. Mrs. Adams?
I hope you're wrong, Nick.
Mrs. Adams.
What do you want?
It's Nick Carter. Let me in, Mrs. Adams.
Go away, please, please.
Oh, what's the use, Mom? Okay, so you found me. Now I hope you're satisfied.
He didn't do it, Mr. Carter. He couldn't have. Lefty, tell him he didn't kill anybody.
Gee, I'm sorry, Mom. I can't. I did shoot that cop, just like the papers said.
Nick, look at the wound on Lefty's head.
Yes, I noticed it.
But I thought...
So did I.
Mom, will you...
Maybe we've been all wrong.
While Lefty's heartbroken mother sobs convulsively, Nick and the 17-year-old criminal leave for headquarters. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now, back to the case of the wandering corpse. Today's adventure with Nick Carter. Lefty Adams has admitted killing Officer O'Malley, but Nick still wants to clear up a few points. So after delivering Lefty to headquarters and waiting while a doctor attended to Lefty's wound, he now questions Lefty in his cell.
How you feeling, Lefty? Doctor fix you up all right?
Yeah, sure.
I didn't expect to find you with a head wound.
Oh, it wasn't nothing. The bullet just creased me.
From what I understand, it was a pretty deep crease. Another fraction of an inch to the right, and you wouldn't be here.
Why couldn't O'Malley have shot straighter? Why couldn't it have been me instead of him? I never wanted to kill nobody.
And why did you carry a gun?
All the other guys had a knife or a rod, and I wanted to show them I was tough, too.
Hefty, were you mixed up with the gang?
No.
There's been a lot of petty crime in your neighborhood lately. Stick-ups, mugging, automobile stripped. And it looks as though there might be some kind of organization behind it.
I don't know what you're talking about.
All right. Let's talk about Officer O'Malley.
I said I shot him, didn't I? What more do you want?
There are a couple of things I don't understand.
I ain't saying nothing till I see my lawyer.
They haven't appointed anyone to defend you yet, have they?
They don't have to. I'm getting J.B. Fenton.
J.B. Fenton? You'll find he costs a lot of money, Lefty.
I'll get the dough, all right. I got friends, see?
Friends? Would be willing to put up $5,000 or $10,000? Maybe more?
Sure. Why not?
Well, I didn't know you traveled in circles like that.
Look, Mr. Carter, will you leave me alone, please? Ain't I got enough on my mind? Mom crying her eyes out and me knowing I killed a guy? It's enough to drive a guy nuts without having to keep talking about it.
All right, Lefty. Just a couple of more questions and I'll leave. You're left-handed, aren't you?
Yeah, sure. What do you think they call me Lefty for?
And why did you hold the gun in your right hand when you shot O'Malley?
I didn't. I couldn't have. I couldn't hit nothing with my right hand.
But the fingerprints on that gun are from your right hand.
Quit nagging at me, will you? How do I know why I done it? I shot him, but I don't know how it happened. There was a million skyrockets going off inside my head.
You mean from the bullet wound?
Yeah, I blacked out, maybe. All I remember is him chasing me into the...
What were you going to say?
Nothing. Leave me alone, will you? I don't want to talk about it.
But, Lefty, listen to me.
I told you I killed the guy, didn't I? That's all I know. Now get out of here and let me alone. Just let me alone.
Nick, I've been waiting here in this taxi for over an hour. I thought you were never coming.
Took longer than I expected, Patsy. Oh, downtown driver. Corner of 4th and 5th.
Right. Did you find out anything?
I found out that Lefty's lying.
He's lying? About what?
I'm not sure. It's almost as if he were taking the blame to protect somebody else.
Well, he wouldn't do that.
I wouldn't think so either, but that's the way it looks. Another thing, it doesn't seem to be the actual shooting he's lying about.
Well, what is it then?
Oh, I don't know, Patsy. It doesn't make sense. There's something wrong somewhere.
Hey, mister. Was that kid we brought down the clink the one that bumped the cop last night, huh?
Yes, he's the one.
You know, it's a funny thing. I almost seen that fracas.
What do you mean you almost saw it?
Well, it happened in my territory. You know, I picked you up only a couple of blocks from there.
Yes, I know.
Yeah, well, like I was saying, I drove through the street with a kid killed a cop about half an hour before it happened. About 3:30 it was.
What?
Sure. The paper said the cop's body was found about 4 o'clock. And I went through there not half an hour before.
You sure you drove through that same block on Meacham Street this morning at 3:30?
Sure, I'm sure. I picked up the fare right after that, and I got it down on my book. 3:37.
Well, maybe your watch was wrong.
Nuts. This ticker of mine ain't been off 2 minutes in 10 years. What are you so psyched about?
Because it was 4 o'clock when they found the body. But the killing took place at 3.
You're nuts. If that cop was laying dead in the street, I'd have seen him, wouldn't I, huh?
You bet you would. Turn around, driver. We're going back to headquarters.
But the body must have been there at 3:30, Nick. He was shot at 3, and corpses don't go wandering around while they're waiting for somebody to find them.
That's why I'm taking another look at O'Malley's coat, Matty. I hope it'll tell us where the body really was.
Just because there's a little dust on the back of it?
Not entirely. Matty, take another look at this stain on the right shoulder.
Oh, Nick, we've talked about that before. I admit it's a funny place for a blood stain when he was shot on the other side.
But if you take a closer look, you'll see that the blood stain isn't dried blood at all.
What?
On this dark blue cloth, it's hard to tell the difference, but that particular stain is paint, Matty. Brown paint.
Well, if it ain't Mr. Carter and Miss Bowen again. Oh, come right in.
Thank you.
Still fixing the place up, Mrs. Trimmer?
Yeah. Oh, like they say, woman's work is never done. You know, these shelves clear up to the ceiling is nice, all right, but they was never made to hold the heavy junk that collects in a second-hand store.
So today you're a carpenter instead of a painter.
Well, I just thought I'd put in a couple of nails to hold them to the wall. You know, if these shelves was ever to tip over, it'd be worse than Fibber McGee's closet.
Where does all this stuff come from?
Well, people bring it in and sell it to me like at any second-hand store.
Boys like Lefty Adams?
I don't get you.
Wonder what would happen, Mrs. Trimmett, if the police checked your stock against the list of watches and auto accessories and other things that have been stolen in this neighborhood lately.
Oh, if you're insinuating...
You think they'd find out that you've been acting as a receiver of stolen goods for a gang of young hoodlums?
You ain't got no right to talk to me like that.
Why else would Lefty Adams come here to hide when the police were after him?
He never did that.
Oh, yes, he did. And you let him in. And Officer O'Malley was shot here in this store, not outside on the street.
He was not. I don't know anything about it.
You can't get away with it, Mrs. Trimmett. When O'Malley fell, the back of his coat picked up dust from your floor.
Oh, that don't mean nothing. Could have got that dust any place.
But there was something else on his coat. Paint. The fresh paint you put on your walls only a few hours before.
Oh, okay. I'll tell you the truth. It did happen in here. When the kid come knocking on the door, I thought he'd been in an accident. Blood on his face and everything, so, well, naturally I let him in.
Go on.
Then when the cop come busting in after him, the boy grabbed a gun out of his pocket and... Oh, it was awful.
Very interesting story, Mrs. Trimmett, but I have a better version.
Huh?
Lefty came here because you were partners with every young thief in the neighborhood, buying the things they stole.
How'd I know they were
Wait till I finish. Lefty fainted as soon as you let him in. You were afraid O'Malley would know why he came to you, so when he followed Lefty inside, you shot him with the boy's gun, while Lefty himself was unconscious.
It ain't my fingerprints that's on the gun, it's his. That'll prove who done it.
How did you know there were any fingerprints?
Well,
I'll tell you how you know. Because after you killed O'Malley, you wiped off the gun, pressed it into Lefty's hand, and when he came to, told him he'd done the killing.
You can't prove that. You can't prove a thing.
Oh, yes, I can. Because you made a very serious mistake, Mrs. Trimmett. You put the prints of Lefty's right hand on that gun. If he'd actually done the shooting, he'd have used his left.
Well, you see, Mr. Carter...
Nick, look out, she's pushing those shelves over.
Out of the way, Patsy, out of the way.
You ain't hurt, are you?
No thanks to you.
Nick, she's got a gun.
Sure I have. So I pushed them shelves over. Keep you two busy long enough for me to get it. Now, mister, just toss your rod over to the opposite side of the room.
All right. Anything to oblige a lady. But remember, you're still trapped in this store with us. The factory across the street is changing shifts, and the street is full of people. Think you can get through that crowd without being caught?
Who said I was leaving? Go on, both of you. Get to the back of the store.
Say, what do you think you're doing?
Well, dearie, there's a cellar to this joint that ought to be darn near soundproof. We all three are going down there. But I'm the only one that's coming back. Now get moving.
At the point of a gun, Nick and Patsy move slowly toward the door of the cellar, which Mrs. Trimmett intends to be their grave. We'll see what happens in just a moment. Now for the conclusion of the case of the wandering corpse. Today's adventure with Nick Carter. Nick and Patsy are slowly walking toward the rear of Mrs. Trimmett's second-hand store, with Mrs. Trimmett right behind them, a revolver in her hand.
Nick, once we get into that basement, we won't have a chance.
You can do something to distract her attention for a minute.
Cut out the whispering and go on down those steps.
Please don't rush us.
Whenever you're ready, Nick.
I said shut up.
Now.
Oh, I caught my heel. Oh, you fool!
Give me the gun.
I'll give it to you. You let go of my arm. You'll fall. I think you'll fall on the stairs.
All right, Patsy. I've got the gun.
You dirty rat. You broke my arm, knocking me down them steps.
Oh, that's a shame, Mrs. Trimmett. But we'll see that you get the very best medical attention in the prison hospital. Nick, what gave you the idea that Mrs. Trimmett killed Officer O'Malley?
That taxi driver, Patsy.
Huh?
When he said the body wasn't lying in the street at 3:30, half an hour after O'Malley was shot. As Mattie said, a corpse just doesn't go wandering around.
Yeah.
So I figured the killing must have taken place somewhere else.
But what made you decide it happened in Mrs. Trimmett's store?
Because she was the only person who lived in the block, and therefore the only person who could have been there at that time of night.
Oh, so that's the only place Lefty could have found shelter.
That's right. And I also remember that other stain on O'Malley's coat and the brown paint Mrs. Trimmett had been using on her walls.
So you checked and found it was paint on the coat.
Right. And then everything fell into place.
Mm-hmm.
All that junk in her store, the same type of things that had been stolen in the neighborhood, provided me with a reason why Lefty might have thought she'd help him.
Well, he went to her because she was a sort of partner in crime.
Exactly. And if we assume that, it was easy to reconstruct the whole thing.
I see.
Lefty admitted that he'd passed out and didn't remember shooting the officer.
Mm-hmm.
Then there was the fact that the fingerprints on the gun were from his right hand. That suggested a frame-up.
I suppose Mrs. Trimmett dragged the body out into the street.
With Lefty's help. Of course, she also bribed him into saying the murder happened out in the street by promising to pay for the best lawyer in town in case he were caught.
So that's why I didn't want to bring her name into it. By the way, what's going to happen to Lefty?
Oh, I'm trying to get him paroled to my custody.
Oh. Then you think Lefty has really learned a lesson this time?
I do. He's promised to go straight from now on. And I believe him.
Well, I'm glad. For his mother's sake as well as his own.
So am I, Patsy. Oh, incidentally, that was a beautiful fall you took down those cellar steps. You should have been a stunt girl for the movies.
Well, thanks, Nick. And that reminds me. I have a little expense account here.
Oh? What for?
For $1.25. The price of one large-sized bottle of liniment.
And now, Nick, will you tell us something about the adventure that new post-war Old Dutch cleanser is going to bring us next week?
Well, Bob, for one thing, it's a case that really started 1,300 years ago in China during the Tang Dynasty, when two Chinese families started a feud over a dagger.
Must have been a very unusual weapon.
It certainly was. Very unusual and very deadly, as Nick and I almost discovered the hard way.
Well, it sounds like a case that promises lots of excitement, to say the least. What do you call the adventure, Nick?
I call it the case of the Kwong Li dagger.
Nick Carter, Master Detective, is presented each week at this time by the Cudahy Packing Company. It is produced and directed by Jock McGregor and is copyrighted by Street & Smith Publications, Incorporated. Charlotte Manson is featured as Patsy. Mattie was played by Ed Latimer. Today's script was written by Jim Parsons. Original music is played by Henry Silverne. This program is fictional, and any resemblance to actual persons living or dead is purely coincidental. And don't forget to read the Nick Carter story on murderers' guns in the current Black Mask magazine, one of the popular fiction group. Bob Martin speaking. This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
Night Beat.
Hi, this is Randy Stone. I cover the night beat for the Chicago Star. Stories start in many different ways. This one began with a bloody brawl in the darkness of an alley and ended in the glare of a fight arena with the winner and still champion, Old Kid Death.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone.
All that people need to make them happy, said Juvenile, are bread and circuses. And up to a point, I suppose the old Roman cynic was right. The promoter of the Metropolitan Arena probably never heard of Juvenile, but he would have agreed with him 100%. His fight club is a cut-rate monument to what the old Romans meant by circus, a place where gladiators meet regularly in combat. Its marquee flashed in the gathering twilight as I cruised past and crossed Madison and went up Clark, taking my time, for the night was young and the waking nightlife of the jukebox taverns might offer an incident for a story. But there was no inspiration there, so I kept going, cut through a cheap rooming house section and headed for the office. I stopped for a red light, and that's when it happened. A burst of footsteps pounded up from behind, and a man, his shirt blood-spattered, his head bleeding, jerked open the door and filed in beside me.
Get going. They're after me. Hurry, please.
Who's after you?
They got guns. Step on it.
I ran the light, noting several figures in my rearview mirror as they stopped running and turned toward a car at the curb. I made several turns as my passenger kept looking back. And finally, satisfied that we'd lost him, he leaned back, took out a handkerchief, and wiped the blood from his face.
Lost him.
He was a stocky, heavy-shouldered guy, rather good-looking in a rugged sort of way. The ridges over his eyes were thick with old scar tissue, and there was a dent in his nose. The ear facing me seemed in good enough condition, but the mark of his profession was on him unmistakably.
Oh, thanks, pal. Thanks an awful lot. Dirty rat.
There was more than just one of them. I counted 3.
Or 5. I took care of the other 2. The rat I mean is the one who hired him to do the job.
Who?
Marty Bannon.
Bannon?
Yeah. Someone else must have tipped him off where I was staying.
This the same Marty Bannon who was up before the grand jury last month in that gambling investigation?
You must read the papers.
Oh, more than that. I covered the story.
Reporter?
I'm Randy Stone, the Chicago Star.
I'm Gunnar Evans.
Yeah, I know. I saw your name on the marquee at the Metropolitan. You're fighting Pete Madigan tonight.
That's right. You've seen me fight before, huh?
Oh, yeah, but not lately. Not since you started your comeback. Last time I saw you was over 5 years ago when you nearly lifted the crown from the middleweight champ.
See, which way you going?
Well, right now we're heading to the hospital.
What?
Oh, look, you've got to get to a doctor.
Not say that. I'm okay.
You look it.
It's just a scratch. I tell you. Don't let a little blood scare you.
All right. Oh, there's a cop there by that street lamp.
No,
tell
keep
him
going. Please, I haven't got time.
What's that?
Look, Mr. Stone, I appreciate you helping me, but if I go to the cops now, they might hold me while they're investigating. I'll lose $2,000.
Your purse tonight?
More than just that. It's dough I put up to guarantee my appearance. Every dime I could scrape up. Look, I better get out.
I'll drive you to the arena.
So, thanks, but I'm going home first. Better pick up my manager.
I'll drive you there. I'm in no hurry.
Thanks, I appreciate it. Keep straight ahead. I'll tell you when to turn.
Good. What's Marty Bannon got against you?
I'll tell you someday, maybe.
Works for a gambling syndicate, doesn't he?
Works for it. He is a syndicate.
I wondered.
Turn here left.
You, owe him money?
The house right there in the corner.
Okay. The apartment house where Gunnar Evans lived was probably a very classy joint around 1910. I wondered what had happened to those fat purses he'd collected when he was one of the 5 ranking middleweights in the world. What had happened that he'd had to return to the ring to be a living punching bag for youngsters like Pete Madigan.
Well, thanks again.
What's the matter? What's wrong?
Nothing. Just a little busy, I guess.
Now, wait a minute. Come on, now, no fooling. You got to see a doctor.
I tell you, I'm okay. I'll be all right.
Well, you better let me go up with you.
Stone, I appreciate all you've done, but you don't have to worry.
Okay, but you can't fight tonight. Not with that gash in your head.
Heck, I can't. Dan will fix it up. You just keep your mouth shut.
Dan?
My manager, Dan Morgan. It's above the hairline. They'll never notice. You coming to the fight?
You bet, and I'm going upstairs with you now, too.
I'm telling you.
And I'm telling you. Now, let's go. So we went up to his apartment together. He leaned against the doorbell like he was tired. When the door opened, he nearly fell in.
Gunnar!
She was a little blonde with a baby face and eyes that were rhapsodies in blue. She shrunk back as he reached out to steady himself as though she didn't want him to touch her. And somehow the music in those big blue eyes vanished.
What happened?
Nothing much. Some hoods tried to jump me. I did all right. A friend of mine, Connie, Randy Stone, my wife. Come in.
Connie, is that him? Gunnar, I've been looking all over for you. What the Sam Hill happened? I told you to... Wait. Holy smoke, what happened to you?
Don't get excited. I had a little trouble.
Yes, in the large economy size. 5 thugs jumped him.
What? Now, don't worry about it, will you? I'm all right. Just need to sit down. Randy Stone here helped me get out of it. Some of Bannon's hoods, I think, Dan.
You asked me, you better call a doctor.
Nobody's asking.
Well, he's hurt.
Will you shut up? I keep telling him I'm okay, and he keeps hollering for an ambulance. Lay off, will you, Stone?
What makes you think Marty did it?
Who else? He tried to proposition me into taking a dive, didn't he? He owns Madigan body and soul, don't he? He even told me he'd do something to me if I turn him down.
Gunner.
Well, why did you turn him down?
For $500 I should take a dive? For 500 lousy fish? Come.
Well, why not? How far can you go? You think you're still a big shot, a headliner? Well, you're nothing but a has-been.
Now, take it easy, Connie. Gunner
I
can
told
still
him to
fight.
take it. I told him. How long can he last? I'm sick of being broke all the time. We needed that extra 500. Why didn't he take it?
Because I'm going to beat Madigan, that's why.
Oh, you fool. What good is it? You'll never hit the top again. If you can't think of yourself, what about me? What about the kid of yours?
He's your kid, too, now. Don't you forget.
My kid? Oh, no. Don't wish him on me just because I'm married to you.
Connie.
I'm sick of playing nursemaid, do you understand? And I'm sick of living like this.
Wouldn't be if you hadn't ruined me.
What?
You've stripped me of every cent I had, threw it away on parties, clothes, gambling. Made me sell a little business I had to pay your lousy debts.
Why, you cheap, punch-drunk bum.
Now, stop that, Connie.
I don't have to take that talk from him or you or anyone else. I'm through, do you understand? Through, as of now.
She almost ran from the room, burst into an adjoining bedroom, and disappeared. Gunner Evans stared at the closed door for a moment and then sat down slowly by the table. His face was gray and tired as death itself. Old Dan Morgan shook his head sadly and gently pulled Gunner's head forward so he could have a better look at the cut on top.
Really asleep, Dan?
Yeah, I put him to bed before you came in. I hope she doesn't wake him. That don't look good, Gunner.
He still got that cough?
He's better. I lit the vapor lamp by his bed. He'll be all right in a day or two. You know how kids are, sick one day, up the next. Hand me that bag there, will you, Stone?
Oh, sure.
Here, thanks.
Connie,
Yeah?
where you going with that suitcase?
Ah.
Connie! Well, that's the end, I guess.
Oh, she'll be back, Gunner. You know how she is.
Yeah, I know.
Now, be still. I want to fix it.
No. I want to take a look at Billy. Maybe he's uncovered.
A young kid?
5.
She's not his real mother, huh?
No. Billy's ma died when he was 2. Gunner married Connie 6 months ago. Thought the boy needed a mother. Some mother. She hates the little fella.
It's a shame.
Well, Aggie and me, we never had any children ourselves, but if we ever had, I'd want him to be like Gunner's boy. What a kid. Smart. I don't get it. How can any woman, even a gold-digging little witch like Connie, not want him? Still sleeping, huh?
Yeah. I'll have to see if I can get one of the neighbors to stay with him while we're gone.
Sit down. I'll get my bag.
What about it, Dan? Don't you think this is a job for a doctor? That
We'll keep out of it.
Gunner, I was going to tell you, maybe you shouldn't fight tonight.
Dan, for the love of Mike, don't you let me down, too. Every cent I got is tied up in that forfeit. $2,000.
Well, I don't like the looks of it, but... Okay. You don't think you've lost too much blood?
Nuts. Get to work. Time's running out. We got to be at the arena pretty soon.
Well, hold still now. This stuff is going to sting.
Go on. I only wish I knew who tipped Bannon off where I was staying.
They stole a piece of cotton. There.
Oh. There.
You didn't mention it to anyone, did you, Dan?
Of course not. Skin clips, a little jar of alcohol.
Oh, this?
Yeah.
You mean you moved out of here and you were living in a rented room?
He was only there the last 2 days. We were afraid something like this would happen if they knew where to find him.
Somebody must have tipped them off. They ain't bloodhounds.
Must have been a fluke. Somebody must have seen you around there. Collodion, a brown bottle.
Yeah. Why would Marty Bannon go to all that trouble to keep you from fighting tonight? The odds are 5 to 1 on Madigan, aren't they?
Maybe they are, chum, but Bannon don't bet on anything that isn't a sure thing. Thought he could buy me for a lousy 500. Well, he was wrong.
Easy. I'm almost through.
He figured it was safer to claim I run out and divide my $2,000 forfeit money with that dumb punk of his.
Oh, for Pete's sake, what about the police? The boxing commission?
I opened my yap and they started an investigation. Cancel a fight. And who's hurt? Bannon? Nah. What can I prove? I need that dough, Randy. I need it bad.
I watched the savage gash in Gunner Evans' head close up and vanish under the magic touch of Dan Morgan's fingers. When he finally combed the hair over it and put away his tools, I was almost convinced that my concern had been overdone. Dan's fighter looked as good as new.
Now, you go in that bedroom and get a half hour's rest, Gunner. Try to sleep.
But I gotta find a sitter.
Forget it. I'll call my wife. Aggie will be glad to come over.
Oh, that'd be swell. I'd sure appreciate it, Dan.
She'd be tickled to do it. You know how crazy she is over Billy.
Yeah.
As a matter of fact, why not leave him with her until you get straightened out?
I'll think about it.
Billy can always find a home with Aggie and me, Gunner. I only wish I had him for keeps.
Not a chance.
You better get some sleep while you can. You need it.
Yeah. I'm going. Oh, thanks, Stone. Thanks a million.
I went down into the street, got into my car. I lit a cigarette thinking of what was to come and hating it. Gunner didn't have a chance. The odds were all against him to start with. But now Marty Bannon and his thugs had guaranteed it. The more I thought about it, the sicker and angrier I got. I knew Marty's address from the last time the police had visited him. Maybe he ought to know he wasn't having himself a private party with Gunner. Maybe he ought to know that if he got too rough, I might just invite the 800,000 star subscribers. So I started up and headed northwest. Maybe I could put a scare into this mother. Bannon lived in a single penthouse apartment in the medium higher rent district. I pressed the doorbell, and after a moment, a small peephole opened. An eye gave me a fishy stare, and the door swung wide.
Well?
How are you, Marty? Remember me? Stone, Chicago Star.
Oh, yeah, one of those poison pen artists. What do you want?
A little talk.
About what?
About Gunner Evans.
Come in. All right, spill it. What's in your mind?
What is it, doll baby?
Shut up.
Well, I like that. I only asked this. You.
Gunner's wife stood in the foyer entrance. Like Bannon, she was in evening clothes, wearing a gown that showed everything but good taste. When I saw, I knew who had tipped Bannon off where Gunner had been hiding, and who had sent those goons on a murder trail. It was Connie herself.
NBC is bringing you Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy as Randy Stone. Little-known episodes from the exciting annals of American history are presented in colorful, dramatic, factual manner on the Cavalcade of America, which returns over most of these NBC stations on Tuesday, August 29th. That's Cavalcade of America, returning Tuesday, August 29th. And now back to Night Beat and Randy Stone.
I wanted to see Marty Bannon about the fix he was trying to muscle through on tonight's fight between Pete Madigan and Gunner Evans. But when I saw Connie, Gunner's wife, in Marty's apartment, I knew my words would be as useless as rain on Lake Michigan. It was she who'd betrayed her own husband and told Bannon where his thugs could find him. Her big blue eyes widened when she saw me and then hardened into chips of ice.
You get around, don't you, Stone?
Yeah, but it'd be tough trying to keep up with you, baby.
Connie, I told you to stay back.
What are you worrying about, Bannon? Gunner Evans is bound to find out sooner or later. Probably sooner.
Who cares? I'm through with that dumb ape, and he might as well know it now as any time.
Let, dollface. I got enough to worry about without having a punchy mad dog on my trail. Too many big deals coming up.
What's the matter, Bannon? You don't think he's got enough against you already?
He can't prove a thing. You value your health, you'll forget you were here tonight.
I thought you were smarter than that. The guy who fools around another man's wife is like a rented tuxedo. He never knows who's going to spill something on him.
Be sure it ain't you. Or get out.
Well, maybe I had done some good I didn't know. At least he'd know now that somebody else knew what was going on. He'd drop the rough stuff, the fight would go on, and if he tried anything afterwards, it would be dangerous. I went back down to the lobby, walked out into the street. A taxi had pulled up to the curb, and the passenger was paying off the hacky. As I turned and stepped out onto the sidewalk, he turned around, and a cold chill hit me. It was Gunner Evans.
Oh, what are you doing here?
Well, I had bet myself that you'd win tonight, and I came here to make sure I'd have a chance to win the bet.
You won't, so forget it.
Why not? Why did you come here?
Go home, Stone. One second.
No, wait a minute. What are you seeing Bannon for?
Out of my way.
You're supposed to be taking a nap and resting up. Why'd you come here?
Take the $500. What else?
Why? After what Bannon's done to you, after what you said, why? Why?
Got to thinking, lying there. What was I gaining being so big and noble? Nothing. Absolutely nothing.
Your self-respect?
You can starve on self-respect. Look out. You can see your kid go hungry, your marriage go in the rocks. I got nothing to gain and everything to lose. So I'll take the $500. What does it matter? I'm washed up. I might as well face it.
But you can quit clean. You don't have to wind up crooked. You can get a job, do something else.
What? The only thing I ever done except fight, drive a truck, and I can't do that now.
Why not?
Because I'm half blind, you fool.
You're what?
Oh, I can see you well enough for anybody else who's close up. You don't have to see like an eel when you throw leather. But I can't pass no truck driving test.
Well, I didn't know.
Bring the elevator.
I didn't know.
Nobody knows, not even Dan. You don't fight over 400 fights without losing something. With some guys, it's their brains. With others, their hearing or their teeth or their kidneys. With me, it's my eyes. Yeah, and my teeth, too. And the way things have been going, my brains, for all I know.
All right. Now, come on back home, kid. You don't need Bannon's dough. It smells.
No, but I need my wife. If I can find her and tell her I took Bannon's offer, well, she might come back. Get out of the elevator door. Move. I'm not breaking up my marriage for any $500. Bannon's on the 14th floor, ain't he?
Yeah, the 14th floor. Wait.
You coming along for the ride?
You're making a bad mistake, Gunner, going to Bannon's. It's the worst thing you could do. Now, come on.
Oh, preach, Stone. I'm sick of it. I made up my mind. Sure, I know it's the end of the trail. So what? I never hit the championship, Gravy, and even when you do, it ends up like this lots of times. No dough, no eyes, no brains.
You still got brains enough to lick this thing, Gunner, believe me.
Where's the button? Stone, it's different when you're young. The promises sound good. The world looks good. You read the stuff they print about you in the paper, you're great. Sure, it gripes me that everybody seems to be making off their fights except you. The gamblers, the crooked managers, the shady promoters. Of course, they ain't all that way. There are some pretty good guys, like Dan Morgan. He's the first honest manager I ever had. But there's so many of the others. So you bust your fingers. You can't sleep for nights on account your hands are like two big hearts, beating with pain pumping through them instead of blood. You get your teeth knocked out. You can't breathe on account of your nose is busted. The years go by and where are you? What do you got?
Now, one day you wake up and the fires inside you are out and you're like a furnace full of clinkers. You're an old man. That it?
Yeah, an old man. You know how old I am? 33.
Gunner, I wish you wouldn't.
Let go of me.
All right. If you must, you must. But before you ring that bell, there's something you should know about what you're going to find in there.
Yeah? What? What is it? What are you trying to say?
Okay, Marty. I'll meet you right after the fight. Then we can... Gunner!
Connie!
Marty, it's Gunner!
Open up, Connie! Open up the
Gunner,
door!
it's no good. It's not worth it.
I'll kill the rat!
Come on, get a grip on yourself. Gunner!
Get away from me! Connie! I'll bring it down for help me!
Gunner, for the love of Mike!
Told you to let me go.
Listen to me!
You asked for it.
Whatever time had done to Gunner Evans' legs, it certainly hadn't affected his punch. I went out like a shattered light bulb. When I came to, I was sprawled on my back in front of Bannon's penthouse apartment. The door was still locked, but I could see through it like it wasn't there. The simple reason that the main part wasn't. The entire middle panel was smashed through. Only the frame remained. I got up slowly. My jaw hurt, and my brain was full of angry bees. I stepped through the broken door and looked around. I saw them, Connie and Marty, lying at opposite sides of the living room. Their heads were twisted at curious angles, their necks purplish and swollen. And they were both quite dead. I found a telephone, I called the police, and sat there a while, trying to brush the fog away. My head throbbed as I tried to remember something I felt was important, but I couldn't quite recall. And then suddenly it came to me. The fight. The Metropolitan Arena. Evans versus Madigan. That's where he'd be. That's where I'd find the gunner. I stumbled to the elevator, went downstairs, found my car, and drove out to the arena. Hi, is Gunner Evans here?
Is he here? He's fighting tonight. Don't you see the sign? Yeah. We're just in time for the main go, mister. Ringside? I got one on the aisle, row 5.
Here's my press card.
Say, what's going on anyway, you know?
Meaning what?
I mean, him coming in just a little while before the semifinal was over. His manager and the promoter was tearing their hair.
You say the main go's about to start?
Well, for round 1 rang 30 seconds ago. You're covering the fight, better get on in.
I headed down the main aisle to the press section at ringside. What was going on in that ring brought me to a standstill more than once before I finally got to the ringside and began easing my way around the gunner's corner. I couldn't take my eyes off him. The gunner was tearing into Pete Madigan with a slashing fury that brought the crowd to its feet and kept it there. This fight wasn't going to last any 10 rounds. I could see the gunner's manager, Dan Moran, standing at the ring apron, pounding it with his fist.
Cross him, let him have it!
How are you, Dan?
Stone.
It's terrific.
I don't know. March it! Jab him now, jab him! That's a boy.
What do you mean you don't know?
I've been trying to get him to box, but he won't. Look at him. He's fighting Madigan's fight. He can't last. His legs won't take it, not for 10 rounds. Something's the matter with him.
Yeah, something's the matter, all right.
He finally showed up. He looked funny, acted funny. Something's happened. I don't know what. Hook him! Hook him! He's wide open! Turn up, baby! Watch it! Watch it! Oh, that's the ticket. Jab him, Dizzy! All right, boys. Get that stool in there fast.
Okay, Dan.
Take his mouthpiece out. My gosh, he shouldn't be breathing like that after only 1 round.
Dan, I want to tell you something. Gunner's in trouble. He's terrible trouble. Any minute the police...
Listen to him. Something's the matter with him. Look, Randy, do me a favor. Go back to Gunner's dressing room and have a look at Billy.
Who?
Billy. Gunner's little boy. I put him to bed there.
What is he doing here? I thought your wife...
Yeah. Gunner showed up there just before he came here and took Billy with him.
Why?
Maybe he's afraid Bannon's goods might break in the house, take it out on Billy. I don't know. Now, go on, will you?
Okay.
I gave one of the boys $1 to keep an eye on him. Make sure he goes through.
All right, don't worry. I went back down the ramp into the dressing room. Billy was sleeping on the rubbing table between several training gloves, big as pillows to keep him from rolling off. Dan had covered him with an old bathrobe and filled his curly head with some folded towels.
Cute little fellow, ain't he?
No wonder he's been able to sleep through all this noise.
Yeah, but I guess he was just real wore out.
Yeah, I reckon he was.
Yeah. There's the buzzer for round 2.
Yeah, well, I'll go up and have a look.
Okay, mister.
I walked up the ramp, down the aisle toward the press section. Round 2 was a facsimile, it seemed, of round 1. How many rounds could a man go at this pace? He was pressing Madigan every second, a slashing, ripping attack, like a madman, I kept thinking. Like a bulb that flares more brightly than it ever has before the instant before it goes out. Gunner Evans was fighting the greatest fight of his career and the last fight of his career. And then he was down. Gunner Evans was down.
Fight! He wasn't even hurt. Take some time.
It certainly seemed that way. Gunner lay sprawled on the canvas like a puppet whose strings had been cut. He didn't stir as the referee's voice came through the pandemonium.
7, 8, 9, 10 out!
I walked down the aisle through a now hushed crowd. Nobody moved. When I finally got to the ringside, Dan and his 2 seconds were still working on Gunner. A scared, haunted look had begun to deepen the furrows of Dan's wrinkled face. Presently, the commission doctor climbed into the ring and knelt beside the fallen fighter. After a while, he looked up, pointing to the patched-up wound on Gunner's head. It had oozed some blood, but now it had stopped.
This man was hurt before the fight.
Yeah, he cut his head. I told him he shouldn't fight, but he insisted on going on.
In heaven's name, why?
He had a $2,000 forfeit posted.
$2,000.
How bad is it, Doc?
His skull was fractured before he entered the ring.
You mean that...
He's dead.
We went back to the dressing room, Dan and I. I tried to tell him what had happened at Bannon's apartment, but he didn't seem to hear. He shuffled along, his head bowed, his eyes red. We stared at the sleeping child, and I asked Dan, Gunner have any relatives?
I don't know. None that I knew of. No. Gunner didn't have any kin.
You mean Billy's alone?
Alone? Of course not. He's not alone. Billy's got me and Aggie, ain't he?
Well, then you better take him before the police get here. Here. Take him home with you.
Yeah, poor little fella. He must be tired. Didn't open an eye. Yeah, I'll take him home. Don't want to take any chances. There's a cop coming back.
You gonna keep him, Dan?
Huh?
You said you wanted him, didn't you?
You mean?
Gunnar would have wanted you to have him.
Billy.
He's yours, Dan. For keeps. Your son. Well, 4 a.m. and another edition about to go to press. Another sunrise about to dawn. The death of one cycle, the birth of another. Or maybe it's all one, like time itself. Well, I'm not going metaphysical at this hour. But I can't help thinking that Gunnar Evans maybe wasn't such a failure after all. In a way, he's still punching. He's still alive with a new set of dreams and a future ahead. Yep, in his son. I guess basically that's why our children mean so much to all of us. Like the philosopher said, they're our only chance for earthly immortality. I'll have to get married one of these days. Copy, boy.
Night Beat, starring Frank Lovejoy, is produced and directed by Warren Lewis and edited by Larry Marcus. Tonight's story was written by Irvin Ashkenazi with music by Frank Worth. The part of Gunnar Evans was played by Don Diamond. Listen next week at this time and every week as Randy Stone searches through the city for the strange stories waiting for him in the darkness. Night Beat came to you from Hollywood. Programs, get your programs here. Wednesday evening brings you other great adventure mystery programs on this NBC station. Be sure to hear The Falcon, Mr. District Attorney, Richard Diamond starring Dick Powell, and Dangerous Assignment with Brian Donlevy. That's Wednesday night for more stellar action-filled programs. Be sure to listen.
While the makers of Rexall drug products and 10,000 independent Rexall family druggists bring you Dick Powell as Richard Diamond, private detective.
This is your Rexall family druggist. Speaking to you for the 10,000 independent druggists who have made the word Rexall part of our own store name, and who recommend and sell the 2,000 or more drug products made for the Rexall Drug Company. Like Rexall Milk with Magnesia, for example. Here's a milk with magnesia, so pure, so mild, so creamy smooth, and free from earthy grittiness. Even children taste the difference. Ask for Rexall Milk with Magnesia at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall. Good health to all from Rexall. Now your Rexall family druggist brings you another exciting half hour with Richard Diamond, private detective, starring Dick Powell.
Well, hello.
Mr. Diamond?
Depends on who you are and how you got my office.
I got tired of waiting in the hall, so I presented the scrub balloon with a $5 bill. So it cost you $5. $5 bill. So it cost you $5. $5 bill. So my name's Roger Blake, Vice President of Intercontinental Indemnity and Bond. My company has an insurance policy.
I don't know what you want, but doesn't a big company like yours some pretty good insurance detectives?
Yes, but none of them have been able to do any good.
Oh, what's the problem?
The jewels were stolen.
That's a pretty good problem.
The jewels were stolen from Mrs. Carter's safe some 3 months ago. Until yesterday, neither our men nor the police had a clue as to the thief.
Thief? Only one?
Only one that we know of. Last night, we got a tip that a certain man was responsible for the theft. That he knows where the jewels are hidden.
Please been told?
No, and for a very good reason. This man is being held in Havana, awaiting extradition this weekend. When he gets back, he's bound to serve at least 10 years, and we are due to pay off Mrs. Carter's policy by Monday noon of next week.
And you want to know where he stashed the jewels before they put him away?
Exactly.
Well, now, let's see. This is Thursday. You haven't much time.
Yes, we must hurry. It's reasonable to believe the jewels are someplace in Cuba. When they extradite him, he will leave and the jewels will remain behind.
Oh, what's his name?
William Carnes.
Wanted in the state to count for forgery.
Yes, that's the man.
Now, what makes you think he knows where the jewels are?
As I said, Mr. Diamond, a tip. My own source of information, and usually quite reliable.
What do you want me to do?
Do your utmost to find out where the jewels are before Carnes is extradited.
When are they sending an officer down to pick him up?
Today or tomorrow. You must beat them there.
Well, then I'll have to get a search permit and ticket.
You can take care of the permit this afternoon. As for the ticket, I have one here on the 6 o'clock train.
Well, now, here, don't rush things. Maybe I don't like this town.
I'll give you a $500 retainer now, and another $500 when you deliver the jewels.
Oh, well, I'm always asking stupid questions.
Several things to remember. My company wants credit for recovering the jewels.
Of course.
The police are not to be told, as they may cause delay. We haven't the time.
Well, if this Mrs. Carter knows the jewels have been recovered, won't she be glad to give you an extension?
No, indeed. She'd rather have the $800,000.
Makes sense.
Here's your return ticket. No, something else. Cards is taken away before you accomplish your mission. Wire me at the plaza in Miami Beach. If you have the jewels, fly to Miami, where I shall meet you. If you don't succeed, may return to New York, and the incident will be forgotten.
If I get the jewels, I'm to meet you in Miami?
I'm leaving on a vacation, and I would like to return with the jewels myself. As I said...
Your company wants the credit.
Exactly.
He paid me in 5 crispy, crunchy $100 bills and left the office, so I left also. When a man like Roger Blake walks in, offers me the total sum of 1,000 iron men to locate $800,000 in missing jewels, things start confusing me. I have a habit of putting myself in a prospective client's place and then asking the simple question, why? I decided if I were Mr. Roger Blake, I might gladly pay $1,000 for a chance at an $800,000 jackpot. I headed to the 5th Precinct Police Station to do some checking.
Oh, hello, Rick.
Hello, Murph. Where's Otis?
In with the lieutenant. I'm taking over for the next couple of days.
Taking over? What's the matter with Otis?
Oh, he's leaving town tomorrow morning. Extradition job.
Extradition job? Otis?
Otis.
Wouldn't by any chance be Cuba?
Certainly would. How'd you know?
Well, he can't be going down there to bring back a criminal. Got to be a guerrilla or something. Somebody he can talk to. He in with the lieutenant?
Yeah, go ahead. Let me know what you find out.
What difference does it make? Who's going to believe it anyway?
You don't have to speak the language, hornhead. Somebody will be there to meet you. Oh, hello, Rick.
Well, good afternoon, Lieutenant. How are you, Sergeant Loveloon?
Como esta bueno, amigo?
Oh, an accent from Uncle Shakespeare.
By way of explanation.
Otis is going to Cuba.
How did you find out?
Murph told me.
I'll have his badge. Outside of this office is to be considered nothing but another thrower. But I am throwing. Yes, you am.
The walls.
Don't look at me, Rick. It's the commissioner. I've sent the police psychiatrist up there to see him unofficially, of course.
The old man told you to send Otis?
Right over that intercom.
Well, he must have given you a reason. That's like blowing up Boulder Dam to take a shower.
Now, what kind of a remark is that, Thomas?
I've been trying to think of that all day.
Otis, go home and start packing. I'm packed. You just found out about this morning. How can you be packed?
Walt, a package of Sam Spade grows a Blue Jay corn plasters and his book on 301 things a bright boy can do. He's packed.
Okay. You leave tomorrow afternoon. Go get your papers.
Right, Lieutenant.
A clear deal, Sire. So,
who did you say he was going to bring back?
William Carnes. You remember him. We got a tip he was hiding out in Cuba, and we had the authorities down there pick him up.
They holding him in the jail in Havana?
Yeah.
Do me a favor, will you?
Oh, can.
Check on a guy named Roger Blake. Supposed to be a vice president of a firm called Intercontinental in Bombay.
Anything special?
Oh, background, anything you can find out. I need it today. I'm sort of taking a little vacation myself, starting this evening.
Yeah? Why don't you go along with Otis? Cuba's nice this time of year. You can help him keep his brains in one lump.
Cuba sounds great, but you know me, Walt. Where would I get enough money to take a trip like that? Simon talking.
Walt, nothing wrong with Roger Blake, Rick. The vice president of the bonding corporation, like you said, married once, wife died 4 years ago. Has a brother somewhere in the West, William Blake. Nothing on him.
What else?
Well, let's say, vacations in Florida every year about this time. Used to be in charge of the Cuban office of Intercontinental, whatever that is. And you working for him?
You're getting nosy now.
Well, he's got a good record. Gambles a lot when he's down in Florida, but who doesn't?
How about his financial statement?
Not bad, not good. He's got about $15,000 in the bank.
Okay, thanks. I'm in a rush, Walt.
Well, have a good time.
You'll hear all about it. I grabbed my plane okay, and 6 hours later we dropped down for a landing at the Havana airport. I checked in at customs, and being able to habla enough Espanol, I got a tip-hungry cabbie to take me to one of the better hotels, $3 a night. I got a good night's sleep, and bright and early the next morning went over to the local Bastille. After not too much effort, I was able to visit William Carnes in his jail cell.
Someone to see you, your Carnes. Well, just making a new pot of tea. You can call when you are ready, senor.
Hello, Carnes.
You the cop come down to take me back?
No. I understand you won't be here until late this afternoon.
Well, who are you? Seems to be no privacy even in jail.
Name's Diamond. I'm a novelist.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah, I was in Havana, and I heard you were going to be extradited. I thought you might have an interesting story.
I'll bet you did.
I understand you're wanted for 2 counts of forgery.
Oh, you do, huh?
No story?
No story. Okay, pronto, move, or I spit you again. I move. Hey, what's going on out there?
I don't know.
Think it's your kind of cell? Bueno, amigo. Bueno. This is a cell. What do you want? What's the idea of the night? I want you out of this lousy jail, senor. The idea of the night is to slit this pig's throat if he's going to open your cell. You will open it now? See, I'm opening it.
He held the knife at the jailer's throat while the door was open. He was dressed in what used to be a white Panama suit. He stood about 5'4", weighing in around 200. On his feet, he wore sandals that looked like he'd stayed up nights drilling holes in them. On top of his head, covering his shaggy black hair, was a straw hat, and stuck in his fat lip was a long black cheroot. Between the smell of garlic and cigar smoke, I began to feel what it might be like to come face to face with a bilious dragon.
Senor Carnes, vámonos. Who sent you? Hey, friend. You go now, pronto.
Look, fella,
You go too, senor. If I had time, I would let everybody out. I don't get your angle, but I'm not squawking, okay? Thanks. Then, now, you get in the cell, jail. Senor Diamond, you run it.
That's exactly what I did. I don't dig it with a dirt. I had a 38 under my arm that could have caused a lot of trouble, but I wanted to try and tail Carnes. Knowing that the law was on the way to picking up, Carnes might just head for the jewels and try to get out of the country. I went out of that building like a homesick jackrabbit, and I left Carnes ducking into a building about halfway down the street. The sign over the door read, Eduardo's Havana, Brooklyn, Cafe. Made me feel right at home, so I slowed down to a sprint and went in.
You're listening to Richard Diamond, Private Detective, brought to you by the makers of Rexall Drug Products and your Rexall Family Drug. And here he is.
Whenever warm weather rolls around, people start talking about air conditioning, and I start talking about the air-conditioned aspirin tablet.
You mean Rexall aspirin?
Exactly, ma'am.
Well, why do you say it's an air-conditioned aspirin tablet?
Well, it's the extremely low moisture content of Rexall aspirin that makes it break up so quickly. And in order to keep it that way, Rexall aspirin is compounded in specially sealed air-conditioned rooms, where the humidity and temperature are kept at ideal levels. That's one reason why Rexall aspirin, when followed with water, disintegrates even before it reaches your stomach.
Well, that's good enough for me.
And it's good enough for 10,000 independent family druggists, too. Quality like that is what we're talking about when we tell you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall.
Now back to tonight's adventure with Richard Diamond, Private Detective, starring Dick Powell.
The bar room in Eduardo's Havana, Brooklyn Cafe was small and dark. Carnes was nowhere in sight, so I walked over to a long bar and watched the lazy bartender move slowly up the counter with a wet bar rag.
Something for you, Mike?
Yeah. You American?
Yeah. So I got sold on Fiesta.
Where did the guy go who came in here just before I did?
I didn't see no one.
Now, look, a guy by the name of Carnes just romped in here, and he didn't go back out the front door. Are you going to tell me where he went, or I'm going to fix it up so you take your siesta early?
You know, friend, I got a bunch of bottles back here.
Good. Line them up. I'll see if I can shoot the corks out.
You win, Max. Carnes went to see Maria. She sings in the evening. So at the top of the stairs.
I took off up the stairs like the V1 and didn't remember to knock at Maria's door. I went in, and there, standing in the middle of the room, was the best reason I could think of for upholding the good neighbor policy. Her south of the border, plus her north of the border. Wow, it makes gorgeous geography.
Yes?
Yes. Where's Carnes?
Don't you think it would have been more polite to knock?
Now, baby, I'm in a hurry. Sometimes I get so wound up I forget my manners. Now, where's Carnes?
I don't know who you are talking about.
Where did he go?
Who, senor?
Honey, now listen. I just had trouble with a bartender. He said Carnes came up here to see you. Okay, now I got you. I still need Carnes. So shall I start convincing you too?
How do you propose to convince me?
Well, right now, time's important. $500 left in it. If I sees, I might even become a bully and start twisting arms.
I'm not going to tell you where to find Carnes.
But as much as it hurts me, I'll have to twist your arm.
You're not twisting very hard.
Oh, well, my mind was on something else.
My leg?
No, it was about that $500 I was going to get for bringing in Carnes.
Yes.
I really don't need it all.
No?
No. You like Carnes a lot?
You're the best one around.
Oh.
Why?
Oh, I could get along on half of the $500.
I could get along on a lot less. Will you come back?
Where can I find Carnes?
You could leave the 250 now. Just to make sure you come back, of course.
I could leave 100 just to make sure you give me the right address, of course.
Número 3, Avenida Pottery.
No, thanks.
Forget the 100. That's all. When you come back, you can bring everything.
I may be bald. I think my hair just caught on fire. I left before the room filled up with smoke and went down to the bartender again. He told me where to find Avenida Pottery. The back entrance to the cafe opened on it. It was a dead-end street. A half block down, I found a narrow tree, a tired building all slumped down. I quietly tried the door. Finding it locked, I not so quietly braced myself against the far wall and took off like an erratic tire driver. I had to make it full the first time I hit it. It did. I sprawled in just in time to see Tynes dive for a dresser drawer. He stopped cold when he saw the 38 in my hand.
Okay. Don't shoot.
All right now, happy fingers. I won't unless you get too frisky.
For a rider, you're carrying a funny tool.
Yeah, and it writes in lead on all 6 cylinders. Where's the stuff? Now get with it.
You know about
Yes, I know about the jewels. Come on, now give.
Well, can't we make a deal? There's 800,000 in cash. See? Right here in the bedroom. You can get at least 500 grand at a cent. And 250 is yours.
Oh, my Icky Tom, why did you think that to happen to me?
Do not worry about it, senor.
What is it?
As I say, senor, do not worry about the jewels now. I and my 45 will take all the responsibility. Hand me your pistol, senor. Now, are you yours? I don't get it. First you bust me on the stern, then you come in here.
You got it now?
He brings me and I bird dog him to the jewels. Well, I did not know what you would lead me to, senor, but I am one happy man. It turned out to be this. Pick them up and put them in my hat, senor.
Fat boy, you said a friend sent you to get Tynes out.
No, not my friend. Friend of Senor Tynes. I think he had good reason for wanting him out of jail, so I followed. I am smart, right now. Have you reached now? Very good, senor.
Here you are.
Exactly. I don't think you should come after me for a while. Looks pretty good, eh? Adios, senor, and once more, sir.
Tynes and I both went to the gun in that dresser drawer like an ace to the gin bottle. It was bargain day in Klein's basement until Tynes decided to pick up a piece of the metal bedpost and start me on the siesta habit. When I finally came around, well, I'd done it. Well done. I'd lost the 800,000 in jewels, William Tynes, and enough blood from my scalp wound to make a vampire to a Scottish. I stumbled out of the building and put in the call to the plaza in Miami. Before I could take a maraca, Mr. Roger Blake was on the pipe.
Yes?
Mr. Blake, this is Diamond.
Yes, Simon.
I was in touch with the party you sent me to see, and it took me to the item you wanted me to get hold of.
Well?
A big bundle of garlic speaking broken English and carrying a pistola is now in possession of the item.
You mean you had and you let someone take them away from you?
Yes. There's something bothering me. I want to know who gave you that tip. Maybe they tipped the Cuban wino who swiped the item from me. That way I can locate the guy and maybe still earn my other 500.
Well, get the whole thing, Diamond.
What?
Keep the original 500 and go on home. Just forget everything. You understand?
Yeah. Goodbye, Mr. Blake. I really didn't understand much, except that a very bad smell was beginning to creep over from Denmark and land in Havana. I couldn't put my finger on it, but something was really wrong. I thought the thing out and then put in calls to all the ticket offices in Miami. I got the answer I wanted. United Airlines in Miami said that Mr. Roger Blake had booked passage and was due in Havana at 5 that evening. I was waiting at the airport when Mr. Roger Blake, as big as life, stepped down from the big transport, and I trailed him out of the cab stand. He climbed in a hack and took off with my cab right behind. Blake's cab reached the outskirts of town and stopped on a dirt street, fronted by adobe buildings. I had my cab pull up a safe distance behind and got out. Blake went up to one of the buildings and knocked on the door. Someone let him in, and I went around back to find a way to get in. I found it in the form of an open window. I could hear voices coming from the front of the place.
I'm certainly glad to see you, Senor Blake. Can I get you some Bacardi or something? You can stay right there. And tell me where they are, Juan Cuidado.
I slipped quietly in and started moving in their general direction. It was pitch dark, so I made like a bat, shooting the walls and hoping I wouldn't bump into something. Through a crack in the door, I could spot two people, Mr. Roger Blake and Short Patent Dangerous himself.
I want the jewels, Juan. So do I, Senor, and I do not give them unless you want to pay me for it. I've already paid you well. To get Senor Carnes out of jail, okay, I did that. Well, I warn you. No, you do not warn me, Senor. I don't care of you.
That's what I heard of. Some copycat who climbed in the same window I had was heading to the front of the house. While Juan and Blake continued to argue, I ducked into the shadows at the side of the door and waited. I didn't have to wait long, so left snuck William Carnes, and in his hand was the .32 we'd wrestled over earlier. He poked the muzzle of the gun into the room and went in after it. Roger Blake turned to meet him, and for the first time I saw the gun in Blake's hand. They both froze, keeping their sights on each other's breakfast. Juan took on a swamp alligator smile and sat down to watch.
Well, William, I am so glad to see you again. I'll bet you are. Better drop the gun. My dear. He is your brother. Senor Carnes is your brother. We don't brag about it. Especially when one of us is a cheat. And the others are no good double-crossing louse. You tipped the police when I was in them. What do you say? Hey, if you're brothers, how come your name's Carnes and your name Blake? I changed mine a long time ago when I got into some trouble. I didn't want to ruin my beloved brother's reputation. Senor Blake got a good reputation. He hired me to get you out of jail so that diamond fellow could follow you. He said nothing about the jewels, but I knew Senor Blake when he used to work in Hawaii. This would not cost him the breath. I hired one to do a job for us, see? Senor Carnes had the jewels. Half of them were supposed to be mother. Looked me up and asked me to steal. Sure, I swiped them and forgot to spit. So what? Well, you got it. Point for nothing. Little mistake. One who has the jewels, and I am not giving to anyone.
Well, I might as well get in on this. All the op's been free. Carnes turned and tried his luck. I felt the bullet strike my hair and it hit the linoleum. Carnes was aiming again, but he forgot to figure three things. His brother's nasty disposition, and the gun his brother was aiming at him. Carnes took the slug right around the belt line, and he went down like a punctured vessel. He must have cut his spine in two because he folded up the sheet. Then Blake decided to add me and play for a pair. And just as he started to squeeze the trigger, I saw Juan reach back to his collar. His arm hissed down in the blurred half-arc. And before Blake could nail me, he was trying to squirm away from the 10-inch knife that made a gory pattern between his shoulder blades. I grabbed his gun quickly and covered upon him.
They did not love each other, these two. I threw pretty good, huh?
Yeah, thanks, Juan.
I suppose you better want the jewels, too, aren't you?
That's right.
So would you consider what you call the partnership?
Afraid not.
And the jewels?
Turning him over to the constabulary.
Oh, senor.
That's the truth.
Okay. And me?
Well, you killed man.
What I say, you're alive.
I'm not the police, so I can't arrest you. And I would think a long time before I'd shoot a man who saved my life.
Oh, you would?
But I warn you, don't try to make a break for it.
Oh, I think I got to. I do not want to stay in jail. The jewels are in my house. I leave them in the middle of the floor. Adios, amigo.
Come back, Juan. Stop her out. Miss. Well, Maria will understand. found the phone and explained the whole situation to the local chief of police, who was just leaving to meet one Sergeant Otis Loveloon, arriving on the 7 o'clock plane from New York. I ducked out because in my blood was the call of the wild goose, and in 20 minutes I was sitting in Maria's room over the cafe.
I'm glad you came back.
I didn't get that extra 500.
Oh, Jim, I'm really glad. Because you must have come back just because you wanted to see me.
Well, yes, that had something to do with it.
You like me to play to you?
Oh, sure. Love it. Love it. Oh, love it. Love it. Bésame mucho. Each time I cling to your kiss, I hear music divine. Bésame mucho. Hold me, my darling, and say that you'll always be mine. This joy is something new, my arms enfolding you. Never knew this way before. Whoever thought I'd be holding you close to me, whispering it's you I adore. Here's one, if you should leave me, each little dream would take wing, and my life would be through. Bésame mucho. Love me forever and make all my dreams come true. Oh, well, it's, you know. Oh, well, the reason for the ears twitching is quite interesting. It seems as when I was very young, There's not too much light in here. You see, I have a terrible fear of light. Masdophobia, they call it. Well, oh, no.
Come on, Simon, you better open up.
Oh, no. Otis.
Who is he? I know you're in there. Let's track you down.
Goodbye, dear. Call him, will you? His name's Loveloon.
You better open up, Simon. Will I see you again?
Not if you don't stall him. Goodbye.
Goodbye. Yes.
Now, look, I don't...
Come
Well, I don't...
Come in.
Dick Powell will be back in a moment. But now, once more, here's your Rexall family druggist.
In a recent nationwide survey, American mothers agreed that every family medicine cabinet should contain a reliable, all-round mouthwash, gargle, and breath deodorant. And millions of homemakers choose Rexall MI31 to fill that need. Full-strength MI31 kills contacted germs in a few seconds, yet will not harm delicate membranes of the mouth and throat. Ask for Rexall MI31 at Rexall drugstores everywhere. And remember, you can depend on any drug product that bears the name Rexall. Ladies and gentlemen, this is Big Powell.
This is our first show in our new series, the Rexall Drug Company. We want to thank you and the 10,000 independent Rexall druggists for making it possible. Good night.
Hiya, beautiful.
Get lost, Bristlefoot. You need a shave.
But I have shaved. What else do you want me to do? Silly boy, she wants you to go stag. Go stag? But why? Because Stag is Rexall's exclusive line of men's good grooming aids. Like Stag brushless shave cream. No fuss, no massage, just smooth it on and presto, you get a clean close shave. Your face stays smooth and whiskerless all day long. I'll do it. I'll go Stag. That's it. Join the Stag line now at Rexall drugstores everywhere.
Yes, to make girls care. Go Stag.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade, Detective Agency.
Here's I, sweetheart.
Sam! Oh, he's very to death. This office. Glass all over the floor, holes in the wall.
That was just business going on as usual during all vacations, Eph.
Well, what was it all about, Sam?
They tried, Effie, just tried to pluck my feathers and cook my goose.
On Thanksgiving, too. How could they?
Oh, they were a mean lot.
Are you all right?
Hale and hearty, every giblet in place and not a feather ruffled. Did you have a nice Thanksgiving?
Oh, it was heavenly. Mama had a turkey dinner, sage dressing, cranberry sauce, candy jam.
Hard cider?
A little.
Come clean, Effie?
Well, I had 2 glasses. Everyone was there. Cousin Gertie, Dwight, Mrs. Floss. I was disappointed when you didn't show up, Sam. Did you have Thanksgiving dinner?
Sure.
Sam?
At the Helping Hand Rescue Mission, where there's plenty of free parking and never a cover charge. For further details, consult the report, which I will presently be down to dictate on a tasty chronicle of foul play. The Terrified Turkey Caper.
For NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Sam Spade!
Oh, you were waiting for me.
Having Thanksgiving dinner at a rescue mission, and Mama cooked it perfectly wonderful.
Thank your mother for me, Ed. Tell her I'll be over to break wishbones with her tonight. And to atone for my social indifferences, here's a little something I brought for you.
Oh, Sam! You shouldn't have. It's beautiful. What is it?
A blunderbuss.
A blunder what?
Bus, as in step to the rear of.
Oh. Well, what does it do?
Shoots, Ed. It's a gun. Our founding fathers used it in foraging for feathered food when they settled this abundant continent.
And it's mine.
To do with what you will.
Where did you get it?
Pencil boy?
Yes, Sam. Who gave it to you?
Pad open?
Oh, yes, but I don't know.
Knees crossed?
Did you mean the founding fathers?
Don't peek. Date November 24th, 1950. To Detective Lieutenant I.C. Kelsey, Homicide Detail, San Francisco Police. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, Turkey. Dear Kelsey, this was a big week for the cranberry pickers, the butchers, the sage makers, and the stomach pill people. But for private detectives, it was strictly from hunger. My office door opened only twice a day, once to let me in and once to let me out. And when on Wednesday I heard a knock on the door, I went into a paroxysm of delight. Come in! Come in! Come in! Entrez-vous! Entrez-vous! Arise! When I ran out of languages, I got up from behind the desk, walked to the door, and opened it. Standing there was a small, middle-aged man with a pink, bald head. His blue serge suit needed pressing, and he was nervously fingering a strawberry birthmark under his left ear.
Mr. Samuel Spade?
I am.
May I have a moment with
You may have several, but not in the corridor. It's not in my lease.
Oh, I'll come in.
Good. Well?
Well, you'll have to excuse me, Mr. Spade. I've had so few dealings with private detectives, I find it hard to begin. Oh, perhaps I shouldn't have come at all. Goodbye.
No, wait a minute. Maybe I can help you.
What? Oh, you see, Oh, what's the use? You won't believe me. Nobody does. I'd really better...
Oh, now, wait. I'll believe you. All I ask is a chance. Now, let's start with your name.
Oh, what, my name?
Yes.
Yes, my name. To begin with, you won't believe that. Oh, but I can verify it. Yes, I can. It's on the registration book of the old Colony Hotel, in the 1943 phone book, and on my old driver's license.
Well, I'll have to know it before I can verify it.
Yes, of course you will. It's Tom.
Well, now that's not so hard to believe.
Oh, you haven't heard the rest of it. It's Tom Turkey. You see, I told you wouldn't believe it. I'd better go.
No, let me be the first to believe you. Now, Mr. Tom, what's your problem?
Oh, dear, that's even harder to explain.
Well, now that I don't believe. But take a breath and jump into it.
Yes. My name's Tom Turkey, and they're going to kill me for Thanksgiving.
Well, I had asked for it, and I had gotten it. And I sat back wondering who had gone to all the trouble to play this funny joke on me. I was looking at my hand to see if there was any itching powder on it where he'd shaken it when my phone rang. I lifted the receiver, swung around on my swivel, and gazed out onto the street. It was Al Cuccio calling, a private eye whose reputation was shadier than a mushroom cellar.
Hiya, Spade.
Al.
Haven't seen much of you lately, Spady. You have to get together.
Yeah, well, so long.
Wait, I'll tell you why I called. I've had a pest in my office, keeps coming back. Thinks he's a turkey somebody wants to dress. I brushed him, but your name came up, and I just wanted to warn you. He might be in to see you.
I'm confused, Al. I never knew you to turn your back on a buck.
Oh, I don't want any of this one. His buttons are loose. My advice to you is to bounce him.
Well, we've never traded advice before, Cuccio. Why now?
Well, after all, we're in the same racket. If we can't help each other...
Oh, sure, Al, sure. I appreciate it.
Give me a ring. We've got to get together sometime.
Yeah, when I get a free night, we'll Jimmy parking meters.
Yeah, Huh? Oh, yeah. Parking meters. See you later, Spady.
I turned back to the desk, and what I saw in front of me was an empty chair. Tom Turkey had taken wing. I got up and walked to the window, and a minute later, I saw him come out of the building downstairs and start to cross the street. And then I saw something else. A large 4-ton truck was tearing down the street, picking up speed. Instinctively, I shouted a warning, and at the last second, Tom Turkey scrambled from in front of the truck and disappeared into the alleyway. The truck roared up the street, and on its side was printed in gold letters, "Haynes, you drive it." There was nothing to say it wasn't coincidence, this near mishap, but somehow I found myself intrigued and wanting to hear more of the little guy's story. He said the old Colony Hotel. On the way, I stopped at the library, found an old 1943 phone book, and looked. He was listed. Thomas Turkey, it said. Out of curiosity, I rang the number.
Hello?
I wonder if you can help me. I'm inquiring about a Mr. Turkey.
Turkey. This ain't his number no more.
I know.
Haven't had any calls for him for years. Going name.
Yeah, I know.
I knew a woman named Rabbit once. Mrs. Rabbit.
About Turkey, could you remember what he looked like?
I don't. Hey, Manny, what Turkey look like?
Huh?
Yeah. Small man, around 50. Nice fellow, Manny says.
Strawberry under his left ear?
Strawberry under his left ear, Manny? Yeah, strawberry under his left ear.
Well, thank you, madam, for your information, and thanks to Manny.
Well, you're welcome, but I don't know what you're going to do with it. Old man Turkey's dead. Been dead for years.
Curiouser and curiouser, I thought. They had described the man who came to my office 20 minutes ago, and now he'd been dead for years. I continued on to the old Colony Hotel. Room, 75 cents, it said. Tom's room is 114.
Who is it?
Sam Spade.
Oh, come in, Mr. Spade. I'm sorry I ran away. I didn't think you really believed me.
Well, I'm not sure I do yet. Tell me, was that truck an accident?
Oh, I don't think so, no. They made 3 attempts before to kill me. Somebody tried to push me in front of a train, and then a wheelchair full of cement dropped off a building and just missed me, and then I was shot at.
Oh, who were they, and why would they want to kill you?
I don't know. I just don't know.
Look, let's tack.
Tack?
Tack. I dialed your old phone number, and the people who answered said you're dead.
Oh, a lot of people think I'm dead.
Yeah. Look, do you still want me to work for you?
Oh, yes, please.
Well, you'll have to tell me more then. I can't...
I guess I'd better tell you everything. Oh, it's hard to talk about, Mr. Spade. It's not easy to admit to someone you've been a foolish man. You see, I just turned 50. I was quite tired of the life I'd led. Proper, dull, and unfruitful, except in money. My business was worrying, and so was my wife, Henrietta.
This has a traditional ring.
Anyway, to make it short, I decided to run away. One day I drove to work. I parked my car in the middle of the Bay Bridge where the suicide note left it and disappeared.
Where did you go?
Oh, all over the world. I took a job on a boat. I did. On a boat. And then I settled in Sao Paulo, Brazil, under another name.
Now you're back. Why?
Well, maybe I got lonely. Maybe I got wiser. Maybe I felt I paid enough for my mistakes. Let's just say I'm back. I want to be with Henrietta.
Have you seen her?
I checked into this hotel and wrote her a letter saying I wasn't dead. I was back in San Francisco, and I wanted to come back to her if she still would have me. But I told her I wouldn't bother her unless she wanted to see me. That she could contact me here. That was a week ago.
And you haven't heard from her?
No. And almost right away, these attempts on my life began.
I see. All right, what's her address?
3118 Monroe. Oh, she's taken her maiden name again. Black. Henrietta Black.
Well, come on, let's go.
No, I'm not going to see her until she asks me.
Well, look, you're going to my apartment. Nobody will bother you there.
And you're going to see Henrietta?
That's right.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Spade. You do believe me. I think I'm really ready to face the world again now.
I deposited Tom in my apartment with instructions to open the door for no one but me, and then I proceeded to 3118 Monroe in the high-rent district. I was ushered through a comely portico by a Japanese maid who told me to wait in a study heavy with mahogany. In a moment, two people came in. The woman wore a black dress, silver pendant, flat shoes, and a complexion the color of apple meat. She was Miss Henrietta Black and/or Mrs. Tom Turkey. The man turned out to be Leander Luce, the lady's attorney, business manager, and canasta partner.
You say you have something important to discuss with me, Mr. Spade?
I do.
I hope you don't mind my asking Mr. Luce to be here.
Not at all.
Well?
Mrs. Turkey, I just talked to your husband, Tom.
Mr. Spade, if you please.
I say something?
A rather feeble attempt at comedy, Mr. Spade.
Well, I wasn't trying for a laugh. You are Mrs. Turkey, aren't you?
I was.
You undoubtedly still are.
I'd expected to hear another one of these cruel jokes about my name.
At Thanksgiving time, Mr. Spade, someone was always going to stuff Tom, baste him, dress him, slice him.
This season, they're going to kill him.
They are not going to kill him. He is already dead.
He's not dead, Mrs. Turkey, and you should know it.
I should?
Yes, he sent you a letter saying he was back in San Francisco and wanted to see you.
Mr. Spade, this has gone absolutely far enough.
Not quite. What about the letter?
I know of no such letter.
I see. Well, thank you for your time. I'm sorry I bothered you.
Oh, you used bad judgment in coming in the first place.
Yes, maybe you're right. There was falsehood in this someplace, Lieutenant, and it stuck out like a fat girl in slack. The only thing to do was to go back to my apartment, get Tom Turkey, and confront Mrs. T with her husband in the flesh. But when I got back to my apartment building, I spotted in rapid succession, 1, an ambulance, 2, a police car, and upstairs, outside my half-open apartment door, I spotted 3, you.
I've been expecting it.
What's going on, Kelsey?
Yes, serious, Sam, serious.
Who's that bald-headed man moving around the apartment?
That's McCracken, the new medical examiner. Checking the stiff on your rug.
I stepped around you, Lieutenant, and pushed the door all the way open. I saw McCracken kneeling over the body and a couple of men from homicide taking photos. I moved into the room feeling nothing good. A little guy had given me a job, and while I was yakking with his wife, somebody got to him. And in my apartment, where I'd stashed him. McCracken stood up, and I looked down at the body. Then I looked again. Who I saw wasn't Tom Turkey at all. It was the late Private Eye, Al Kuchel. You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. You Friday fans of Sam Spade, there's mystery on Saturday evening, too, on NBC. Tomorrow, the man called X sets out on another mission of danger and intrigue in some far-off corner of the earth. Herbert Marshall stars as the man called X, a man without a name who travels the world over protecting his country's interests. He lives by his wits, and his business is danger. He's the man called X, tomorrow over most NBC stations. For Top Sunday listening, it's another broadcast of The Big Show on NBC. This Sunday, your stars include Fred Allen, Jack Carson, Mindy Carson, Ed Archie Gardner, Ed Wynn, and many, many more. And Tallulah is your MC as usual. This Sunday, it's The Big Show on NBC. And now back to the terrified turkey caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade. While the men from Homicide were taking pictures, etc., you and I, Lieutenant, were going round and round on the question, if I didn't kill the man found in my room, who did? And you were sufficiently impressed with my insult, Chelsea, not to hold me for the murder. We bowed to each other, and I left. Thinking back to the truck that had almost run Turkey down, I went to the Haynes U Drive truck rental garage.
What do you want?
I'm a detective. Could you give me a list of names for everybody who rented a truck from you during the past few days?
Sure.
He handed me a big registration book, and I read every name for the past week. For the first 5 days, they all seemed to be nice, normal, abnormal names. And then, under the rentals for the day before, was the name of John Smith. John had given his address as 7200 Kearney. And I happen to know that Kearney only goes up to 2000. The dispatcher said that Smith had returned the truck about 3 hours before, and he remembered him as an ugly, heavy-set, and rough-voiced character who looked like an ex-longshoreman. They had already washed the truck, so the fingerprints were all out up.
Well, it's Mr. Spade again.
Look, I'd like to speak with Miss Black, if you don't mind.
Come in. Come in.
Thank you.
This way, into the den.
Right.
Well, I was sure you'd look into this affair a little more and realize that it was just a blind alley, a hoax of some kind.
Where's Miss Black?
Oh, she's upstairs lying down. The whole affair has upset her, and she asked not to be disturbed. I think the wisest course of action for you, Mr. Spade, is just to let the matter drop.
You can't let a murder just drop, Mr. Lewis. The police wouldn't hear of it.
Huh? Murder? Who?
An unfrocked private detective named Al Cuccio.
Well, what does this have to do with Henrietta Black?
Al Cuccio called me earlier today and said that Tom Turkey was a crackpot, a little man with delusions. He tried to top me off taking his case.
He sounds like a perceiving man.
Well, he didn't perceive ending up in my apartment with a bullet in his head.
Well, that's too bad, but I still don't
I left Tom Turkey in my apartment for safekeeping, and when I returned, he was gone and Cuccio was dead.
Well, that explains itself, obviously. This detective knew that Tom Turkey was a phony, and Turkey killed him.
It can figure that way, and a number of other ways.
Mr. Spade, I have no desire to sit here trading subtleties with you. As yet, no one has demonstrated that the real Tom Turkey actually exists, alive. Now, until you do have something more concrete and less mythological, Miss Black requests that you do not come around opening up old wounds.
You've made an eloquent point. Just tell me one thing.
If I can.
When did Tom Turkey disappear? I mean, what month, what day?
It was, 1943, November. But I'm not sure of the exact day. I think it was in the 3rd week.
Could it have been on Thanksgiving?
Very possibly, very possibly.
I returned thoughtfully to my office and did a little rapid mental arithmetic and came up with the number 7. From November 23rd, 1943 to November 23rd, 1950 was 7 years to the day. And I pondered this. What did the number 7 mean to the life or death of Tom Turkey? I had just hit upon the answer and was crying Eureka when my office door opened, unlocked, and a visitor came in unannounced. He was ugly, heavy-set, and looked like an ex-longshoreman. I waited to see if the voice checked.
You, Spade?
Who shall I say is calling?
Yeah, Captain John Smith. And here's my calling card.
The first bullet grazed my shoulder and tore the padding out of my coat. The second bullet hit the water cooler and it crashed over, water and all on top of me. Where the third bullet hit, I wasn't sure at the time because darkness came rushing through my head like a freight train. When I opened my eyes again, I expected to see St. Peter checking my ID card. But all I saw were the dust balls under my desk and a fly bathing himself in a pool of water spreading slowly over the floor. There was blood on my hand, but it came from a glass cut. I was in shambles, but alive. Captain John Smith had shoved off, obviously thinking his bullets had done their work.
Homicide, Lieutenant Kelsey.
Sam, Kelsey, have you found anything more about Pond Turkey?
Nothing, Sam. Frankly, I'm beginning to wonder if there is such a guy.
Well, clever Kelsey, a few minutes ago, a gorilla by the name, believe it or not, of Captain John Smith just tried to kill me in my office.
Oh, go on, Sam. I find it hard to think.
You find it hard to think, period.
Really, Sam? Did you get him?
No, but my office is a wreck, and there's a hole blasted in my wall big enough to put a basketball in.
Well, what did he use, a bazooka?
I figured dum-dum bullets.
Dum-dum? Well, that's illegal, ain't it?
Kelsey, doesn't it strike you as significant that every attempt on Turkey's life has been vicious, as if someone not only wanted to kill him, but also mutilate him?
Yeah, now that you mention it. Somebody probably wanted to make identification difficult.
Even dead, they didn't want anybody to know who he was. Now, listen carefully, Kelsey. This is real deep. Tom Turkey disappeared on Thanksgiving of 1943. A person has to be missing 7 years before he can be legally dead and his insurance collected. Now, if someone had Turkey insured, they could collect the day after this Thanksgiving, if Turkey didn't show up before.
You mean somebody's trying to kill him for the insurance?
I would say so, Kelsey. I would say so. Now, hurry up and find him. When I put down the phone, I heard a heavy pounding. For a minute, I thought it was in my head, until I turned to face the door, and standing there was a small pilgrim with bandy legs in black stockings, pantaloons, white-collared coat, and stovepipe hat.
Hallelujah.
He wore silver buckles, and what he was pounding on the floor was an 18th century blunderbuss.
Hallelujah. Have I got the right place?
Oh, offhand, I'd say so. If you're looking for Captain John Smith, he just left. Pocahontas is expected any minute.
Now, don't you go trying to confuse me. I'm too thirsty.
What's on your mind?
Well, I'm looking for a fellow named Dan, oh, I'm so thirsty I forgot.
Sam Spade?
Yeah, that's it. There.
Oh, you broke your water bottle, huh? Yeah.
Good. That stuff's poison anyway. Hallelujah. Hey, say, do you happen to have any hard cider around?
Fresh out.
Oh. And I'm kind of thirsty, you know. Any type of corn squeezing?
Here, try this, Dad.
Well.
Good, huh?
Oh.
You like that, huh? Oh.
Follow me. But before we go, do you suppose we could have a little something for the road? It's bitter cold.
I gave him a little, but not too much, because I didn't want him to lose his way. He walked me right down Market Street so he could look in the liquor store windows. He said it gave him a comfortable feeling to know there was so much good in the world. And then we turned right a few blocks until we came to the Helping Hand Mission. Across its gray front, a banner promised special holiday food and comfort to the unfortunate. And on the street in front of it, there was a brass band sending out signals to the fraternity that any minute the great feast of Thanksgiving would begin. The band members and other volunteer workers were all dressed as pilgrims, with quaint conceit. My pilgrim led me to a dark corner of the club room, and sitting there unhappily was none other than Tom Turkey.
Hello, Mr. Spade.
Oh, hello, Tom. What happened to my apartment? Why did you run away?
Well, I was afraid. You told me not to answer the door until you came back. Well, somebody knocked on the door and said it was you, so I opened it, and 2 men came in.
Tell me, was one of them Al Cuccio?
Yes, the detective. The other man was a big, ugly-looking fellow, and when they saw I was alone, they started arguing.
About what?
Well, the detective said that now that he brought the ugly man there, he wanted his money.
Yeah?
The ugly man pulled a gun, and they started to fight. Oh, dear, I slipped out the door, and when I was halfway downstairs, I heard a shot, and kept on running.
Well, Al Cuccio is dead.
Oh, my. I thought so. This was the only place I could think of to hide. Oh, when Henrietta finds out I've been mixed up in a murder, she'll never take me back.
Henrietta. Hey, tell me, did your wife ever have any insurance on you?
Oh, before I ran away, she did. A $50,000 policy, but, that would have lapsed by now.
Maybe. Did it have a suicide clause in it?
A suicide?
Yes.
Well, no. No, it didn't. I remember.
Yeah, you'd like to talk to Henrietta, wouldn't you? All right, here's your phone number. Call her up and tell her where you are.
Oh, dear, I don't think I could. I'm too frightened.
You've got to do something to help yourself. If you don't, by midnight, you might be a cold turkey.
Oh.
I'm sorry, it just slipped out.
All right. I'll do it.
Well, he went and made the call. And when he returned, he said that a man had answered who said Henrietta would come down and pick Tom up. He didn't want to wait, but I sat on him. The pilgrim brought us a dish of turkey dinner, saying he couldn't stand food himself, and we munched a spell. In a little while, a limousine pulled up in front of the mission with someone in back whom I couldn't see. A chauffeur stepped out and came in inquiring for Tom Turkey. It was Captain John Smith himself. When he saw me, a look of shocked surprise came over his unhandsome face. Hoping to catch him off balance, I drove at him. It was the liveliest thing that has happened at the Helping Hand mission in years, and we had a good house, too. Money was even changing hands. When I heard the odds starting to go against me, I realized I'd better come up with something.
Here, use this, partner.
And I did. The bandy-legged pilgrim shoved his blunderbuss right in my hand. And I swung. Smith dropped like pheasant on the wing. I looked up. The passenger from the limousine was just coming in.
What's the meaning of this?
It means, Leander Luce, that you're not going to carve Tom Turkey up for your Thanksgiving insurance policy.
Hallelujah. Drumstick, anyone?
Period. End of report.
Sam, I don't understand.
Well, it's as plain as the cranberry stain on your dress, huh? Luce, as Henrietta's business manager, had her power of attorney. And secretly, he kept making the payments on Tom Turkey's insurance policy.
Oh, and then he'd collect for Henrietta and keep the money himself.
Effie, sometimes your lightning mind frightens me. Now, go type that up. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's fun and laughs with the chimes later tonight when Ed Gardner stars in Duffy's Tavern. As usual, Duffy won't be there, but Archie the manager will definitely be on hand to serve his blue plate special of grilled English language. This Sunday, the big show comes your way again. Tallulah will be your hostess, and the stars include Fred Allen, Jack Carson, Ed Wynn, Meredith Wilson, and many, many more. It's the big show, Sunday on NBC.
Killed Al Crusoe and tried to kill you. Was his name really Captain John Smith?
Now, Effie, could we have a Thanksgiving caper without a Captain John Smith? It wouldn't be right.
That's a coincidence, wasn't it?
Well, if you promise not to tell anyone.
I won't.
His real name was Michael Giuseppe Yablonsky Smith. I called him John for short.
You're so kind.
Are we going over to your mother's for cold turkey snacks?
Well, all right, but I don't think there'll be much left.
Oh?
You see, my cousin Judy couldn't find a little boy. And Mother phoned and said they just found him. He was inside the turkey, eating his way out.
Effie, is there no way to curb that tongue of yours?
There's one way.
Well, come here.
Oh, good night.
Good night, sweetheart. The Adventures of Sam Spade are produced, edited, and directed by William Spear. Sam Spade was played by Stephen Dunn. Lorene Tuttle is Effie. Script for tonight's adventure by Larry Roman and John Michael Hayes. Musical scoring by Lud Gluskin, conducted by Robert Armbruster. Join us again next week, same time, for another adventure with Sam Spade. Hear the magnificent Montague, then visit Duffy's Tavern on NBC.